Chapter 645, A Threat. Chapter 651 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Following Hiruzen's orders, Fujin's clone, Renjiro and Hoka dispersed. Hiruzen and his Ambu guards began moving towards the Hokage building as well. The Genins and their sensei left the Forest of Death as well, while Fujin's clone and Hiruzen were having their small meeting. Naruto and Sakura rushed straight to the hospital and tried to meet Sasuke, but were denied entry as it was quite late in the day. Before they could create a ruckus, Kakashi appeared and said, "You two are in a hospital. Be quiet." Naruto and Sakura immediately exclaimed, "Kakashi-sensei!" Both immediately rushed to him. Naruto said, "Kakashi-sensei, I need a favor." At the same time, Sakura asked, "Sensei, how is Sasuke? Can we meet him?" Kakashi answered, "Sasuke is fine, but needs rest. He is still asleep, so there is no point in seeing him right now." "Naruto, I already know what you're about to ask, so I have already found someone to oversee your training." Naruto immediately replied, "Huh, I want you to train me." "I've got other things on my mind. I wouldn't be able to give you my full attention." Kakashi replied immediately. However, Naruto wasn't convinced. He looked at Kakashi suspiciously and said loudly, "Let me guess, you're training Sasuke, right?" Sakura asked, "Is that true, sensei?" Kakashi immediately said, Now, don't complain, Naruto. I found you an even better teacher than me who can help you improve your specialty considerably." "Sakura, I've found you a teacher who will be more suitable for you as well. For the next month, both of you will train with them." In one voice, both asked in surprise, "Who is it?" Kakashi answered, "Fujin will be overlooking your training, Naruto." Naruto immediately became excited and exclaimed, "Fujin will train me for the next month? That's great." Kakashi sighed in relief and said, "Quieter. We are still in the hospital. As for you, Sakura, you'll be—" "So, she's the one you want me to train, Kakashi?" A sudden voice interrupted Kakashi. Naruto and Sakura both turned around and saw a tall, well-built man with long hair. Naruto and Sakura wondered, "Who is he?" Kakashi introduced him by saying, "Sakura, he is Kurama Illumi. He is an expert in genjutsu and is far better than me at it. He'll teach you how to perform genjutsu and use it properly in battle." Sakura was surprised. She didn't think Kakashi would arrange for her to master genjutsu. Knowing how much she lagged behind Sasuke and Naruto, she immediately resolved, "I'll master genjutsu so that I won't need them to protect me." But her confidence immediately drained away as she recalled who her opponent was. She looked at Kakashi and asked, "Sensei, will genjutsu allow me to fight against Gaara?" Kakashi's right eye twitched as he asked, "Your opponent is Gaara. Who is yours, Naruto? Also, what about Sasuke?" Naruto immediately said that his opponent was Neji, while Sakura explained the matchups to Kakashi. Kakashi thought, "What in the—" "I just said to Fujin that the genins in this batch weren't strong. And now, all of my students have to fight two of the strongest genins in the finals?" Kakashi didn't even entertain the possibility of Sakura defeating Gaara. He sighed and said, "Both of your opponents are troublesome. Sakura, be careful against Gaara. There isn't much you can do to increase your strength by such a large degree in a month. You can only hope that genjutsu works on him and you can cast it before he has a chance to attack you. However, if that doesn't work, forfeit immediately and let the proctor intervene." Sakura nodded. Having seen how terrifying his sand was, she had no confidence in putting up a fight against him. Kurama Illumi overheard their conversation and asked, "Is her opponent so troublesome?" Kakashi nodded and said, "Yes, very. I'll let Sakura tell you everything about him." Illumi nodded. He took Sakura with him while Naruto immediately ran back to his home. Kakashi looked at the backs of his two students and muttered, "Their luck in the exams has finally run out." In the Senju clan compounds, Hiramasa asked with a serious expression, "Lord Third said that?" Renjiro nodded. Hiramasa sighed and said, "A war at this point in time can rapidly expand into a larger war. Our forces have just recovered and a large-scale war at this time won't be good. Luckily, Kiri is still embroiled in a civil war. Otherwise, this could have been a trigger for the next great ninja war." Renjiro nodded and said, "Yes. That's why we will need a swift and decisive victory. Only that will deter Kumo from getting involved. As for Iwa, they'll stay out of it if Kumo doesn't get involved." Hiramasa nodded and said, "Yeah, it's time for us to prepare once again." In the Hyuga clan compounds, Hoka respectfully relayed Hiruzen's orders to Hiyashi. Hiyashi and the other elders of the Hyuga clan became serious. Hiyashi thought, Lord Hage asked us to prepare for a war. That should mean that he thinks that a war is highly likely. A war where our opponents would be Orochimaru and Tsunagakure. He looked at Hoka and asked, You were in the tower in the Forest of Death during the second phase of the exam, right? Hoka nodded and replied, Yes, Lord. Hiyashi asked, Did you see the battle between Suzuki Fujin and Orochimaru? Is it true that Fujin defeated Orochimaru? Also, how strong is Fujin in your opinion? Hiyashi still struggled to believe that Fujin had defeated Orochimaru. As someone who was very close to the rank S level, he knew very well how large the difference was between various rank S ninjas. Orochimaru was someone who could go up against any Kage and put them on their highest guard. For him to be beaten by a 16-year-old ninja without any background was just too shocking. If it wasn't for the fact that several Hyuga ninjas had witnessed Orochimaru running away and reported it to Hiyashi, he wouldn't have believed the news. Hoka answered, I didn't see their battle as I was quite far away. I could just sense the aura of their clashes. They were extremely intense, unlike anything I had ever seen. Fujin fought against Orochimaru by himself. It is true that he defeated Orochimaru and forced him to escape. As for how strong Fujin is, it is honestly hard to say. I haven't seen him go all out for several years. Hiyashi thought, So it is true. However, how did that boy become so strong so quickly without any special technique? Even though Minato was extremely strong as well, he became so due to the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. That jutsu alone made him invincible on the battlefield. Without it, he wouldn't have been able to have the accomplishments that he achieved. If Fujin had a similar technique that granted him superiority on the battlefield, it would have been understandable. However, Fujin has done something even more impressive without any such technique. Hiyashi couldn't make any sense of Fujin's absurd strength, nor could any of the Hyuga elders. Though to be fair, no one could. Even Hiruzen, the one who had the best idea about Fujin's strength, didn't expect Fujin to defeat his former student. He, along with most of the people in Konoha, just accepted it because it was extremely good news for the village, while most outside Konoha prayed for it to be merely propaganda. Hiyashi said, I see. This is great news for the village. He looked at Hoka and added, From what I know, Fujin mostly stays by himself and has very few friends. Since you were in his batch, and also his teammate, you are one of his closest friends. Ensure that you always maintain this friendship. Perhaps it might help the clan sometime in the future. Hoka was surprised. He wondered, he wants Fujin's help? What for? As for the friendship, of course, I'll maintain it. He replied, Yes, Lord. Hiyashi nodded and dismissed Hoka. When he left the room, one of the elders said, Suzuki Fujin, that boy is remarkable. To be able to force Orochimaru to retreat not just once, but twice is a huge achievement. Another elder added, Even though he doesn't have any background, he is very close to Lord Third. Perhaps he might be grooming Fujin to become the next Hokage. I always thought that the son of White Fang might succeed him, but Kakashi is lacking in raw strength when compared to Fujin. A third one said, To be honest, Hoka is quite impressive as well. To become a Junin at just 16 is very impressive. He immediately got a reply, True, but I can sense some hostility from the boy, even though he did very well to hide it. He is not content, presumably due to the caged bird seal. Hiyashi, he might become a threat. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Luso, Zutu, Grant K, Kenny, Pierce, Garama, G21, Bavnik, Mokpok, Rain, and Pervisage for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Prahast, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 646, Inhuman Talent. Chapter 652 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hiyashi, he might become a threat. Everyone became serious. A betrayal from any Hyuga was unacceptable. If anyone dared to do it, they would only have one fate, that is death. However, Hiyashi said, That's understandable. He is young and becoming strong quite rapidly. Being discontent about the seal is rather natural. Were any of you different when you were that age? Hiyashi's question made the elders quiet. In the Hyuga clan, only the clan leader and her successor wouldn't have the caged bird seal. Even though they were called the main family, in reality, there would be less than 5 people in the main family at any point. The only members would be the current clan leader, her children, and any previous clan leaders if they were still alive. Currently, Hiyashi, Hinata, and Hanabi were the only members of the main family. Everyone else, including the elders, was from the branch family. Of course, the elders understood the importance of the seal and no longer hated the main family or viewed it with contempt. They trusted the clan leader completely and hence didn't mind the seal. However, it was true that they too hated having the seal in their youth. Hiyashi added, "He'll mature with age. If needed, we can include his father in the Elder Council. That would reduce and later eliminate any resentment he feels." None of the elders opposed Hiyashi. However, if they knew that Hoka asked Fujin to find a way to remove the caged bird seal, their reaction would have been very different. Hiyashi said, "Anyway, that's enough discussion. It's time to begin preparing for a war." Everyone nodded. Just like the Senju clan, the Hyuga clan began preparing. Neither Suna nor Orochimaru was aware that the 2 largest clans in Konoha had begun preparing. Of course, they weren't the only ones. Hiruzen met up with Shikaku and informed him about Fujin and Kakashi's clash against Kabuto and Orochimaru. In the end, he said, "It's time to eliminate the spies inside the village. What do you think?" Shikaku thought for a few minutes before sighing. He muttered, "Another troublesome matter. It never ends." He looked at Hiruzen and said, "You're right, eliminating the spies would be helpful. We haven't done so for a while. Not to mention, we also have an excellent opportunity." Hiruzen replied, "To verify Fujin's strength, the spies would go to investigate the location of Fujin and Orochimaru's battle even though the risk is high." Shikaku nodded and added, "Yes, we can lay a trap there and secretly restrain everyone who shows up to check that. Once we catch the spies, we can read their memories and then make every village pay dearly." Hiruzen nodded. Installing spies inside Konoha carried a severe risk. Decades ago, Tobirama had exploited it and made every village pay dearly for doing so, after they tried to do so following Hashirama's death. It was why the other villages were extremely careful while doing so. It was only after Hiruzen took a step back during the Hyuga incident and displayed Konoha's weakness that the other villages dared to place more spies inside Konoha. Even though Konoha eliminated the spies they identified, Hiruzen didn't use the same tactic as Tobirama due to Konoha's weak situation, as that would have offended the other villages a lot and irked a response he didn't want to face. However, Konoha had now recovered. They had recruited thousands of young ninjas to compensate for the huge number of deaths in the Third Great Ninja War. The power vacuum created due to the deaths of Aturan Junins during Kyuubi's assault and the Uchiha massacre had been filled by hundreds of ninjas accepted by Hiruzen into the Anbu, advancing to Anbu captain rank. Even the top-level combat ability had recovered with the likes of Fujin, Gai, and Kakashi replacing Minato and Orochimaru. Konoha's lone Jinchuriki had become a ninja as well. Now that Konoha was no longer weak, Hiruzen was about to remind the other villages of how terrifying Konoha was for the spies. Hiruzen commanded, "Implement your plans quickly. This time, no one shall be spared." Seeing Hiruzen's seriousness, Shikaku nodded and immediately got to work. Hiruzen also asked him to start preparing the Nara clan for war and passed the same message to Inoichi and Choza. Hiruzen passed the same instructions to the other clans in Konoha as well. Within the space of an hour, every major clan in Konoha began preparing in secret. The Anbu under Hiruzen's command began preparing as well, though they weren't told the reason for the same. As for the normal civilian ninjas, Hiruzen didn't inform any of them to prevent any spy from realizing that Konoha was preparing for a war. Unaware of any such developments, Naruto rushed to Fujin's house and met with Fujin's clone. He said, "Fujin, Kakashi-sensei said that you'll be overlooking my training for the next month." Fujin's clone replied, "Yes, Naruto. But you are worn out right now. Rest for the night. We'll begin your training tomorrow morning." Naruto was about to pester Fujin's clone to start right away when he noticed a smile on his face. Fujin's clone added, Rest well, Naruto. The training we'll start tomorrow will make Kakashi's training seem like child's play. Naruto involuntarily shivered due to his tone. He thought, okay, maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Without bothering him anymore, Naruto left. As night fell, the clan ninjas intensified their preparations under the cover of darkness, while others fell asleep. A long distance from Konoha, Fujin was still in his base, his hand resting on the head of Kabuto's corpse. Some distance away were 6 shadow clones who were writing in a scroll. On the table in front of them were 42 scrolls, each one completely filled. Fujin sighed and muttered. He didn't know how to perform the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Oh well, I should have expected it. He has been spying inside Konoha for 4 years, meaning he was only 15 years old when Orochimaru placed him here. He wouldn't give Kabuto such a deadly jutsu back then. I guess he would have learnt it soon in the future and improved it after Orochimaru's death. Even though Fujin didn't get what we wanted the most, there wasn't any sadness on Fujin's face. On the contrary, a smile could be seen despite his earlier sigh. Why was he smiling? The reason was rather obvious. Fujin looked at Kabuto's dead body and muttered, "Even though I am an acceptable medical ninja with very good healing capabilities, I have to admit that I am nowhere near his league. His talent in medical ninjutsu and human biology was inhuman. If Tsunade had taken him along with her instead of Shizune, Konoha would have had a terrifying shinobi. To think that a talent of this level was forced to betray Konoha due to Danzo." For someone who claimed to only work for the well-being of the village, Danzo was the biggest threat to Konoha's rank S ninjas. His actions caused Shisui to commit suicide, forced Itachi to act as a rogue ninja, and made Kabuto into a terrifying enemy. Fujin thought, if Danzo didn't exist, or if Hiruzen had not been soft and eliminated him, then perhaps Konoha might have had 3 terrifying rank S ninjas among their ranks at this moment. And all 3 of them would have been fiercely loyal to the village. It's so absurd that Konoha would become the laughingstock if this information was spread around. Not to mention, this is just the information I am aware of and after Minato's death. Who knows how many such promising ninjas were ruined by Danzo when he was at his peak? Fujin stored Kabuto's body back in the scroll while thinking, oh well, that's none of my business. If they were in Konoha, then it would have disturbed my plans. Regardless, time to focus on the main thing. Even though I didn't get Edo Tensei Jutsu, Kabuto was a treasure trove of information. His knowledge of medical ninjutsu is several times better than what Yoshi and others taught me. Though I need to practice, I'll be able to improve quite easily with time. As for his ability to study dead bodies, that might be comparable or even superior to Tsunade's. It might even allow me to study Zankoku's body and get some hints about how those seals have fused with his body. So I might have some hope of learning it even without reviving that bishop. However, reaching Kabuto's level of mastery will need some time and a lot of practice. Perhaps several months or even a year with the help of my shadow clones. A better option would have been to recruit him into the Phantom Haven and put him in charge of the medical division, or perhaps even the whole branch. A shame that he was so loyal to Orochimaru. Fujin created another 6 shadow clones who began writing down the information he obtained from Kabuto's memories. While they did so, he began removing all traces of him and Kabuto from the base. Elsewhere, a ninja was stealthily moving towards the Forest of Death using the cover of the night. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Calbear, G21, Nathan, Drew, Sukhdeep, Aman, Razgriz, Cypher, and N for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 647, Trapping the Spies. Chapter 653 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In the darkness of the night, a ninja stealthily entered the Forest of Death, while thinking, as I expected, the security around the Forest of Death is very low. Considering its massive size, Konoha would need to deploy a lot of manpower to properly keep an eye on this training ground. I can complete my mission with little obstacles. Still, I need to be careful in case someone from the Inuzuka, Hyuga or Yamanaka clan is present here. The ninja continued moving stealthily while looking for something in the Forest of Death. After around an hour and a half, he finally found what he was looking for. He continued hiding among the trees while looking at the area burnt down by Fujin during his fight against Orochimaru. The destruction in front of him left the ninja shocked. With a solemn expression, he thought, "There is no doubt about it. There was a massive battle here. Only rank S ninjas can leave behind the destruction of this scale." He quickly analyzed all the available information, and even checked the canal left behind by Fujin's Wind Dragon Jutsu. He concluded, "Even though there are signs of battles, I can't say for sure whether Fujin defeated Orochimaru or not. I can't say whether Fujin fought alone or whether Orochimaru was ganged up on either. However, considering what happened last evening, it is most likely true. I was lucky enough to be close to that spot. Though I didn't witness Orochimaru and Fujin clash, there is little doubt that Orochimaru ended up running away. Since it happened last evening, there is no reason that it might not have happened 5 days ago. I need to report all of this to Raikage-sama. He'll make the final call." He quickly moved away from that spot and found another hiding spot. He quickly wrote an encrypted message with all the details, attached it to a messenger bird he summoned and sent it flying towards Kumogakure. He sneakily began making his way out of the forest and reached its border when he suddenly realized, "There is someone ahead, and they have sensed me." Instead of panicking and trying to escape in futility, he continued moving forward confidently. Within seconds, he saw 2 Hyuga waiting ahead. The Hyuga ninjas muttered, "Are you from the Yamanaka clan?" The spy had blonde hair like the Yamanaka clan members and the Yamanaka clan crest on his clothes. Even his appearance was quite similar to theirs. Of course, he looked like that because he had used transformation jutsu long before he decided to approach the Forest of Death. The spy smiled kindly and said in a friendly manner, "Our clan leader sent me here to take a look at the battlefield. I hope that it wasn't an issue." One of the Hyuga ninjas said, "Lord Hokage has ordered this training ground to be sealed off and prevent others from entering. Please ask Lord Inoichi to not send any more ninjas here." The spy smiled and said, "Yes, of course. I'll be on my way." He walked past the Hyuga ninjas, happy that he had successfully managed to fool them. He had just taken a couple of steps when his instincts suddenly warned him. Unfortunately, before his body could move, 2 fingers jabbed into his back right behind his heart. He looked behind in disbelief and lost consciousness before he could say anything. At the same time, his transformation was dispelled and his real appearance could be seen. One of the Hyuga ninjas said, "He was very good at acting. If it wasn't for Lord Hokage's trap, I might not have suspected him." The other replied, "Yeah, however, it's all over for him now. Ibiki will make him regret the day he decided to become a spy inside Konoha." The 2 restrained the spy and gave him to other Chunins who were responsible for transporting the spies to Konoha's torture and interrogation department. Some distance away, the messenger bird sent by the spy was intercepted and captured as well, and Konoha got the scroll he was sending. 15 such incidents happened during the night. 2 of the spies were from Kirigakure, with 1 from each faction. 5 were from Iwagakure, and 8 were from Kumogakure. As for Sunagakure, they didn't deploy their spies since Baki had an official reason for going into the Forest of Death. On the other hand, the minor villages didn't dare to irk Konoha by deploying spies there, so they were spared. Regardless, the number of spies inside Konoha was heavily cut down in a single night. Shikaku and Hiruzen had accurately predicted their reactions and took advantage of the opportunity provided by Fujin's display of strength. And this was just the first step. All the captured spies were brought to the TNI department stealthily using the cover of the night. No one was aware that Konoha had captured so many spies. Several seals were inscribed on each of their bodies to ensure that they wouldn't be able to resist or commit suicide. An Anbu ninja rushed to the Hokage's office and reported Hiruzen and Shikaku, who were still working despite the time, about their progress. Hiruzen said, "Good work." Continue monitoring the Forest of Death in case there are more spies trying to see the aftermath of the battle. Ask Ibiki to start reading the memories of the spies and provide me with the reports by this evening." The Anbu ninja nodded and quickly left. In the T&I department, 15 Yamanaka clan ninjas began reading the memories of the unconscious spies. That was the second step of Hiruzen's plan. Early in the morning, Fujin was woken up by an excited Naruto. The warning given by his clone the previous day was long forgotten. Fujin lazily opened the door as Naruto exclaimed, "Fujin, it's T..." "Huh? You just woke up?" Ignoring his question, Fujin yawned and asked, "Are you still wearing the training seal I gave you?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, I have increased it to the max level." Fujin said, "Good. Take it off and equip this one." Naruto followed Fujin's instructions and replaced his old seal while asking, "What's the difference between this and the old seal?" Fujin made a hand seal while saying, "Your previous seal had a max pressure of 50 kilograms. This one has a max pressure of 500 kilograms. 10 times higher? Ugh!" Naruto immediately crouched down and placed his hands on the ground while thinking, "This is nuts!" Fujin continued, "I have increased the pressure of the seal to half its maximum capacity. For the next 3 hours, you'll follow Kakashi's physical training workout and complete it without falling short. If you manage that, I'll teach you a trick that might allow you to defeat not just Neji, but also Sasuke." Naruto became excited at the prospect of defeating both Neji and Sasuke. However, his excitement fizzled out in an instant as he asked, "How can I do that when I can barely move?" With a lot of effort, Naruto managed to get to his feet. As for training, that was out of the question. Fujin asked, "Why aren't you using your chakra to assist you?" Naruto was surprised and asked, "We can do that." Fujin nodded and said, "Try it. My training seal is twice as strong as yours, and I use it at its maximum power. Yet it doesn't affect me much. Circulate your chakra through your entire body and use it to help yourself move, just like you do it while climbing a tree or walking on water." Naruto followed Fujin's instructions. He failed a couple of times before finally succeeding. He began moving normally and said, "This is incredible. I have never tried anything like this." Fujin chuckled and said, "In the future, try to incorporate this into your training. It'll improve your taijutsu as well as chakra control considerably. Anyway, run along now. Complete your training as I said. Don't slack off, I'll know. I'll see you later." Naruto followed Fujin's instructions and went into the training ground opposite their compound. Fujin watched him go and yawned while thinking, "It's a good thing that he isn't very bright. I can get another 2.5 hours of sleep." Fujin had been reading Kabuto's memories until late at night. He only wrapped everything up by 1:30 a.m., and Naruto showed up at 5 a.m. While he could function properly even with that little sleep, he didn't have a reason for doing so. He turned around and went to bed. Just like Fujin, another person was woken up at 5 a.m. Unlike Fujin, he couldn't go back to sleep. He looked at the report with a stunned expression as he muttered, Scorch release? IN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, but patilsarvsh8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Lazy Dragon. Nah, just Lazy, Jesse, TMM, Pietro, Nigalas, and OA for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 648, Eliminating Fujin. Chapter 654 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Rasa looked at Baki's report with a stunned expression and muttered, Scorch release? He looked at the messenger and commanded, "Call the council meeting right now." The ninja immediately left, seeing Rasa's mood. Rasa looked at the report once again and wondered, how did a Konoha ninja gain Scorch release? Did Pakura have a child with a man from Konoha? He thought for a bit before concluding, no, even though she was foolish, she was very loyal to the village. Not to mention, she was always occupied by the Third Great Ninja War during that time. Could it be that Suzuki Fujin's bloodline had someone with Scorch release? Or did he fuse fire and wind elements to create Scorch release? Both possibilities are rather troublesome to deal with. Hopefully, Gaara, Tamari, and Kankuro were just mistaken. I'll need to confirm this with Orochimaru as well. If he indeed has it, then that boy must die. I won't allow any other village to have scorch release. Even if he doesn't, I'll still eliminate him. He has become too big of a threat to be left alive. After the preliminaries, Baki talked with the Rasa's children and learnt the details of the battle. He was horrified when he heard about the Scorch Dragon that had appeared, followed by the Wind Dragon, which left a massive scar in the Forest of Death. He didn't dare to tarry and sent a message to Rasa as soon as he could. Within a few minutes, the entire Suna Council assembled in their council room. Rasa placed the scroll received from Baki on the table and said, "I just received an update from Baki. My children saw Scorch Release being used during the fight between Orochimaru and Fujin, presumably by Fujin, and Fujin forced Orochimaru to retreat once again. This time it happened inside the village, and Baki believes that it is true." Shock appeared on everyone's faces. Goza muttered in disbelief. Fujin forced Orochimaru to retreat twice? Ryusa added, "Forget about that. How did Konoha get our Scorch Release?" Joseki said, "This is unbelievable. What do we do about our plan? Do we still go forward with it?" Even the experienced ninjas couldn't help but lose control of their emotions, and the council became chaotic as everyone began discussing Suna's next move. Rasa's expression became ugly as he said loudly, "Silence. Why are you panicking so much?" The council immediately quietened down and everyone looked at Rasa. He said, even though Baki sent a report, he hasn't witnessed either of the clashes. Even Gaara and the other two were several kilometers away from where their first clash had happened. So, they are unaware of the specifics as well. We will only learn the truth once I meet with Orochimaru and confront him. Seeing the financial situation of the village, we will have to move forward with our plan unless there is no choice. If we don't, then the daimyo will continue clamping down on us. Besides, irrespective of whether we attack Konoha or not, Suzuki Fujin has to die. Everyone in the council nodded solemnly. Until a few days ago, they hadn't taken Fujin that seriously. Most still didn't believe that the ruckus in their eastern territories was caused by him. It was only when Hiruzen spread the news about Orochimaru's defeat that they considered him more seriously. However, they were still skeptical of the news. Only now did they understand how big of a threat he actually was. No one disagreed with Rasa's words. However, Goza couldn't help but say, "I agree. But how can we kill him? Even someone like Orochimaru couldn't kill him. We should have tried to do so when the Tsuchikage warned us about him. I'm afraid that it is too late by now." Tojiro immediately said, "Even though he is strong, there are still various ways of killing him. The basic way is to lure him out by creating troubles that would force Konoha to deploy him. We can set a trap and kill him by ambushing him with great numbers. Perhaps Lord Kazekage could himself participate in it. If not, then we could poison him during an ambush and eliminate him." Goza replied, "Baki mentioned in the report that he is an excellent medical ninja as well. Using poisons might not work, but you're right. Setting an ambush led by Lord Kazekage might be the only way." Tojiro nodded and added, "Yeah, if it doesn't work, then we will have to use unconventional methods. He is only 16 years old. Considering his young age, perhaps we could try honey trapping him. He is of the age to fall for it. Another option is trapping or capturing a few people close to him and making him rescue them. Or we could set up a situation that appeals to his morals and take advantage of it to sneak attack him when his guard is lowered. After all, compared to us, Konoha ninjas are known to be very soft. Even if he maintains guard, he'll give us a few opportunities." Most in the council agreed with Tojiro's recommendations. Even Rasa felt that those tactics could provide them with an opening. However, Ryusa thought for a bit and said, "It might not be that easy. Don't forget the reputation of the spectral swordsman. He was brutal and heartless despite his young age. I don't think such ruthlessness will tone down with age. If anything, it might be worse now. We can't put him on the same standard as others from Konoha. If we have to, then it might be more appropriate to consider him similar to someone like Danzo, especially considering the shit he pulled off in the eastern part of our country." The council became quiet once again. Tojiro frowned and asked, "What about the ones close to him? Do we have any reports related to that?" Everyone paid attention as Ryusa answered, After getting that message from Tsuchikage, I asked some of our spies to keep an eye on him. However, helplessness appeared on his face as he continued. Spying on his house is very difficult. It is located on the outskirts of Konoha with no one around. As a result, our spies couldn't tarry around his house. At most, they could walk by. And they couldn't do that frequently either. Hence, we barely have any personal information on him. Around a year ago, they began construction around his house and turned it into a compound. The spies believed that the compound could house around a couple hundred people. We don't know who exactly moved in because the spies didn't dare to go around there due to the presence of Anbu ninjas in his compound. Everyone in the council frowned. Even though Ryusa gave some intel, it was useless with regard to how to deal with Fujin. Sajo asked, "What of his squads?" Ryusa answered, "That isn't very helpful either. From our intel, he was part of 3 squads. I checked the intel on all of his teammates. His Junin sensei was Senju Renjiro, and his teammates were Hyuga Hoka and Uchiha Mieko. When he became a Chunin, he joined 2 squads. The first one was the same as his Genin squad, with his classmate Senju Teru replacing Renjiro. The other was a Chunin squad led by Sarutobi Tomotsu. After that, I believe he joined their Anbu and we don't have any information about his teammates." Sajo interrupted him and asked, "That should be sufficient for us to target." "Why did you say that it isn't helpful?" Ryusa answered, "Because of what I was going to say. From his Genin squad, the Uchiha girl died during the Uchiha massacre, and everyone from Tomotsu's squad except him died around 4 to 5 years ago. Even though Tomotsu is alive, he is retired and handicapped. The only ones who are still alive and active are Renjiro, Hoka, and Teru. However, Renjiro is an elite Junin, so capturing him without killing him would be very difficult. Hoka is a Junin, but since he is a Hyuga, capturing him is pointless. I haven't found much information on Teru, so I believe he is in their Anbu and hence almost impossible to track." Goza muttered, "No wonder you said that it isn't useful. There is almost nothing that we could exploit." Tojiro muttered, "His teammates are either dead or sufficiently strong. Is it a coincidence, or did someone in Konoha act in the dark to ensure that he doesn't have any weakness?" Ryusa shrugged and said, "Hard to say. Knowing it wouldn't help us either. Regardless, hoping unconventional means work wouldn't be a good idea, unless we can get more intel about him." Seeing that the morale of the council was low, Rasa said, "Even if there's no guarantee of success, we will still need to try as long as we have a chance. In fact, we need to make an attempt before we put our plans into action. Killing or critically injuring someone like him beforehand will decrease our losses considerably. Irrespective of whether we succeed or not, we need to increase the number of elites that will participate in this attack. Make adjustments to the plan and increase their numbers in any way you can, while giving the highest priority to not alerting Konoha about our movements. In the meantime, I'll arrange a meeting with Orochimaru and confirm the details from him." Everyone in the council nodded. Without wasting any time, everyone got to work. As for the one they were targeting, he was completely unaware that Suna was cooking a scheme to eliminate him. Then again, he didn't particularly care as he expected several villages to try the same. Fujin appeared on the training ground and saw Naruto breathing very roughly. He teasingly asked, "You ran out of breath from such a simple training session? Are you sure you can handle the responsibilities of the Hokage? They are far heavier than the little pressure you are enduring." A tick mark appeared on Naruto's forehead as he exclaimed, "This is nothing. I can do this for the entire month without any rest. Believe it." His false bravado disappeared in an instant, and he looked at Fujin with a dumbfounded expression as Fujin clapped and said, "Good, because this will be your training for the entire month." If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKS Buy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Monkey God Uzwol, Happy FTW, Wild Hunter Jess, Immortal Ancestor Delu, and Khalil for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 649 Training 1. Chapter 655 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. This will be my training for the entire month? Naruto muttered in disbelief and shock. It took half a minute for him to snap out of it. He jumped and complained loudly. No way. Do you want to kill me? Fujin broke out into laughter and said, Be careful of what you say while boasting. You should have seen your face. Ha! Naruto turned his head away and pouted in annoyance at being fooled yet again by Fujin. As soon as he did so, he noticed 5 kids running towards them. They stepped right next to him. Sayaka said, Sensei, we're here. Yuji looked at Naruto and said, Looks like you got here before us, Naruto. Naruto looked at them and asked, Will you guys be joining the training too? That's cool. Before any of them could answer, Fujin said, That's enough chit-chat. They are here to learn, as well as to help you prepare for the exam. He deactivated Naruto's training seal and asked, Naruto, are you ready for your real training for the Chunin exam? Naruto immediately forgot about the previous prank and said excitedly, I am! Believe it! What jutsu are we training? Fujin's students were curious as well. Fujin said, Before we begin, I wanted to ask you something. According to you, which jutsu is better? A rank C jutsu or a rank A jutsu? Naruto confusedly asked, Wouldn't rank A jutsus obviously be better? What sort of question is that? Fujin glanced at his students as well and asked, What do you guys think? Sayaka, Hikari, Takeshi, and Shoma answered, Rank A jutsus. Only Yuji thought for a few seconds and answered, Rank C jutsus. All 5 kids looked at him. Naruto asked curiously, Why do you say that? The others were curious as well. Even Fujin wondered what he was thinking. With a smug expression, Yuji answered, Sensei wouldn't ask such a simple question, so it is obviously a trick question. That's why I said rank C. All the 5 kids looked at his smug face with a deadpan expression. Fujin chuckled and said, Not bad thinking, Yuji. Unfortunately, you're incorrect. Yuji's smug look disappeared. He asked, What is the right answer then? Fujin smirked and replied, The correct answer is that both have their advantages and disadvantages. Hence, neither is better than the other, so none of you were correct. All 6 of them stared at Fujin with deadpan expressions. Yuji said, That's such a boring answer. Sayaka said, Yeah, it's too diplomatic, Sensei. What use is diplomacy to us? Fujin chuckled and said, On the contrary, diplomacy is very helpful for any ninja, young lady. You should always know how and when to be diplomatic. Naruto annoyingly said, We are ninjas. Why would we engage in diplomacy instead of fighting? Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, What Hokage do you want to be if you don't want to do diplomacy? Naruto immediately shut up after that question. Fujin turned his gaze towards all of his students and said, Irrespective of whether you become someone in a position of power, or if you just focus on combat and missions, diplomacy, along with negotiations, will always be useful to you. During missions, you may find yourself in a situation where you can't defeat your opponent, or you could be in a situation where you don't want to engage in a battle. Perhaps you want to chase after something and want the person obstructing you to give way without combat. Or you could be facing multiple opponents whom you can't defeat together and may want to turn them on each other so that you have a chance at victory. In all such situations, diplomacy will help you. You might be able to get your job done with the least amount of effort. Naruto and Fujin's students paid careful attention to Fujin's words. Knowing how experienced Fujin was, they valued his words a lot. A sly smile appeared on Fujin's face as he added, And of course, if you think that diplomacy isn't working, you could suddenly attack and kill your opponents before they know that they are under attack. Everyone's eyes widened. None of them expected Fujin to say something like that. Naruto muttered, Isn't that unfair? Fujin chuckled and said, You're a ninja. Why do you want to play fair? Hit the enemy when they least expect it, and win your battles while ensuring that no one does the same to you. Fujin's students thought for a bit and nodded. Naruto nodded as well, but he still wasn't entirely sure. Fujin said, Anyway, we've gone off topic. Naruto, you can use the Great Breakthrough Jutsu, correct? Naruto nodded. Fujin asked, If another ninja can use the Great Breakthrough Jutsu as well, will both your jutsus be equally powerful? Naruto instinctively answered, They should be. Wait! As he was answering, he recalled his previous interactions with Fujin. He corrected his answer. Normally they should be, But the wind jutsus you use are much stronger than mine. Why is that? Fujin nodded and asked in return, "Good observation. Why do you think it is so?" Naruto immediately began thinking. After half a minute, he answered, "I initially thought that it was just because you are good at it due to having practiced a long time. However, no matter how much I practice, I can't seem to improve them to your level." Fujin nodded and said, "You're correct. Though practice plays a part, the reason why my jutsus are stronger is due to another factor. Can any of you guess what that factor is?" Fujin asked his students. They thought for a bit before shaking their heads. Fujin answered, "That factor is the amount of chakra used to create the jutsu." Naruto asked, "Chakra? What do you mean?" Fujin answered, "I can infuse more chakra into the jutsu than normally required. That is why my jutsus seem so much more powerful." Naruto's eyes widened. He asked, "You can do that? That's so cool. Wait, will you teach that trick to me?" Naruto immediately became excited. He had long been a fan of how destructive Fujin's jutsus were. After learning the Great Breakthrough Jutsu, he trained for a long time to emulate Fujin's destruction, but failed to do so. The 5 Kiri orphans also became excited to learn it. If they could increase the scale of their Kekkei Genkai jutsus, then their attacks would become far more terrifying. Fujin replied, "Yes. But first, observe this carefully. I'll show you the difference between the two ways of using the jutsu." Fujin gathered his chakra and said, "This is the normal Great Breakthrough Jutsu." Fujin blew intense winds in front of him. Due to his previous training, the training ground had become quite barren. Only a few lucky or unlucky trees still stood in the interior of the training ground. The branches of those trees waved in the air while a few leaves were broken off and flew a long distance away along with dust and other things on the ground. Other than that, no destruction happened. Fujin asked, "This should be how strong your Great Breakthrough Jutsu is, right, Naruto?" Naruto answered, "Yeah, that's right." Fujin said, "This jutsu consumed a minuscule amount of my chakra. Now I'll display a Great Breakthrough Jutsu that is created with 5% of my chakra." Fujin took a deep breath once again while concentrating 5% of his chakra into the jutsu. A second later, he exhaled intense and sharp winds. The winds immediately tossed a layer of soil into the air and flew away at a very rapid speed. The few remaining trees in the way finally joined their fellow martyrs. Despite standing behind Fujin, all 6 of them felt the winds and covered themselves. Hikari muttered, "That's incredible." Takeshi said, "Yeah, if it was directed at us, we'd be dead." Sayaka agreed and said, "Yeah, I don't think my defenses would hold." Meanwhile, Naruto exclaimed, "That's only 5% of his chakra? This is nuts." Fujin ignored the commotion in front of him and said, "The technique of infusing more chakra into a jutsu is called supercharging a jutsu. Of course, not all supercharged jutsus are the same. Their effect will vary depending on how much chakra you infuse into the jutsu. There is another thing you need to consider. Even though the destruction and power are very high, it does have 2 drawbacks. The obvious one is that your chakra will run out faster if you use it repeatedly. During a battle, you'll only be able to use this a few times, so only use it when you know it can give you the best results. Which is the second drawback. AN initially had written Fujin training just Naruto, realized later that it would be a good opportunity to show Fujin guiding his students as well, and teach them supercharging jutsus too. Granted, it won't be very beneficial for them at this stage due to limited chakra. So rewrote the chapter. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvesh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Reaper, Leonardo, Dingus Aldar, Sal, Kayet, and Hofi, Eric, Earth General, Jorge, and Javier for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 50 Training. Chapter 656 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What is the second drawback? Fujin's students and Naruto thought for a bit. While they did so, the commotion created by Fujin's jutsu finally settled down. Sayaka glanced at it and her eyes widened. She said, "I understand. The scale and the power of the jutsu is a drawback in itself. We can target a normal jutsu at our enemies, but a supercharged jutsu might hit our allies or any other bystanders. There will be a lot of collateral damage. Fujin replied, "That's right. Due to the increased power, the supercharged jutsus will hit everything in its path. If your teammates or allies are nearby, or your enemies have hostages who you want to rescue, then you'll have to be very careful while using this technique." Everyone nodded. They imagined themselves getting hit by Fujin's supercharged Great Breakthrough Jutsu and shivered. None of them wanted to be in the way of such an attack or see their friends get hit by it. Fujin continued, "Of course, you'll be able to control even supercharged jutsus perfectly with training. However, that takes several years to master, and your chakra control will have to be far better than your current levels. So remember these drawbacks for now. Anyway, we've talked plenty. It's time to learn it. Who all want to master this technique?" As Fujin was speaking, his eyes widened momentarily before going back to their normal size. None of the kids noticed it, and they shouted that they wanted to learn it. Fujin thought, "I was sensed. Someone sensed me. However, it wasn't a chakra field, nor was it that pervert ball." Fujin's gaze fell on Naruto as he realized, "I guess Jiraiya is finally in the village to look for Naruto. That was probably a senjutsu-based sensing technique. Well, if he's here, then I have to pull that off, hey?" Fujin barely took a second to analyze who sensed him. He chuckled at the reactions of the 6 kids in front of him and said, "Due to the nature of this technique, all of you can't train at the same place. This training ground is a bit too small for all 6 of you to practice at the same time." The 6 of them immediately looked at the training ground. Yuji muttered, "More than small, it is too sad." Hikari agreed with him. "Yeah, other than trees on the outskirts of the training ground, it is almost completely barren." Naruto looked around and said, "The training ground has become like this once again. Doesn't Grandpa Hokage say anything? Also, how do the trees recover every time?" Fujin chuckled and said, "On the contrary, he promotes using training grounds to their full extent so that we can train and become stronger. Besides, such things are very common when you train. If he begins nitpicking, then no one would use training grounds and the strength of our ninjas will decrease." A bewildered expression appeared on Naruto's face as he wondered, "Is it really so common? Our training ground never once suffered so much even though we trained for so long." Fujin replied, "Anyway, no need to bother with this. I'll ask him to transplant trees here once again. He won't mind." Naruto and the rest nodded. They had frequently experienced the phenomenon of the training ground transforming from a barren wasteland to a lush green place filled with dense trees. Of course, they didn't know that a certain someone would be completely spent due to having to undertake such an arduous task. Fujin created 5 shadow clones and left them with his students to oversee their training in the training ground. Meanwhile, Fujin took Naruto to the riverbank to train in the open space present there. Fujin thought, in the original story, he was perving around the hot springs. However, it's safe to say that it wasn't a coincidence. He must have sensed Naruto in the same way, but Ebisu couldn't detect it for obvious reasons. "Oh well, I wonder if he'll approach me openly or whether he'll still perv around." Fujin's thought process was broken by Naruto, who asked, "How do I supercharge my jutsu?" Fujin looked at him and said, "Well, before I teach you that, I'll teach you a new jutsu. It's a rank B jutsu called Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. It's the more advanced version of Great Breakthrough Jutsu, and the jutsu I use most frequently. In the future, use this one instead." Naruto became puzzled and asked, "Didn't you just say that the rank of the jutsu doesn't matter? Why are you teaching me a higher rank jutsus then?" Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, "When did I say that? I just said that both have their advantages and disadvantages. A higher rank jutsu is generally more refined and doesn't have the shortcomings that lower rank jutsu does. In return, they consume a higher amount of chakra. For instance, the winds generated by the Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu are a lot sharper and more intense as compared to the Great Breakthrough Jutsu. When you are facing too many enemies or an enemy who is quick on his feet, this jutsu will be much better. There is another thing you need to remember." Naruto paid attention as Fujin asked, "Did you notice that you're able to last much longer than others during training or fighting?" Naruto immediately nodded and said, Yes, I can train much longer than Sakura and even Sasuke. Fujin said, That's because your chakra reserves are huge. Despite your young age, your chakra reserves are one of the highest in the village. That's the reason why I decided to teach you this technique. Unlike others, you can infuse a high amount of chakra into the jutsu and increase its power beyond what should normally be possible. In addition, you won't run out of chakra as easily as others would. Naruto's eyes widened. He exclaimed, No way! How much chakra reserves do I have? How much higher is it than Sasuke's? Fujin smiled and answered, Forget Sasuke, your chakra reserves are slightly larger than even mine. There aren't many ninjas with larger chakra reserves than mine in the village. And you're only 12. By the time you become 16, your chakra reserves will surpass everyone else in the village by a substantial level. Naruto immediately exclaimed in shock and happiness, Holy crap, I'm awesome! Fujin chuckled and said, Yeah. Even though your talent in other aspects is quite bad, you beat others in terms of chakra by a large margin. Naruto's happiness decreased slightly as he dejectedly asked, Did you have to put it in such a way? Fujin chuckled and replied, Well, I have to ensure that you stay grounded. Besides, having a large amount of chakra isn't that useful if you don't know how to take advantage of it. So practice earnestly. The technique of supercharging jutsus will allow you to stand apart from your peers. Pay attention. I'll show you the hand seals of infinite breakthrough jutsu. It's quite similar to the great breakthrough jutsu, so you have to master it by the end of the day. Tomorrow, we will practice supercharging. Naruto nodded and observed Fujin carefully. Fujin explained to him the workings of the jutsu, displayed the hand seals, and showed how to perform them. Naruto immediately began practicing it. While Naruto began training, Jiraiya reached Fujin's compound while thinking, So this is the house of the boy Sensei told me so much about. Why does he live on the outskirts? There is nothing interesting here. A frown appeared on Jiraiya's face as he muttered, Something feels weird. He concentrated chakra in his eyes as he focused on Fujin's house. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped. The book he was holding fell to the ground as his hands forgot to hold on to it. He shouted, Which lunatic did this? The light coming from the seals was so intense that Jiraiya could see nothing but the seals. Forget Fujin's house, even the compound walls weren't visible. Jiraiya's throat became dry as he muttered in disbelief. How many seals are here? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Or hundreds of thousands? And Naruto lives here. Jiraiya gathered his thoughts and wondered, Did Sensei order this, or was it that boy? So many seals. Did they want to hold the 9 tails here in case he ever broke out of Naruto? Or does Sensei want to imprison all 9-tailed beasts here? No matter how Jiraiya tried to analyze, he couldn't make any sense of the sight in front of him. He thought, I'll have to discuss it with Sensei. Even though there weren't any passers-by near Fujin's compounds, Jiraiya's outburst attracted the attention of a few Anbu ninjas who flickered on the walls to see who it was. On realizing that it was Jiraiya, they respectfully greeted him before continuing their duties. Seeing that one of their sanins returned to the village, their morale increased. Jiraiya thought to himself, I need to meet with Naruto. He turned his head away from Fujin's compounds and looked towards the training ground on the opposite side of his house. He was about to take a step when his feet suddenly froze. He muttered, Why does the training ground feel odd as well? His eyes glowed once again as he observed the training ground. The book that he had just picked fell down again as disbelief appeared on his face yet again. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link uw.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI Google Pay. Padil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Julian and Devon, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 651. Mysteries. Chapter 657 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Jiraiya once again picked up his book without taking his eyes off the training ground. He wondered, what has been happening in the village? I can understand someone protecting a compound, but why do the training grounds also have thousands of seals? If I hadn't used nature chakra to detect, I might not even have detected Naruto inside this dense network of seals. Let me see what he is doing inside. Jiraiya became completely still. Small amounts of nature chakra entered his body and mixed with his chakra. Around half a minute later, his eyes began transforming and started looking similar to that of the toads. However, since the amount of nature chakra he absorbed was so low, he didn't gain other features of the toads. Of course, this low amount of nature chakra wasn't sufficient for Jiraiya to enter Sage Mode. It wasn't very useful in combat either. Instead, it served just one purpose, that is, to sense. While sensing using nature chakra took a longer time and restricted his mobility temporarily, it had several advantages. For starters, other sensors wouldn't detect anyone sensing them. This made it perfect for undercover missions, which Jiraiya frequently undertook, be it for the village or himself. More importantly, traditional seals couldn't block nature chakra-based sensing techniques. Had Jiraiya used other means to sense Naruto, he would have never been able to sense him within that training ground, as it blocked everything other than Fujin's space-time sensing technique and senjutsu-based techniques, since Fujin didn't have the seals to negate them. Jiraiya was surprised that Naruto was no longer in the training ground. Instead, he sensed him some distance away near the river. He thought, so, Naruto is training there now. He seems to be training some kind of wind jutsu. The one next to him must be Suzuki Fujin. Jiraiya's eyes returned to normal as he thought, I'll go there instead. That place is far better than either of these two. Jiraiya began walking towards it while thinking, still, I didn't expect to see such sights on returning to the village. People celebrating openly about a 16-year-old ninja defeating Orochimaru twice, a house hidden behind thousands of seals without anything suspicious inside it, and 5 kids practicing Kekkei Genkai that shouldn't be in Konoha. Life is full of mysteries. Perhaps I should use some of it for my next story. A young princess is imprisoned by her father in such a house, while her prince goes through hell to reunite with her. Yeah, that book should be a total hit. Jiraiya immediately noted down his ideas for his next book while planning a few more research trips. A couple of minutes after Jiraiya left, an Anbu guard entered the compound. He wanted to meet Fujin, but discovered that Fujin wasn't there. So he quickly passed a message to Monkey before leaving. Monkey went to the training ground to inform Fujin about the message. At the riverbank, Fujin was watching Naruto train when he received memories of his shadow clone. He thought, Hiruzen wants to see me? Is this in regards to what he said yesterday? Fujin created a shadow clone to watch over Naruto's training and flickered towards the Hokage building. Elsewhere, confusion could be seen on Orochimaru's face. If any of his subordinates were next to him, they would have been surprised to see such an expression on the face of their master. Orochimaru muttered, "Where is Kabuto? Why haven't I heard from him yet?" Orochimaru expected Kabuto to find him soon after. After all, Kabuto's cover had been blown. He didn't have any reason to stay inside Konoha. Knowing that they had to prepare an assault against Konoha, Kabuto should have been by Orochimaru's side, assisting him with everything. Yet, not only had he not returned to his side, he hadn't even sent a message to Orochimaru. The first question Orochimaru had was whether Kabuto was captured by Konoha. However, he quickly analyzed, no, that shouldn't be the case. I only left after I couldn't track him anymore. Fujin and Kakashi shouldn't have been able to track him either. And Sensei was still in the tower. Besides, even if they tracked him, they wouldn't be able to capture him silently. The battle would have attracted the attention of everyone in Konoha. So they wouldn't be able to keep it silent, and I would have received reports by now. Unless Kabuto has betrayed me. Orochimaru wasn't sure about this speculation. He thought, Kabuto is very loyal to me. In spite of how he acts, I'm sure he would have willingly given his body to me and would have felt honored had I asked. However, he does have a history of switching sides. But what could Konoha have offered to him to make him betray me? Orochimaru thought for a long while, but couldn't come up with any reasonable guess. He thought, no, that shouldn't be the case. I have a feeling that something else is happening. Something very fishy. But what could it be? For an unexplainable reason, Fujin's face appeared in Orochimaru's mind. But he didn't have anything that could lead him to believe that Fujin was involved. After all, from Orochimaru's perspective, even though Fujin was strong, he was just an ordinary Konoha ninja who was influenced by Hiruzen like the rest. Unaware of Orochimaru's thoughts, Fujin reached Hiruzen's office. To his surprise, 2 genins and 1 junin from Kusagakure were present in his office. He identified them quite easily and looked at Hiruzen, wondering why he had been called. Hiruzen noticed his gaze and said, "Fujin, this is Kurokusa Hane. He is the junin sensei of this Kusa squad. He wanted to inquire about something with you." Fujin turned his gaze towards Hanae and thought, is he here for Karen? Considering her ability, it isn't strange for Kusa to be concerned. Though if they were that concerned, why did they even send her here with such weak teammates? Fujin's gaze made Hanae tense. Had it been anyone else, he could have tried to be more aggressive to get more information. However, in front of the spectral swordsman who recently defeated Orochimaru, he didn't dare to show any aggression. Hanae respectfully said, "As you know, their squad also had a girl along with them. Unfortunately, they separated on the 2nd day, and they weren't able to find her afterwards. I was wondering if you know anything about this or her whereabouts." Fujin replied casually, "If she's missing for so long, she is probably dead. It is rather common in the Forest of Death. As for her whereabouts, do you think I was there to babysit the genins?" Hanae immediately replied, "No, of course not. However, this exam wasn't natural. After all, Orochimaru interfered in the exam. If he targeted Karen, she wouldn't have any chance against him." Fujin replied, "I fought Orochimaru on the very first day. He didn't enter the Forest of Death again. Since she went missing on day 2, he shouldn't have anything to do with this." Fujin turned his gaze towards the 2 genins and asked, "When did you last see her? And how were you separated?" Seeing their sensei acting subserviently had spooked the genins. Fujin's fierce gaze made them sweat in fear. Both felt that their heads would roll if they lied. They immediately spilled all the beans. Fujin looked at them disdainfully and said, "You left your teammate by herself in that dangerous forest and have the gall to come here and ask us for explanations? Did you even attempt to look for her, or did you just ignore the fact that she was missing?" The Janins immediately answered, "We tried to look for her, but couldn't find her. Instead, we just found her clothes, spectacles, some dried blood, and some strands of her hair." Hanae's expression became ugly as he saw the Janins spill everything. However, he didn't blame them. Facing both Fujin and Hiruzen at the same time was extremely demanding for him despite his experience. For 2 inexperienced genins, it was impossible to resist either of them. Fujin turned his gaze towards Hanae and said, "Looking at the evidence, I'm afraid that there isn't much Konoha can do. She should have been long dead and perhaps in the belly of some wild beast by now." Hanae nodded unwillingly and said, "I understand. Thank you for cooperating with us." He looked at Hiruzen and thanked him as well before leaving. Fujin waited for them to leave before turning to Hiruzen and saying, "That was strange. Since when did Kusa start worrying about a genin who couldn't even survive in the forest? If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on Google Pay, Piddle Sarvesh 8 at OT, and read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Extra Thick, Julian, Joe, Little Lantern, and J Rogue for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 652, Intense Negotiations. Chapter 658 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Since when did Kusa start worrying about a genin? Fujin asked with such a straightforward face that he would be the last person anyone would suspect. Hiruzen answered, "The identity of the genin was a bit special. She was from the Uzumaki clan and had an excellent healing ability." Fujin frowned and asked, "The Uzumaki clan... What was she doing in Kusagakure then? Considering our history, shouldn't we have taken in all Uzumaki survivors?" Hiruzen sighed and answered, "Apparently her mother took refuge there. Unfortunately, by the time I knew about their existence, they realized how useful her ability was and exploited her to their full limit while keeping her protected all the time. The only way to rescue her was to massacre too many Kusa ninjas, which wasn't wise at that time. She died a few years ago, and her daughter took over that role. They've been exploiting her since then. Fujin displayed a thoughtful expression and said, "That's a shame. You should have told me about it sooner. Perhaps we could have made some arrangements for her and inducted her into the Anbu like the rest of the kids." Hiruzen became serious and said, "Fujin, you shouldn't look at every situation through the same lens. Kidnapping any participating genin in the Chunin exam is something that should never be done, irrespective of who it is. Even if we hide that genin in the Anbu, the secret will be out sooner or later. Once it is out, every enemy village will use it as an opportunity to drag our reputation through the mud. Our allies will become fearful of our intentions, and will stop sending their talented genins to the Chunin exams. And when our genins go to other villages to participate, they will make a move on our talented genins. As a result, the Chunin exam will lose its meaning, while our alliances will become extremely fickle and untrustworthy. It would be a huge blow for the village when the next great war breaks out. If you want to kidnap and induct anyone from outside Konoha, then you need to do it when they are outside Konoha. No, outside the Land of Fire. That way, even if anyone points their fingers at us, we can make up any story to make it seem like we're the good guys. For instance, had I known about these two Uzumakis before Kusa recognized their importance, I would have sent Anbu to kidnap both of them. We would have brought them to Konoha and kept them hidden. In the future, when Kusa realizes that we have them, I would have made up a story about how some of our ninjas rescued them from their kidnappers, who ran away on seeing Konoha ninjas and said that the mother-daughter pair asked for Konoha's protection. That way, even though they know that the story is made up, they can't do anything about it and could only take that loss." Fujin listened carefully and analyzed, that's true. I hadn't considered the geopolitical impacts of such a move. Though to be fair, I didn't analyze it much and was just saying it just because it was a natural move, and because there is nothing Hiruzen can do about Karen now. Fujin nodded and said, "I hadn't considered those factors. Thank you for letting me know." Hiruzen smiled and said, "You should, in the future. Be it as the leader of a hidden village or as a simple negotiator, you should always consider all aspects so that you don't end up hurting the village in the long term. Anyway, leave this matter. It's too late to discuss in any case. I had another reason for calling you here." Hiruzen got off his chair and said, "Follow me." Hiruzen flickered from the office and Fujin quickly followed him. The Anbu guards chased after them as well, but struggled to keep up. In a minute, Fujin and Hiruzen were standing in front of the same house they stood nearly 6 years ago. Fujin said, "He is early here this time." Loud sounds of metals clashing could be heard as Hiruzen nodded and said, "Yeah, I requested him to come as soon as he could. It's not very often that I do that, so he won't decline my request." Fujin nodded. The two walked towards the house. Hiruzen's heart bled, knowing how much the visit to that house would cost him. But he steeled himself, thinking, even though it'll cost the village a lot, Fujin did defeat Orochimaru. He forced him to retreat twice. Giving him this reward isn't unjustified. Not to mention, it wouldn't look good for Konoha if our most talented youngster doesn't have a good weapon. Fortunately for Fujin, Hiruzen was unaware of the fact that Fujin had the Blade of the Thunder Spirit as well as the Kiba Blades with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to spend so much despite Fujin's amazing feat. As he knocked on the door, Hiruzen thought, oh well, this is just temporary. The village should earn more just by selling a portion of the plots around the guidance hall within the next 6 months. Otomomo opened the door and welcomed Hiruzen and Fujin in. Hiruzen's Anbu guard stayed outside the house. Hiruzen and Fujin walked into the room where an old man dressed in white robes was sitting. Sitting behind him were 4 middle-aged men, all of whom were his apprentices. Hiruzen smiled and said, "It's good to see you still hale and hearty, Fuji Dono. Was your journey peaceful?" Both appeared in Chapter 111. Furutani Fuji greeted back, "It's good to see you still on top of things as usual, Lord Okage. The journey was peaceful thanks to the squad you sent to escort us, but my old bones are finding it hard to continue traveling so much." He looked at Fujin and asked, "Anyway, you called me here on such short notice to make another sword for him, right?" Hiruzen just nodded. Fuji looked at Fujin and asked with a smile on his face, "How do you want your sword to be made this time?" Just like Jiraiya, Furatani Fuji had also heard people speaking about Fujin defeating Orochimaru, so he was far more respectful. Fujin replied casually, "A sword that conducts wind chakra flow seamlessly while being as tough and sturdy as it can be. Use the best materials you can to ensure that these two aspects aren't compromised in any way." Furatani Fuji's eyes widened momentarily, and he looked at Hiruzen. Seeing that Hiruzen didn't contradict Fujin, he thought, "So, Konoha is going all out in creating a sword. The rumors must be true. This kid must have really defeated Orochimaru." He smiled and said, "To create such a sword, making this journey was worth it after all. Let's discuss it in more detail." Fuji immediately informed Hiruzen and Fujin about what materials he could use, what the process would be, the blacksmiths that would be helping him, and other details. They discussed the length, width, and weight of the sword, along with other specifications. After everything had been discussed, they finally began talking about the most important aspect, at least from Hiruzen's perspective. Furatani Fuji analyzed everything and said, "Lord Hokage, considering everything, the cost of the sword will be approximately 370 million ryo." Hiruzen had already expected it, considering the materials that were being used for creating the sword and the number of reputed blacksmiths who'd be working on it. However, that was no reason to agree with the price. A look of disbelief appeared on Hiruzen's face as soon as he heard the price. He said, "That's too expensive, Fujidono. Reduce it." Fujin glanced at Hiruzen and thought, his acting is really good. Knowing him, he must have been aware of what the price would be even before we stepped into this house. While others would feel pressured to face Hiruzen, Furatani Fuji was no slouch. He had decades of experience in negotiating as well and easily saw through Hiruzen's act. However, considering Hiruzen's position, he didn't dare to point it out. Instead, he showed a difficult expression and replied, "Lord Hokage, as you can see, the cost of the materials itself will be very high. Considering the high requirements of the sword and the fact that you require it in less than 3 weeks, I won't be able to do it without the help of other top-tier blacksmiths. Even if I agree to not include any crafting charges for myself, I'll need to pay them a considerable amount to get their help on such short notice." Hiruzen immediately shook his head and said, "On the contrary, considering the high level of sword you'll be crafting, others will be interested to work willingly. After all, it's not every day that you get to create a sword of this level. If they miss this opportunity, who knows when they'll get another one?" Fuji immediately replied, "Even in that case, I won't be able to reduce the price much. At most, I might be able to reduce it to 350 million ryo. Next chapter, A Visit to the Land of Iron. Latest chapter on Pat Rion, A Lone Battle. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Petilsarvish8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Teddy, Terry, Sam, and RGA for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 653, A Visit to the Land of Iron. Chapter 659 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. At most, I might be able to reduce it to 350 million ryo, Fuji said while making an expression as if to indicate that he was giving his kidney away. Of course, the person he was negotiating with wouldn't budge even if someone actually did that. Hiruzen pointed out that the cost of the material would be only 225 million ryo, and started negotiating from that point. For the next half an hour, Fuji's apprentices and Fujin got front row seats to 2 veterans negotiating. Fuji's apprentices thought, "Wow, I didn't know my master could negotiate so well. Even in front of someone like the Hokage, he isn't budging back." Meanwhile, Fujin analyzed, "As expected, his negotiation skills are off the chart. Even though I had major success in Kusa, my negotiation skills were based on the threat of using force. By comparison, Hiruzen hadn't threatened the use of force even once, and yet he has whittled Fuji down to 300 million ryo." While Hiruzen and Fuji were in an intense discussion, Naruto managed to use the infinite breakthrough jutsu correctly for the first time. He immediately came running towards Fujin's clone and said, "Fujin, did you see it? I got the jutsu down already." Fujin's clone was amused by his enthusiasm and replied, "Got the jutsu down already? You just managed to perform it successfully once. By the end of the day, I want to see you perform the jutsu successfully every time." Naruto immediately replied, "I'll get that done as well. Believe it." "Huh? Where are you looking?" As Naruto was speaking, Fujin's clone turned his head and gazed behind him. Naruto followed his gaze and noticed what he was staring at. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he shouted, "Ah! A pervert!" Naruto saw a white-haired man hiding behind a bush and peeking through it at girls having fun near the waterfall. Fujin's clone muttered, "A pervert indeed." He turned his gaze towards Naruto and said, "Let me see how much you've learnt, Naruto. Use your infinite breakthrough jutsu to teach that pervert a lesson." Naruto was surprised. He asked, "Me? I won't be able to control it and might end up hitting everything." Fujin's clone said, "And that's why you need to keep training your jutsus until you have perfect control over them. Only then will you have any chance of becoming an exceptional ninja. Anyway, don't worry for now. I'll direct your jutsu. Observe it carefully. In the future, when your control over the wind improves, you can try doing something similar." Naruto nodded, weaved the hand seals and shouted, "Infinite breakthrough jutsu." At the same time, Fujin's clone emitted a quarter of his chakra into the air and created a mini wind domain, as his chakra was quite limited. I wonder what his next move would be. Even though Jiraiya wasn't looking for a fight, Fujin's little display had intrigued him quite a bit. Unfortunately for him, Fujin's next move would be completely out of his expectations. In the last half hour in Otomomo's house, Fuji had reduced his price to 300 million ryo, while Hiruzen had come up to 270 million ryo. They had been stuck on an impasse. Finally, Hiruzen turned his head towards Fujin and asked, "Fujin, would you like to make a trip to the Land of Iron? I'm sure the blacksmiths would be willing to reduce the prices considerably after meeting you." Fujin immediately became speechless. He thought, in the end, even he resorted to threatening violence. Fuji and his apprentice immediately became tense. They understood clearly what meeting meant. Fuji analyzed, if he has indeed defeated Orochimaru, then no one other than Lord Mifune would be able to stop him. However, that is assuming he fights Mifune head-on. The entire Land of Iron will be restless if he visits there. Even though it is unlikely that the Hokage would carry this threat, I need to tread carefully. To his relief, Fujin replied, "Is it the Land of Iron? Would that be appropriate?" Renjiro-sensei had learnt the samurai saber technique from Lord Mifune. Going in unannounced might not be a good thing. Hiruzen immediately replied, "Oh, who said about going unannounced? Since Mifune taught Renjiro, you can go to pay your respects to him. Perhaps you could even convince him to talk with the blacksmiths to waive off crafting charges." He thought, as expected of the one I selected to lead Konoha's negotiation team. He caught on to what I intended him to say. Fuji, who wanted a way out, immediately said, "Oh, I didn't know you were related to Lord Mifune in such a way. If I tell that to others, I might be able to reduce the price 285 million. However, that is the absolute lowest I could go. I hope you can understand, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen didn't say anything, and just looked at Fuji to increase the pressure. He thought, 285 million. That should be acceptable. I reduced the price by 85 million ryo. That is probably the most I could do. Unless... Seeing that Hiruzen wasn't saying anything, Fuji looked at Fujin and said, "Considering your talent and potential, everyone I know would have been excited to craft a sword for you. In fact, it is the only reason I will be able to convince others. However, Lord Hokage said that you broke your previous sword during your fight against Orochimaru." A smile formed on Hiruzen's face as he thought, he finally used this point. I was worried that he wouldn't. Fuji didn't notice his smile and continued, "I can understand that your opponent was very strong and the sword breaking might be inevitable. However, we blacksmiths feel humiliated when someone breaks our sword. That is why I'll need to work hard to convince others." Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is so humiliating about it? Instead, you should feel proud. My sword cracked when I destroyed Orochimaru's sword of Kusanagi with it. The fact that a sword you crafted achieved it should be a proud moment for you." Fuji's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You destroyed Orochimaru's sword of Kusanagi?" Fujin nodded and said, "His sword was too tough. That is the only reason my sword cracked, and why I emphasize that my next sword should be very tough." Fuji couldn't believe what he was hearing. The toughness of the sword of Kusanagi was well known in the ninja world. Destroying it was unthinkable. He turned his gaze towards Hiruzen and noticed his smile. He immediately realized, shit, he purposely gave me that info so that I would willingly walk into a trap, as expected of someone who has ruled one of the strongest hidden villages for decades. Still, if this is true, then it changes everything. Even though the sword I crafted was good, it was nowhere near the level of the sword of Kusanagi. If he can use it to destroy that sword, what can he achieve with a sword that is among the best? Fuji immediately became excited upon thinking about it. His breathing became rough as he forgot all about profits. He said, "In that case, I might be able to reduce the price even further. I can't make any promises, but perhaps I might be able to lower it to 250 million ryo." Hiruzen smiled and said, "That's good. I'll leave it to you, Fujidono. Please create the sword quickly and bring it to Konoha within 3 weeks." Furutani Fuji nodded. He immediately left Konoha and began making his way to the Land of Iron. Once they were alone again, Fujin said, "That was a good negotiation tactic. First, you lowered the price as much as you could, and then you waited for him to enter into that trap. Once he had stepped in it, you just let his pride of being one of the best swordsmiths do the work for you. I really learned a lot today, Grandpa." Hiruzen was initially smiling on hearing Fujin's praise. However, when he heard Grandpa, a shiver passed through his spine, and he immediately became very alert. He looked at Fujin and wondered, what now? Don't tell me he is going to ask for the 120 million ryo I was able to save. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pilsarvish at OKSB Buy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Emmanuel and Ayub, for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Aaron, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 654, Blowing Up the Pervert. Chapter 660 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What now? Don't tell me he's going to ask for the 120 million ryo I was able to save. Hiruzen wondered fearfully. Raising his guard to the highest level, he said, "I'm glad you learned something. In the future, when you lead more negotiation missions for the village, I expect you to save or earn a lot of money for the village as well." Fujin replied, "Yeah, I understand. Though, to be entirely honest, it's not the money I'm worried about. I can't shake off the feeling that there will be a battle in the future." Hiruzen was surprised by his words and looked carefully at him. On one hand, he was relieved that Fujin wasn't asking for anything and was instead thinking about the village. On the other hand, Fujin's words raised his concerns as well. He had been feeling that something was about to happen even before the Chunin exams started. A frown formed on Fujin's face as he continued speaking. "Do we really have no counter for Orochimaru's skin-shedding technique? How are we supposed to fight him if he always recovers to perfect health? The only possible counter I could come up with was fighting him till he ran out of chakra. However, he is very good at using the reverse summoning jutsu. He'll escape long before he reaches that stage. He can just wait until he recovers and attack again. If he intends to cause harm to the village, then it is only a matter of time before we suffer." Fujin's words made Hiruzen sigh in fatigue. He had been considering how to deal with Orochimaru ever since Orochimaru and Fujin fought in the Forest of Death. Fujin observed his reactions while thinking, "I've already asked for all the jutsus I could from him. The only ones left that I know of are Edo Tensei and Dead Demon Consuming Seal. However, I know that he won't give either of the techniques to me. One is too dark and deadly, while the other is suicidal. That said, who knows what sort of technique he and others have created in the dark and kept a secret from everyone else? If I can get any more strong jutsus from him, then it would be a nice bonus." Unfortunately for Fujin, Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Sadly, there is no counter. Even seals wouldn't work against him. The jutsu had the drawback of requiring too much chakra and exhausting him physically, but he seems to have improved upon those limitations. The only way to stop him would be to kill him in one blow, and hence not allow him to use this technique. Fujin said, "That is extremely difficult as well. His physique is much stronger than ours. Had he been normal, he wouldn't have survived my shadow clone explosion jutsu. My final attack should have killed him as well," Hiruzen replied. "He is a rank S ninja after all, and perhaps the most peculiar one out of them all. Killing a rank S ninja is never easy. That has always been the norm." Hiruzen left the next part unsaid. Well, at least that's the norm since Lord First passed away. Fujin sighed and said, "Oh well, I guess I'll just have to create a jutsu strong enough to kill him in one shot. I'll see you later, Grandpa." Fujin disappeared, leaving Hiruzen alone. Hiruzen sadly thought, even for me, killing him in one shot is probably no longer possible. 10 years ago, I wouldn't have any issue in doing it. However, my strength has decreased considerably since then. The only guaranteed way to kill him now is Dead Demon Consuming Seal. However, if I use it, I'll die. But if I don't do it, then I might not be able to kill him even with this technique in the future. Should I correct the mistake I made a decade ago at the cost of my life? Or should I trust the future generation to take care of him? Fujin's words, "I'll just have to create a jutsu strong enough to kill him in one shot," echoed in Hiruzen's ears. Hiruzen thought for quite some time before letting out a long sigh. He decided, "Oh well, at least let me first see what scheme my traitorous student has been brewing. I'll take a call, depending on what the situation is." While Hiruzen pondered what to do about his rebellious student, his perverted student was sitting behind a mud wall, anticipating Fujin's next move. Jiraiya expected the winds to cut through his mud wall and had prepared his next move. However, to his surprise, the intense winds didn't target the mud wall protecting him at all. Confused, Jiraiya wondered, what exactly is he aiming? Jiraiya's body suddenly froze. He felt a massive killing intent right behind him. In an instant, he realized who was radiating the killing intent. He slowly turned his neck to see half a dozen girls looking angrily at him. If looks could kill, Jiraiya would have long been dead. Jiraiya dumbfoundedly realized, his target wasn't my mud wall. It was the bushes that were keeping me hidden. Shit! Jiraiya didn't have any time to think, as several dozen kunai with explosive tags attached to them were thrown at him by the kunoichis he was spying on. Seconds later, the spot where Jiraiya was standing blew up with a massive explosion. The kunoichis quickly grabbed whatever clothes they could and appeared on the bank. Where is that pervert? Is he dead? No, there are no signs of blood. He must have escaped. Shit, I want to kill that fucking bastard! How dare he peep on us? Look around, he might still be hiding nearby. What was that strange wind earlier? Without it, we wouldn't have realized that someone was spying on us. For him to dodge all our attacks, who was he? The kunoichis discussed among themselves while looking for Jiraiya. They quickly began looking around. Some distance away, Naruto shivered and muttered, "They are scary. They are even scarier than Sakura." Fujin's clone nodded and replied, "Yeah. That's why you should never spy on bathing ladies. You wouldn't know what hit you." Naruto obediently nodded and asked, "Do you think that man is still alive?" Fujin's clone replied, "Tough to say. He did seem to have some skill. Regardless, that's none of our business, is it?" Naruto shook his head and replied, "It isn't. But why are we hiding as well? Shouldn't we be the heroes for exposing the pervert?" Fujin's clone and Naruto were no longer in their initial position. Instead, Fujin's clone had grabbed Naruto, and the two hid right at the very moment the bushes were cut down. Fujin's clone chuckled and said, "Sure we are. Would you like to go and tell them that?" Naruto shivered at that thought and immediately shook his head. Fujin looked at the spot of the explosion and thought, "I sensed that those girls were ninjas. I didn't expect them to be from the Anbu. Sucks to be you, Jiraiya. Even though he is unharmed, this might give him some trauma. On second thought, probably not. He might trump his sensei when it comes to shamelessness." Fujin was on his way towards his house when his clone sent him the memories. He spontaneously broke out into laughter. So did all his other clones. Fujin thought, "Not bad. That went better than I thought. I picked the right spot to train Naruto. Heh." On returning to his house, Fujin entered his basement and thought, Suna and Orochimaru should be quiet for some time now, though I should still keep some chakra with me in case something unexpected happens. It's time to get back to training. Inside his basement, 50 shadow clones appeared. They immediately divided themselves into two groups. 10 shadow clones continued working on his original seal, while the remaining 40 began working on making Kabuto's medical capabilities his own. As for Fujin's main body, he had around 30% of his chakra still remaining. However, instead of doing any training himself, he sat down while reading a scroll. The scroll contained information on Yoroi and Misumi's abilities that Fujin had obtained from Kabuto's memories. Fujin went through the information once again and thought, Sigh, why are all of Orochimaru's followers so strange? Fujin was intrigued by both of their abilities. Yoroi could absorb chakra from his opponents, while Misumi could manipulate his body as if it was made of rubber. Even though neither was strong, their abilities were quite unique and useful. Latest chapter, Fujin's Profound Loss. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patavesh OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Carlo, Scott, Dan, and Christian for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 655, A Walking Morgue. Chapter 661 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin analyzed. Unfortunately, neither of their abilities are easy to gain. Misumi's body was surgically modified by Orochimaru to allow him to dislocate his joints to fit into any space. He was one of Orochimaru's experimental subjects, one of his earliest ones before Orochimaru modified his own body. So, replicating him will be stupid. If I want to replicate, then I should directly replicate what Orochimaru has done instead of this genin. Unfortunately, even though Kabuto has quite extensive knowledge about body modifications, he doesn't have a lot of it considering how little time he spent with Orochimaru. Perhaps I should have just marked him and killed him after he spent some time with Orochimaru. Fujin sighed. Even though he had received a lot of useful knowledge from Kabuto's memories, he couldn't help but want more. However, he quickly shook his head and thought, no, my timing was accurate. If I had some guarantees that the future wouldn't change, I would have done that. However, who knows how Hiruzen and Orochimaru's battle will go here? Besides, I'm not too keen on body modifications in any case. At least not right now, so it isn't exactly a loss. If I feel a need later on, I'll just capture someone with Orochimaru's curse seal, extract Orochimaru from him or her, and read Orochimaru's memories directly. Regardless, the one whose ability intrigued me more was Yoroi, to be able to absorb the chakra of other people. If I can generalize it and make it usable in other circumstances, then his ability could be incredibly broken. It'd be like the difference between Kisame without Samehada and Kisame with Samehada. Unfortunately, his ability is even more difficult to replicate. Unlike Misumi, no experiments were conducted on him. Instead, the chakra points on his palms were naturally mutated such that he could absorb chakra from other ninjas on contact. However, there are various limits on his ability. The biggest limit is that he can only absorb chakra from someone's body. He can't absorb chakra from jutsu like how the Rinnegan and Samehada can. In addition, he can only absorb it from his palms since only those chakra points are mutated. To make matters worse, his speed of chakra absorption is very low. Against a rank S ninja, that ability is more or less a waste, and he can't absorb nature chakra with his ability. Fujin fell into deep thought. He analyzed. Even though this ability seemed overpowered at first glance, it isn't that special after considering all the limitations. If I can get it, the only use of this ability would be that I could use other friendly or captured ninjas as chakra batteries in between fights or training. Handy for sure, but not too useful in the middle of a fight. If I can modify it to absorb the chakra from my wind domain back, then it could be game-changing for my wind domain. I could freely put more chakra into my wind domain without the fear of running out of chakra. As for nature chakra, I'll have to see it after Ryu teaches me senjutsu. Anyway, all that is if I can gain this ability a natural mutation in chakra points, not something I can learn or copy. Thankfully, Kabuto did extensive research on him. Even though he didn't succeed in replicating it, he reached very close. If he could have opened up Yoroi's hands and studied them, he would have succeeded. Fujin let out a sigh and muttered, "I'll have to carry another dead body with me now." On the riverbank, the Anbu Kunoichis left after trying to look for the peeper unsuccessfully for around half an hour. A couple of minutes after they left, Jiraiya climbed out of the ground. His face and clothes were covered in mud. He cursed, "What a devious brat! I nearly died." His first move made me think that he wanted to attack me directly. However, his real target was those bushes all along. Due to the suddenness of his attack, I wasn't able to anticipate that he wanted those ladies to attack me instead. Normally, that wouldn't have been an issue, but their attack was too quick and ruthless. Even though Jiraiya said so, there wasn't a single scratch on his body. He thought, it looks like approaching him in an unconventional way wouldn't work. I'll have to talk with him directly. In the Hokage's office, Ibiki arrived hurriedly and reported, "Lord Hokage, we have finished reading the important parts of everyone's memories. We have the information we were looking for. The Yamanaka ninjas are still reading their memories to get the finer details, but that will take a while." Ibiki placed a few files on Hiruzen's desk. Hiruzen said, "Good work, Ibiki. Continue doing what you are." Ibiki nodded and quickly left. Hiruzen turned his gaze towards Shikaku and said, "It's time to start." Shikaku grabbed a file and immediately got to work. While he did, Hiruzen called Eagle and ordered him to keep as many Anbu squads on standby as he could. In the Land of Fire, 2 ninjas were running continuously. They were both wearing Konoha's headband and covering a majority of their faces with masks. One of them was wearing black sunglasses while the other was wearing spectacles. The one with the sunglasses said, "Misumi, why do you think Lord Orochimaru asked us to leave the village yesterday?" Misumi thought for a bit and said, "It's difficult to understand Lord Orochimaru's thought process, but I have a feeling that it has something to do with Kabuto. Perhaps Lord Orochimaru no longer requires spies inside Konoha. Or maybe our cover was about to be blown." Yoroi replied, "Yeah, that is probably the case. I wonder what our job will be in the Land of Sound now." Misumi replied, "No matter what it is, we can't disappoint Lord Orochimaru." Yoroi smirked and said, "Of course, we can't let Kabuto hog all the light. Sooner or later, I'll replace him as Lord Orochimaru's right hand." "Oh, you'll replace him for sure. Just not as Orochimaru's right hand." Yoroi and Misumi froze as they felt a pat on their backs and heard a taunting voice. Both recognized the voice and thought, "Hatake Kakashi?" They wanted to turn around and face him, but their bodies didn't listen to their mind and stayed frozen. Both immediately realized that a self-cursing seal had been placed on them. Before they could think or realize something else, 2 lightning-charged Senbon needles pierced through their hearts and killed them. Fujin stored their bodies while thinking, "I just wanted Yoroi's body, but there is no harm in studying Misumi's body either." From Kabuto's memories, Fujin knew where the 2 of them stayed. He also knew that Orochimaru had instructed them to leave the village, so he had sent a shadow clone to keep an eye on them and waited for both of them to be far away from Konoha so that Orochimaru would be confused even more about who was targeting his spies. And he disguised as Kakashi once again so that Orochimaru would suspect Kakashi in case he managed to reanimate them. After storing their bodies properly and eliminating all traces of their death at that location, Fujin teleported a few times to reach back to his house. Since he didn't have anything to do, Fujin let his clones continue their training and left to overlook Naruto's training personally while thinking with a smirk on his face, "I wonder if Jiraiya will show up normally or whether he'll still try any other shit." At around 7:30 in the evening, Naruto finally managed to use the infinite breakthrough jutsu successfully 10 times in a row. He looked at Fujin and said, "Fujin, I succeed." Before he could complete his words, his body ran out of energy and he fell to the ground while breathing heavily. Fujin smiled and thought, "So he does have a limit. I thought he might train through the night like he did while learning multi-shadow clone jutsu." Fujin walked towards him and said, "Good job, Naruto. Tomorrow I'll teach you how to supercharge this jutsu." Naruto smiled and said while breathing heavily, "I did it." Fujin chuckled and asked, "Want to go to Ichiraku?" If he had any energy, he would have jumped up in joy. Instead, he only nodded his head. Fujin picked him up and flickered to Ichiraku. At the same time, his clones asked his students to go to Ichiraku as well. Since they trained extremely hard, Fujin let his students and Naruto have a blast to end the day. As they walked back to Fujin's compound, Fujin suddenly stopped and said, "You guys go ahead. Rest well tonight. Training will begin early tomorrow morning." The kids immediately rushed forward. Standing alone in an alley, Fujin said with a hint of amusement in his voice, "To what do I owe the pleasure? Jiraiya the Gallant? If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddlesarvesh 8. OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Seth, Lorenzo, Calvin, Schick, Dissa, GRP666, and SDA Slummy for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 656. It's only 6.9%. Chapter 6662 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Standing alone in an alley, Fujin said with a hint of amusement in his voice, "To what do I owe the pleasure, Jiraiya the Gallant?" In the dark alley, a white-haired figure became visible behind Fujin. Stepping out of the darkness, Jiraiya said, "It's good to finally see the spectral swordsman in the flesh. I have to admit, I thought you'd look far scarier considering the rumors I kept hearing about you." Unlike others in Konoha, Jiraiya spent more time in nearby villages and countries than in Konoha. Hence, he was very well aware of the fearsome reputation Fujin had outside Konoha. In fact, it was he who informed Hiruzen about how feared the spectral swordsman was in the neighboring countries, causing Hiruzen to reevaluate Fujin all those years ago. Along with Fujin's strength, this was the main factor behind letting Fujin take the Anbu Captain promotion mission at a mere 13 years of age. Fujin chuckled and replied, "Looks can be deceiving. I'm sure someone like you would already know that." Jiraiya became slightly irritated as he realized that Fujin was hinting at the girls Jiraiya was spying on. He muttered, "Today's generation is really reckless. They don't even let poor old men do research in peace." Fujin chuckled again and said, "Luckily for you, you're neither poor nor old. You shouldn't have an issue in dealing with some turbulences." Jiraiya sighed and asked, "Did you have to be so heavy-handed? Had it been someone else, he could have died." Fujin shrugged and answered, "Naruto has a habit of pranking others. While I don't mind it, he doesn't always understand where the limits lie. Since you provided such a good opportunity to educate him, I couldn't say no." Jiraiya was surprised by Fujin's reasoning. However, he couldn't help but find it a bit suspicious. He thought, "Is what he said true? But why do I have a feeling that it isn't the case? It almost feels like he did it to mess with me, rather than teaching Naruto a lesson. No, to be more accurate, it feels like it was a trap he had set for me to step into." Fujin continued, "Besides, if it was anyone else, I'd have just picked him up and thrown him in between those kunoichis." Jiraiya was left speechless by Fujin's honest admission. He thought, "Indeed, he is very peculiar. I now understand why Sensei used this word so many times in his reports. I thought it was just us, but it seems like everyone taught by Sensei becomes peculiar in a unique way." Fujin said, "Anyway, enough about me. Why have you been hovering around me?" Jiraiya scoffed internally. "Why would I be hovering around you? Not only aren't there any pretty girls around you, but your house is so far away from the village that there isn't a single soul around it." He replied, "I wasn't hovering around you. I was keeping an eye on Naruto." Jiraiya became serious and continued, "Since you're training Naruto, I can guess that Kakashi gave him to you to prepare him for the Chunin exam finals." Fujin nodded as Jiraiya became quiet for a few seconds. He continued, "Forgive me, but I want to take over Naruto's training from you." Fujin raised his eyebrow and muttered, "For you to say this? Are you planning to teach Naruto how to harness Ninetail's chakra?" Jiraiya wasn't surprised that Fujin was able to guess it and nodded. Fujin replied, I don't have an issue with it, but I promised to teach Naruto something. If I don't, I'm afraid he'll bother me till the end of time. Luckily, it shouldn't take a long while. You can have him after a few days. Jiraiya asked in surprise, didn't he already learn infinite breakthrough jutsu? Fujin replied, he did, but I just taught it to him so that he could use what I was planning to teach him better. I'll be teaching him how to supercharge a jutsu. To be honest, that would go well with harnessing Ninetales' chakra as well. Perhaps you could help him fine-tune it if he learns to harness Ninetales' chakra properly. A thoughtful expression appeared on Jiraiya's face as he muttered, Naruto supercharging jutsus while using Ninetales' chakra? Now that would be a sight to see. Fujin chuckled and replied, it sure would. Be sure to warn him several times about aiming it properly and making sure that nothing else is nearby. Otherwise, he might end up destroying the entire village. Jiraiya was about to defend Naruto when he noticed something very peculiar. He thought, what the? He doesn't seem worried that Naruto might do that. Instead, I feel like he is looking forward to the mess that it would create. How exactly was this kid raised? And how did Sensei guide him? Unable to keep up with Fujin's chaotic thoughts, Jiraiya could only say, all right, I'll come pick up Naruto in a couple of days. His expression became curious as he asked, by the way, is it true that you defeated Orochimaru twice? Fujin answered, the second time we fought can't really be considered a battle. He was only covering his subordinate's escape and retreated soon after. I did defeat him the first time, but I'm not sure I'd be able to repeat the same now that he has an idea about how I fight. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he said, fortunately, with you and Grandpa here, I hopefully won't have to fight him. Or at least not have to fight him by myself. Jiraiya nodded. He thought, this kid is good. Being able to force Orochimaru to retreat twice and still being humble enough to admit that he might not be able to win next time while being only 16. No wonder Sensei places so much importance on him. Be it his strength or humbleness, he is quite similar to Minato. However, Minato gained a lot of experience on the battlefield, and he had a technique that made him invincible and allowed him to escape safely whenever in danger. Fujin still lacks those. Knowing how dangerous Orochimaru was better than anyone, Jiraiya said, it's a good thing you realize that. Orochimaru is too cunning and devious. Even though you forced him to retreat twice, don't underestimate him. The next time you fight, he'll already have appropriate counters for the techniques you used. And he won't show those counters directly and will wait for you to become overconfident or make a wrong move before using them and putting you in a difficult situation. Fujin nodded and said, thanks for the warning. At the same time, he thought, it's a shame that Orochimaru would likely be dead or severely weakened in a month's time. Otherwise, someone like him would have been a very good whetstone to help me refine my techniques and combat systems. And Konoha wouldn't have stopped me from trying to hunt him down, which would have given me several opportunities to clash with him. Even though there are others who are stronger than Orochimaru, their knowledge of ninjutsu is nowhere near his. Instead, they are stronger just because they have honed a particular technique or fighting style to the limit, or have a broken Kekkei Genkai. They won't be able to help me in the same way as someone like Orochimaru can. Jiraiya didn't have a clue about what Fujin was thinking. Seeing his expression, he thought that Fujin was thinking about what he had said. Meanwhile, Fujin sighed internally, deciding, oh well, I'll just use my Akura identity to pick fights with the ones that can help me improve. I hope I and Onoki don't have any heart problems. I have a feeling that I'll be beating up too many Kumo and Iwa ninjas by the time Akatsuki becomes more active. Fujin snapped out of his thoughts when Jiraiya suddenly exclaimed, I nearly forgot. Jiraiya stepped close to Fujin and softly asked, looking at your house, compound and training ground, I couldn't help but be curious. Why do you have so many seals inscribed on your house? Did Sensei order it? Or is there an issue that you noticed? Or was it for the kids you were training? Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked with a confused look, what do you mean by so many seals? Fujin's response stumped Jiraiya. Even though he had a lot of speculations, a confused look followed by that question wasn't one of them. Jiraiya said, I mean the tens of thousands of seals on your house and compound. Fujin frowned and said, what's many about it? It is actually too few. It is only 9% of the seals I was planning to inscribe on my house. Unfortunately, I ran out of space, so I inscribed a few seals on my compounds, though I'm still not satisfied. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvesh8@OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Mike and Kate, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 657. The Key to World Peace. Chapter 663 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Not in a million years would he have predicted such a response. Fujin didn't pay any attention to his expression, and instead said with a thoughtful expression, "Once I have more free time, I'm planning to hire a few architects and builders to increase the area of the walls on my house. That could allow me to double or triple the number of seals on my house. But I still don't know how I should increase them any further to reach the number of seals I initially intended on." To say Jiraiya was shocked was an understatement. The normally unstoppable, decisive, and shameless Jiraiya the Gallant was left speechless. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. From his experience, he could easily tell that Fujin's house had over 100,000 seals, even though he couldn't sense most of them. In addition, the compound had a similar amount of seals. Yet Fujin claimed that it was 6.9% of the seals he wanted to inscribe on his house. He couldn't help but wonder, is this kid for real? Does he want over 1,000,000 seals on that little house? What does he even want so many seals for? Is he planning to hold an army off while hiding inside his house? Unable to control himself, Jiraiya voiced his thoughts. "What do you need so many seals on your house for?" Fujin tilted his head and answered, "What else? It is to ensure that my house stays safe. Why else would you inscribe seals on your house?" His response left Jiraiya speechless once again. Controlling himself, Jiraiya said as calmly as he could, "You can keep your house safe with just 100 seals. Why are you using 1,000,000 seals? Even Konoha's wall doesn't have that many seals." Fujin looked scornfully at Jiraiya and said, "What protection does a mere 100 seals provide? I have killed hundreds of fools who felt that 100 seals would keep them protected in their house. As for the wall, if it had that many seals, then perhaps it would have been useful and would have stopped someone like Orochimaru from entering and exiting the village at will. In fact, other villages would think twice before making any move against us as well, if the wall had a few million seals instead of a couple of thousand." Once again, Jiraiya was left tongue-tied by Fujin's response. Even though Fujin's words were completely unreasonable, Jiraiya couldn't argue against them, as they held some truth. After all, the wall around Konoha was completely useless against the likes of Orochimaru. Fujin chuckled internally at Jiraiya's reaction and said, "Anyway, it is rather late in the night. I'll see you later. You should meet with Grandpa if you haven't yet. He was very troubled about the situation." Jiraiya just nodded as Fujin's figure disappeared. He looked at the spot where Fujin was standing and thought, if Fujin becomes the next Hokage, then perhaps Konoha's wall will have tens of millions of seals. No! Jiraiya's eyes widened as he imagined something far more terrifying. He thought, no, I'm wrong. If this kid becomes the Hokage, he might seal up the entire border of the Land of Fire. Billions of seals protecting the Land of Fire from every direction. Jiraiya could imagine the entire border of the Land of Fire lighting up with seals and got creeped out. He couldn't help but wonder, could this be a way for world peace? His actions would alarm other villages, and they would try to do something similar. Once every country is sealed up, defending would become very easy, while attacking would be a nightmare. Though war will still exist in one form or another, the great ninja wars might become a thing of the past. No one will dare to launch an attack lightly. Jiraiya was surprised at his imagination. He thought, I didn't think that my first meeting with Fujin would provide me with such insights. As amusing as such a path to peace would be, it unfortunately is unrealistic. Inscribing billions of seals isn't an easy task. The seals can't be inscribed randomly. They need to interact optimally with each other. Just creating such a complex seal formation design on paper might take over a decade. Inscribing the seals physically will take even longer. And that is with the shadow clone jutsu. Without them, it might take centuries. Not to mention, once other villages get a whiff of this plan, they'll get into action and try to stop such a seal formation from being completed. They could send someone to assassinate the Fuinjutsu Grandmasters. Alternatively, they could just deploy an army to destroy the entire area. So, the very act of creating a seal formation might trigger the next Great Ninja War. Jiraiya sighed, understanding what the consequences would be. He muttered, "I guess there is no easy way after all." He chuckled helplessly and muttered, "Oh well, I just hope that he doesn't apply seals to any hot springs. That would be a real tra." Apply seals on the hot springs? That's an interesting idea, as expected of one of the great Sanins. Jiraiya immediately jumped in fright as he heard Fujin's voice behind him. He looked at him and shouted defensively, "What interesting idea?" "That's the dumbest idea. Don't you dare ruin the holy hot springs. Also, why are you still here?" Fujin answered, "I just remembered something that slipped my mind. However, I have to admit that I didn't expect to hear such a noble idea." "Why do you say it is a dumb idea?" Fujin asked in the most innocent tone. Jiraiya's expression became more and more annoyed. He cursed, "You brat, what do you want?" Fujin chuckled and said, "Oh well, help me out with this one thing, and I'll forget what you said." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and thought, he really wanted something? He asked, "What is it?" Fujin replied, "Oh, not much. I wanted to know how to use the fourth Hokage's Rasengan." Jiraiya was surprised by the request. He thought, well, that's a surprise. I didn't think he had an eye on Minato's Rasengan or that he'd blackmail me to get it. Normally, I wouldn't have minded it, but this doesn't feel right. How could he threaten me with hot springs? Where will I conduct my research? Jiraiya replied, "Unfortunately, that is a top secret in Konoha. It can't be given out so easily. Not to mention, learning that jutsu isn't easy either." Fujin replied, "I know. However, I read that the fourth Hokage created it by imitating a tailed beast bomb." Fujin extended his right hand forward. Jiraiya's eyes widened as an unstable Rasengan formed in Fujin's hand. Fujin said, "I was lucky or unlucky enough to witness one in action as well. After analyzing it for quite some time, I managed to recreate the Rasengan to an extent. Unfortunately, it is too unstable and I feel like I'm missing a step or two." Jiraiya thought in disbelief, "Incredible. He almost managed to replicate Minato's Rasengan from its description, and after seeing a tailed beast bomb?" Fujin dispersed the unstable Rasengan and asked, "Well, will you tell me now?" Jiraiya replied, "I didn't expect that you would have already created it. It's almost like the real deal. You only need to learn how to stabilize it better." Jiraiya demonstrated his Rasengan as well before telling Fujin about the 3 steps of learning it. Fujin thanked him and said, "By the way, I can't help but feel like the Rasengan is an incomplete jutsu. It only uses shape transformation. I have a feeling that it would become much stronger if nature manipulation is added to it." This time, Jiraiya wasn't too surprised. Anyone who knew Rasengan had a similar thought. He nodded and said, "That is true. Minato intended to add nature manipulation to Rasengan and elevate it to a rank S jutsu. Unfortunately, that step is too difficult to achieve. No one has managed it." Fujin replied, "Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, considering how difficult the Rasengan is, adding nature manipulation to it will make it far more complicated. Thanks for letting me know." Fujin and Jiraiya separated once again. Jiraiya thought, such a strange day. Definitely not how I anticipated my meeting with him would go. Meanwhile, Fujin flickered to his house while thinking, that went just as I thought. I suppose there was no need to threaten him, but where's the fun in that? Regardless, he definitely gave me a good idea. In the future, if I'm unable to learn senjutsu from the winged saber-tooths, I could blackmail Jiraiya into asking the toads to teach me. Anyway, Orochimaru has already shown up, while Akatsuki would soon follow. I might need a jutsu that is beyond rank S, in terms of destructiveness. Depending on the circumstances, I might need to use the Rasen Shuriken. With this little discussion, it won't be suspicious. To be honest, it doesn't matter if anyone suspects me or not considering my current strength. However, there is no harm in being a bit more careful. While Konoha went to sleep, a few individuals stayed awake. For the second night in a row, the Hokage's office was a busy place. Shikaku stood in front of Hiruzen and said, "All the preparations are complete. We're ready to act." And avoid reading chapter names on Patreon unless I deem them safe to put out here as a teaser. Some major spoilers there. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you K0D4S, Drake, Noctissi, Scott, and Nabajan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 6658, A Shocking Scheme. Chapter 6x64 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by 1995. You can thank him for the double release. At midnight in Hiruzen's office, Shikaku stood in front of Hiruzen and said, "All the preparations are complete. We're ready to act." A couple of dozen Anbu captains stood behind Shikaku. Each of their squads was prepared to move out at a moment's notice. The table in front of Hiruzen had 15 scrolls on top of it. Each of the scrolls looked identical to the scrolls they had confiscated from the spies. The words inside them had the same handwriting as the spies who were captured earlier. Hiruzen looked at everyone and said, "Good. Implement the third step, Shikaku." Shikaku nodded and immediately got into action. At his order, the Anbu ninjas attached each scroll to the appropriate messenger birds and set them free. The birds immediately began flying towards the respective villages. Kumo, Iwa, and the two factions in Kiri would soon receive the messages around the time the sun rose. The only difference would be that instead of getting them from their spies, they would be receiving messages that Hiruzen wanted them to read. As soon as the messenger birds departed, Shikaku dispatched all 24 Anbu squads. Each of the Anbu squads had their 4 usual members in addition to a specialist member temporarily added to their squads. They quickly left Konoha and rapidly moved towards their targets. As the citizens of the Land of Fire slept peacefully, the Anbu dispatched by Shikaku captured or eliminated every single person in the Land of Fire who played a role in installing spies inside Konoha. Some of those people were other spies from the same countries who had advised the spies before they entered Konoha. All such people were captured by the Anbu ninjas. Their memories were read on the spot by the Yamanaka clan ninja in their squads. After noting down all the information, the specialist member, who was temporarily added to the team, would transform into them and impersonate them, living the spy's life as if nothing had happened. The remaining Anbu squad began moving back to the village while carrying their prisoner along with them. Others targeted by the Anbu ninjas were local people who helped the enemies in return for certain favors. Every single one of them was eliminated without mercy. By the time the sun rose, nearly the entire spy network of Kumo and Iwas inside the Land of Fire was being controlled by Konoha. Hiruzen and Shikaku would use the new memories obtained to take control of it entirely. Kiri's spy network was temporarily left as it was since they had only managed to capture 2 of their spies. So Hiruzen and Shikaku decided to focus on Kumo and Iwa first. However, these actions didn't attract any attention due to how stealthily the missions had been carried out. What attracted attention was that several people had gone missing during the night, including some of the Fire Daimyo's family members. As a result, dozens of missions were issued to Konoha within hours. The Step 3 of Hiruzen's plan was a resounding success. Under normal circumstances, it would have been difficult to have such a level of success in a spy cleanup exercise. However, due to the information Hiruzen spread about Fujin, Iwa and Kumo became desperate to confirm whether the information was accurate or not. Knowing the severity of the situation, they decided to disregard the costs to get more intel about Fujin and Orochimaru's fight. As a result, they provided Hiruzen with an opening that was ruthlessly exploited by Hiruzen. While Hiruzen was cleaning up his house, I, Onoki, Mei, and Yagura received the messages sent by their spies. Except for Yagura, the remaining began reading it immediately with some of their close aides nearby. In the Raikage's office, there were 8 scrolls on his desk. I quickly opened them one by one and went through each one of them. Standing next to him, Mabui looked at the scrolls as well. Since Hiruzen intended to use this opportunity to increase Fujin's reputation, he didn't change the information in the scrolls much. If anything, he exaggerated the amount of destruction that was caused in the battle. As they completed reading the first scroll, Ai's expression became grim. He said, "It looks like Fujin and Orochimaru clashed for sure during the Chunin exams. A lot of the information is still missing, and things might not have happened like how the Hokage propagated it. But it is safe to say that Fujin at least held back Orochimaru until he received reinforcements." Mabui agreed and said, "Yes, his threat is far greater than what we originally envisioned." I nodded and went through the next scrolls. The information in the first 5 scrolls was quite similar, with minimal differences among them, in order to not raise any suspicions. It mentioned the state of the battlefield, some of the rumors spreading around, and some details of Fujin's second clash against Orochimaru with minor variations. A opened the 6th scroll and began reading. Immediately, A and Mabui's eyes widened in shock. Just like the previous 5 scrolls, it also held information about the battlefield and the second clash. However, it had additional information. A piece of information that shocked both A and Mabui. The scroll said that the spy heard more details from his Hyuga friend, who was near the location of the fight, and confirmed that Fujin had indeed fought against Orochimaru by himself and inflicted terrifying injuries upon him. Mabui muttered in shock. Nearly half of Orochimaru's body was destroyed when he escaped, and Fujin also destroyed his prized sword of Kusanagi. Just like the Raikage's office, the Tsuchikage's office was stunned as well. Among the 5 scrolls they received, one had the same shocking information. Kitsuchi muttered in disbelief. "He has grown to this extent?" Onoki frowned and said, "It is too late. We can no longer kill him with any of those strategies. Pull back our ninjas. Label him as flee on sight. Unless I, Roshi, or you are present, Aiwa ninjas shouldn't engage in combat against him. Unless you have a lot of backup, you shouldn't fight him either, Kitsuchi." Kitsuchi nodded. He had no complaints. He just regretted the fact that he couldn't kill Fujin back when he had nearly managed to trap Fujin. However, there was nothing he could do now. If he tried to trap Fujin the same way once again, he would be lucky to get out unscathed. In the Mizukage camp, Yagura didn't pay any attention to the news. However, his subordinates paid very close attention to it. To say they were shocked was an understatement. At the same time, all of them were angry at the fact that the one who killed so many of their comrades had reached this stage. Just like Onoki, they had created several plans to deal with the spectral swordsman after they quashed the rebellion. However, now they were relieved that Fujin was no longer active around the Land of Water. In the rebel camp, Ao said, "I didn't think that boy would become someone so strong in a few years." Mei seductively smiled and muttered, "Yeah, he has become quite the man." Ao nodded and added, "It was a good thing we didn't battle then. Our entire campaign might have derailed if someone like him chased after us." Mei agreed and said, "More importantly, we've already established a good relationship with him. Once the civil war is over, we should improve our relations with Konoha. That will deter Kumogakure from making any sudden moves when we are weak." In Hiruzen's office, Shikaku said, "They must have received the scrolls by now, and we've begun the process of eliminating and taking over the remaining spy network of Kumogakure and Iwagakure." Hiruzen nodded and said, "Yes, it's time to start preparing for the next move." Shikaku sighed tiredly and asked, "Yes, should I prepare plans to eliminate the entire spy network of Iwa and Kumo?" A mysterious smile appeared on Hiruzen's face as he said, "Not quite." Both Shikaku and Eagle, the only 2 people in the room other than Hiruzen and his guards, were surprised. Shikaku asked, "What do you mean?" Hiruzen said, "A week later, we'll send a couple of scrolls to Kumogakure once again. They will say that Fujin has left Konoha and is moving towards the Land of Hot Water." Shikaku and Eagle's eyes widened in shock. Shikaku immediately muttered, "To send such a message to them." Knowing the Raikage, he would want to eliminate Fujin, and might send Darui along with several elite Junins and Junins to kill Fujin. "Do you want to kill Daru?" "No." Shikaku's eyes widened as he suddenly realized something. He said, "No, Fujin is too strong for Darui and others to guarantee his death." If the Raikage was to know that Fujin was in the land of hot water, he would make a move himself. Are you planning to kill the fourth Raikage? Shikaku was shocked by what he realized. He looked at Hiruzen in disbelief and thought, kill the Raikage? Difficult. Extremely difficult. He is undoubtedly the fastest ninja alive, and his defense is too good. However, if there is one ninja that could kill him, it would be. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 659, A Hokage's Duty. Chapter 665 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. And I thought it was very obvious who Shikaku was thinking about in the previous chapter. I guess not, considering that the comments were similar on Patreon. However, if there is one ninja who could kill the Raikage, it would be. Looking at Hiruzen, Shikaku recalled his glorious days. In his prime, Hiruzen was so devastating on the battlefield that he received the same nickname as the first Hokage and was called as the God of Shinobi. To receive such a title while living in the same era as the third Raikage, the third Tsuchikage, Hanzo, and several other formidable shinobi showed how strong Hiruzen was. Even though Hiruzen's strength had waned with age, there was no question about his skills and capabilities. Shikaku couldn't help but think, if Lord Hokage is serious and we set the perfect trap, we could get rid of the fourth Raikage. However, can Lord Hokage still do it without getting injured? If he were to get critically injured, then it would be a massive blow to Konoha during these tumultuous times. Not to mention, if we failed to kill the Raikage and allowed him to escape, Konoha might have to go to war against Kumogakure. It is too risky. Before Shikaku's thoughts wandered any further, Hiruzen said, kill the fourth Raikage? No, that is too risky and too troublesome. A battle against someone like him can't be hidden from others, and unlike Tsunagakure and Kirigakure, the top leadership in Kumogakure is very stable and united. Even if we kill him, Kumogakure would reorganize quickly under Darui or Killer Bee, and they would launch a war against us for killing the fourth Raikage. Irrespective of how that war might go, it is not something we need at this moment. Hiruzen grabbed Kumogakure's map and laid it on his table. Shikaku and Eagle immediately glanced at it and noticed 10 places that were marked. Shikaku muttered, so that's who your target is. Looking at the 10 marked places, Eagle muttered, after we spread rumors in the Land of Lightning to lower the morale of their citizens, Kumogakure created 10 bases at strategic places inside the Land of Lightning. 100 ninjas having at least the Chunin rank are stationed in each of those bases at any given time. Those bases make it very difficult and risky for our Anbu to operate within the Land of Lightning, as they can react within an hour or two. That said, while their official reason for creating the bases was to quickly eliminate any foreign or rogue ninjas in their territory, their real reason was to prepare their ninjas for the next war. Everyone stationed there trains as if a war is on the horizon. Do you want to eliminate one of these bases? Hiruzen replied, not just one, but as many as we can. Of course, everyone inside the destroyed bases will be killed as well. Eagle and Shikaku quickly analyzed Hiruzen's words. After a minute, Eagle asked, is this wise? By taking over the spy network of Iwagakure and Kumogakure, there is a lot we could do. We could cause them so much pain that they would regret ever sending spies to Konoha. Your plan would do just that to Kumogakure. However, is this a good time? Orochimaru is hovering around our village, and Tsunagakure is most likely planning to backstab us. In such a situation, antagonizing two villages that are equal to us in strength is not a good idea. If they were to be offended and make a move after we deal with Orochimaru and Tsunagakure, we could be in a very difficult position. Hiruzen nodded and said, yes, if we antagonize them both, then we would be in a difficult position. That is why we will only target Kumogakure. As for Iwagakure, we will settle for dismantling their spy network in our neighboring countries and making the minor villages hate Iwagakure even more. Onoki won't make a move against us for just this reason. Even if he wants to, he'll need to consider all the minor villages between us who would ally with us right away. As for Kumogakure, we will put a massive dent in their war preparedness if we can eliminate just half of the bases. At the very least, they won't try to start a war in the next 2 or 3 years unless we somehow become very weak. However, they would do that regardless of whether we make a move or not. Hiruzen paused for a moment before continuing. If possible, I would have liked to wait until we endure Orochimaru's and Tsunogakure's scheme before making a move against either of them. Unfortunately, they will realize soon that their spies have been compromised, and we will lose the opportunity we have right now. That would be a shame. Shikaku and Eagle nodded, agreeing with their leader. Hiruzen's expression became serious as he instructed, Shikaku, analyze all the information we have and take over Kumo and Iwa's spy network in the Land of Fire by this evening. Analyze their arrangements in neighboring countries and make plans to eliminate the spy network of both Kumogakure and Iwagakure from the smaller countries. Once that is done, start making plans to lure the Raikage and Killer Bee out to the Land of Hot Water. Shikaku asked in surprise, Killer Bee as well? That might be difficult to do. Hiruzen replied, It won't be. Kumogakure should know that Fujin has a flying summon. Even the fourth Raikage by himself wouldn't be able to kill him if Fujin managed to fly in the skies. So, he will bring his brother along with him if he wants to kill Fujin for good. Once they are there, Fujin will make a move against those bases one by one. Create a proper route for him to take so that he can eliminate the highest number of bases before the Rage and Killer Bee can return to the Land of Lightning. Focus on anonymity, as we won't be taking the credit for their deaths. Even though Kumo will suspect that it is us and will nearly be sure, we won't be giving them any evidence. Shikaku nodded and said, I'll get it done. Understanding the importance of the situation, Shikaku didn't dare to be lazy or complain about how he wasn't getting any sleep. Hiruzen turned his gaze towards Eagle and instructed, Prepare at least 50 more Anbu squads in a week. You will be leading the mission to eliminate the spy network of Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Eagle nodded as well and said, I'll get right to it. Both Shikaku and Eagle left Hiruzen's office and began preparing immediately. Hiruzen grabbed his smoke pipe and got up from his chair. He gazed at the stone faces of the Hokage and thought, if I have to use the dead demon-consuming seal to stop my traitorous disciple and join you three, I will at least ensure that Konoha gets a breathing space of a few years at the very least. That time will be sufficient for Jiraiya to stabilize his rule and for Fujin to become even more formidable. Due to his encounter with Orochimaru, Kakashi has begun training seriously once again. As for Guy, he never stops training. Even if I have to sacrifice myself in a month, the village will still be stronger by the time the next Great War arrives. In the Raikage's office, Mabui and Ai went through all 7 scrolls. Mabui muttered, So what the Hokage said was true. However, there is one thing that doesn't make sense. If Orochimaru was so injured, how did he return unscathed to Konoha within 5 days? I said, You're forgetting about his ability to heal. Orochimaru is a very troublesome fellow. Though defeating him isn't difficult, killing will be a challenge even for me. There is no mistake in this information. Mabui's expression became grim as she said, If everything is true, then Suzuki Fujin is a much bigger threat than we previously imagined. In fact, he might be on the same level as the 4th Hokage. Mabui's words caused Ai to recall his fight against Minato. He shook his head and said, No, he still can't be compared to the 4th Hokage. However, he is still only 16 years old. If we can't kill him now, then we'll likely never have another chance. Mabui nodded and asked, Should we send an order to our spies to keep an eye on his movements? Even before I could answer, a frown appeared on Mabui's face as she said, However, our spies have been very active recently. If we give them more orders, they could be compromised. A nodded and said, That's right. We don't need to send any more messages to them. They should be aware of the importance of this matter and should be doing all they can even without our orders. We just need to be ready to act when the time comes. Mabui nodded. She and I discussed some strategies to deal with Fujin, unaware of the fact that Hiruzen was already scheming against the entire Kumogakure. As for the one who was about to be the bait, as well as the executioner, he was with Naruto on the riverbank. Fujin looked at Naruto and asked, Excited to learn how to supercharge your jutsus? And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvesh8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Silver Leaves Fall, J1, Game Over, King Atlas, Wiggy, Zay, and TJ Carpenter for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 660, A Weird Combination, Chapter 666 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Of course I am. Believe it. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Fujin chuckled and replied, Oh, let me see whether you'd still stay excited after a few hours. Naruto's smile immediately faded away as he thought, I have a bad feeling. Nothing good happens when he chuckles like this. Fujin said, Let's start. First, use the infinite breakthrough jutsu as you normally do. Naruto nodded and weaved the hand seals while shouting, Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. He prepared the jutsu and blew intense winds along the river. Everything on the ground along its path was blown away for a few dozen meters. The flow of water in the river became faster as well. A minute later, everything calmed down. Fujin said, Good, now observe carefully. Fujin weaved the hand seals just to give Naruto a better idea while saying, As you just experienced, you prepared the jutsu and exhaled it out immediately, right? Naruto nodded. Fujin continued, In order to supercharge, you should hold the jutsu for a few moments longer and infuse more chakra into it. Try to pour as much of your chakra as you can while still holding the jutsu's form. When you feel like you can't hold it anymore, exhale it out. Fujin took a deep breath, sucking in a lot of air. Naruto observed that Fujin didn't exhale immediately after completing his hand seals. Instead, he gathered chakra for a couple of seconds before exhaling the jutsu out. The winds Fujin exhaled left several scars on the ground for over 50 meters. The water in the river rushed ahead as if a dam had broken. However, the water behind stayed unmoving, making the river seem barren for over 100 meters. Naruto's eyes widened as he thought, Man, no matter how many times I see it, it always looks even cooler than the previous time. He snapped out of his thoughts when Fujin said, Even though it is much stronger than a normal infinite breakthrough jutsu, it has the drawback of needing more time. Be mindful of that, otherwise your enemy might kill you while you're supercharging your jutsu. It is better to use shadow clones to keep your enemy occupied while you supercharge your jutsu. If you want, you could have your clones hold down the enemy and hit the enemy as well as your clones with the supercharged jutsu. Do you understand, Naruto? Naruto immediately nodded. Fujin smiled and said, Good. Try it now. Naruto quickly weaved the hand seals and followed Fujin's instructions. He only managed to hold his form for a fraction of a second before exhaling the jutsu. Taking deep breaths, he said, That looked much easier when I was seeing you doing it. I barely managed to hold the jutsu without losing control over it. Fujin's left eyebrow twitched. Naruto had managed to hold his form for less than 1/10 of a second. And the amount of chakra he fused into the jutsu was just around 0.01% of the chakra he needed to actually create the jutsu. It was a minuscule amount of chakra. Fujin couldn't help but wonder, what a weird combination. How can someone have limitless potential and yet be this untalented at the same time? Is this nature's way of balancing things out? Realizing something off with Fujin's expression, Naruto asked, What? Is something wrong? Fujin sighed and said, Nothing. Continue practicing. Naruto immediately started practicing what Fujin displayed. Fujin found a place to sit while thinking, It's no wonder no one thought much of him when he was young. If I didn't have the knowledge of the future, I probably wouldn't have thought much of him either. Though considering his chakra reserves, I might have still tried to take him under my wing and use the shadow clone trick to strengthen him if it suited my plans. Seeing Naruto practicing, Fujin sighed again and thought, Leave it. He is like the stock that is performing terribly, but will surely give 100 times returns in a few years. I'll endure for a couple of days, then I'll let Jiraiya overlook this training. Irrespective of his talent, he should successfully learn it within a month, considering he'll practice it day and night. While Fujin overlooked Naruto's training, things continued moving in the ninja world. On the surface, everything was running smoothly. However, in the shadows, Shikaku was making too many moves. As ordered by Hiruzen, he took control of the spy network of Kumo and Iwa by the evening. At the same time, he made plans to eliminate their spy networks in the neighboring countries. By the time the day ended, he had already created an attack route to destroy the Kumo bases and began creating a plan to lure out the Raikage and Killer Bee. The scariest thing was that no one other than Hiruzen, Eagle, and the Anbu guards were aware of his schemes. Wind Release, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. Naruto gathered his chakra and exhaled strong winds along the river. He quickly turned around and shouted, "Did you see, Fujin? I managed to infuse more chakra into the jutsu." Fujin's left eyebrow twitched once again and thought, nearly 2 days, and he only managed to infuse around 0.2% of his chakra into the jutsu. Then again, I'm not sure I can completely blame him. That 0.02% will normally be 1% for most other genins his age. Fujin walked towards Naruto and said with a sigh, "Don't celebrate. You have a lot of work to do. Try to infuse at least 1% of your chakra into the Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu by the time the finals start." Naruto's mood immediately dampened. He complained, "Hey, don't say it like that." Fujin chuckled and said, "Don't worry. Learning it for the first time takes a while. It is even more complicated for you due to the fox sleeping inside your body." Naruto was surprised. He asked, "You mean that I can't learn it quickly due to the nine-tailed fox in my body?" Fujin replied, "Sort of, but not in the way you think. The fourth Hokage's seal is such that it allows small amounts of Nine-Tails chakra to flow into your chakra network." Naruto was surprised to learn that. At the same time, he was slightly scared. Fortunately, Fujin explained, "Objectively speaking, that is a good thing. That is one of the main reasons why your chakra reserves and stamina are so much higher than others your age. It is also the reason why your body heals quickly, and why you recover so quickly from exhaustion." Naruto exclaimed, "It is such a good thing?" Fujin nodded and said, "It is, though I don't think that the fox is too happy about it." Naruto shivered, imagining an angry nine-tailed beast. He muttered, "That sounds super scary." Fujin chuckled and said, "Don't worry, he won't be able to break the seal. As for his anger, try thinking of ways to quell it and pacify the fox once you become strong enough to ensure that he can't kill you in the blink of an eye." Naruto was surprised. He wondered, can Nine-Tails' anger be pacified? Even the beast inside Naruto was surprised to hear such words. Fujin continued, "Anyway, while it is a good thing, it also makes controlling your chakra much more difficult for you. That is why such things are more difficult for you than others. Continue training hard for the rest of the month." Naruto began nodding, but stopped halfway. He looked at Fujin suspiciously and asked, "Why are you saying it as if you won't continue training me?" Fujin chuckled and said, "That's right, I won't be." Naruto immediately complained, "Hey, that's not fair. You promised to train me for the entire month." Fujin chuckled again and said, "I was, but someone else was more interested in teaching you." Naruto asked in confusion, "What do you mean? Who is interested in teaching me?" Fujin replied, "A rather interesting fellow. Normally I wouldn't have agreed, but he can teach you a couple of things that would be very beneficial for you, which I unfortunately can't. It would also allow you to make supercharged jutsus even more terrifying." Naruto asked in surprise, "Something that even you can't teach me? Who is he?" Fujin grabbed a kunai and handed it to Naruto while saying, "This kunai has 10 explosive seals inscribed on it. Throw it at that bush and you'll see who he is." Naruto looked at the bush in confusion. Moments later, a white-haired man popped out and shouted, "Do you want to kill me?" Fujin chuckled while Naruto took a closer look at that guy. His eyes widened and he pointed at him while shouting, "Hey, he's that pervert!" Jiraiya's eyebrows twitched as Fujin barely managed to control his laughter. Naruto looked at Fujin and asked, "Why are you letting this pervert train me? Who is he?" Before Fujin could make the situation worse, Jiraiya bit his thumb and slammed his hand on the ground, summoning a toad beneath him. He loudly said, "Good question. I'm the Holy Hermit Sage of Mount Mayoboku, otherwise known as the Toad Sage. Pleased to meet ya. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.rion.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh 8 OKSBE can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you AR3S, Battlemaster, and Burnt Liquid for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 661, Two Lunatics. Chapter 667 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Toad Sage? More like Pervy Sage. Naruto commented instantly. Jiraiya, who was holding a cool pose, slipped due to being caught off guard by such an immediate reply. Fujin chuckled and added, Pervy Sage, that is more appropriate. I'm surprised no one ever called you that before. Jiraiya dispelled the summoned toad while sighing. The young generation has no respect. Who dare to call me that? Before he could say anything, Naruto asked again, Can he really teach things you can't teach me? Fujin replied with a smirk. Well, he might be a pervert, but he is one of the strongest ninjas in the world. Naruto's eyes widened as he exclaimed, One of the strongest ninjas in the world? Fujin nodded and said, Yup, remember Orochimaru? Naruto nodded. How could he forget someone who trashed them so brutally? Fujin replied, Just like Orochimaru, he is one of the 3 great Sannin, the shinobi trained by the 3rd Hokage. Naruto's eyes widened once again as he looked at Jiraiya in shock. Jiraiya grinned, thinking, Not bad, I guess I have some reputation left. Unfortunately for Jiraiya, Naruto exclaimed instantly, No way. How did someone trained by Grandpa Hokage become such a pervert? Fujin chuckled and said, And the mighty 4th Hokage was also his student. Perhaps you might learn about how to become a Hokage from him. Are you still unsure whether you want to learn from him? Naruto's mouth opened wide, his jaw nearly falling to the ground. He wondered, what crazy world is this? How come a pervert is so cool? Jiraiya was finally satisfied with Naruto's reaction. He asked teasingly, So, do you want to train under me or not? Maybe I should look for someone else to train. Wasting no time, Naruto smiled and said, Haha, of course I want to train. I was just messing around earlier. I would love to learn from the great sage. Jiraiya's eyes twitched as he thought, Such a shameless brat. He's more like me than Minato. Fujin smiled as well and said, Good. I'll leave Naruto to you. Look after his training to supercharge jutsus as well. As you saw earlier, he'll need some time to master it. Jiraiya nodded and said, Don't worry, I will. Fujin nodded in response and walked away as he said, Good luck, Naruto. Naruto nodded when he realized that he was still holding the kunai. He asked, What about this kunai? Without turning around or stopping, Fujin replied, Keep it. You might need it. Throw it at him if you see him peeping again. If you need more, feel free to ask. Jiraiya looked annoyingly at Fujin, but Fujin disappeared before he could say anything. He muttered internally, Sensei didn't say that he was so troublesome. At the same time, Naruto looked suspiciously at Jiraiya and wondered, He'll peep on girls while we are training? And I have to stop him with such powerful kunai. Ugh, who did you leave me with, Fujin? Unfortunately for Naruto, it was too late for him to back out. Fortunately for him, Fujin was just messing around as he wanted some entertainment for himself. Fujin stepped in front of his door and was about to open it when his hand stopped. He glanced behind him. Moments later, an Anbu guard appeared behind him and said, Lord Hokage wants to see you right away. He disappeared as quickly as he appeared. Fujin thought, That's strange. Was he waiting for me to hand Naruto over to Jiraiya? Or is it just a coincidence? Besides, why would he need me right now? The sword shouldn't have arrived yet. Fujin flickered a few times and reached Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen and Shikaku were the only ones there. As soon as Fujin entered, the Anbu guards left and sealed the room. Hiruzen smiled and said, Fujin, come here and sit. He pointed to the chair next to Shikaku's. Fujin sat down and said, The only time you tell me to sit is when something important has happened. What is it? Fujin still recalled the first time Hiruzen asked him to sit down. It was after his squad was trashed badly by Kumogakure. That day, Hiruzen informed him about Jiraiya killing around 250 Kumo ninjas and the rumors circulating about him in the Land of Lightning. He tried recalling whether something major happened during this time, but couldn't recall any such information from his memories. Hiruzen chuckled and said, Nothing has happened until now. However, something will happen soon, and you'll be the one to do it. Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, What do you mean? Shikaku answered, He means that you'll be going to the Land of Lightning to kill a few Kumogakure ninjas. Fujin was stumped. He muttered, Aren't we facing a threat from Orochimaru and possibly Tsunagakure? Why are we making a move against Kumagakure? Fujin couldn't make any sense of it. He wondered, did Raikage make any weird moves during this time? No, that shouldn't be it. I would have remembered it. Is it something else, or did he make a move because of my existence? Before Fujin could make any more wild guesses, Shikaku explained to him how they baited and captured the spies, took over the spy networks of Kumo and Iwa, and were about to cause both Kumo and Iwa quite a bit of pain. The more Fujin listened, the more speechless he became. He thought, what in the fucking hell? When did these two become lunatics? We are about to be attacked by our only major ally and a troublesome rank S ninja who has his own minor village, and these two are planning to make a move against the two villages equal to us in power, instead of making any contingencies about the matter at hand. He couldn't help but sigh aloud and muttered, your plans are absurd. Too absurd. However, why do such absurd plans make perfect sense? Both Hiruzen and Shikaku chuckled, knowing why Fujin reacted in such a way. Wanting to understand how much Fujin figured out, Hiruzen asked, why don't you answer that question yourself? Fujin answered, common sense says that we should focus on Suna and Orochimaru. As long as we endure their scheme without losing any strength while making them pay dearly, no other village will dare to attack us. However, if we suffer heavy damage, then Kumo will make a move, and Iwa will follow even if we didn't do anything to offend them. With this move, Kumo's war readiness will suffer, and they will think several times before making a move, even if we are weakened. Without Kumo, Iwa won't make a move either. Even if they end up making a move, Kumo's forces would be weaker, and Iwa would lack intelligence, and will have to face the armies of Kusa and Taki before they reach us, giving us some room to maneuver. And, in the case where we don't suffer much against Orochimaru's plans, Kumo and Iwa won't try to make a move against us, even if they are offended, considering the losses they just suffered. No matter how the situation develops, this move will be beneficial for us. Hiruzen and Shikaku nodded, happy that Fujin was able to see their motives at a glance. However, even though Fujin recognized their strategy, he couldn't help but think, these two are remarkable. I'd have never thought of a plan like this. To make use of the simple news of me defeating Orochimaru to destroy their intelligence network and kill hundreds of Kumo elites? I might vomit blood if he knew how badly he'll be played by Hiruzen. Not to mention, this is just Hiruzen and Shikaku scheming. Exactly what kind of shit did these guys pull when Danzo was assisting Hiruzen instead of hindering him? Fujin now had a far better idea about why Konoha always came on top in the previous Great Wars. While having an array of rank S ninjas was definitely an important factor, it was these sorts of bizarre schemes that gave Konoha an upper hand even when outnumbered and surrounded from all sides. Snapping Fujin out of his thoughts, Shikaku said, once the decoy unit lures the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee, you'll follow this attack route to eliminate the bases one by one. We'll contact you once the Raikage reaches the intended spot using the chakra transmission communication device. You can make your move then. However... Shikaku paused for a couple of seconds before continuing. While I and Lord Hokage agree on nearly every aspect of this plan, there is one aspect where we have different opinions. Each base has at least 100 ninjas. You'll have to kill every single one without allowing even one to escape. While I don't doubt your strength, doing this alone is extremely difficult. I am of the opinion that you should lead a small force of 25, 50, or 100 ninjas to the Land of Lightning to assist you in this attack. However, Lord Hokage believes that you'll be better off going there by yourself. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Kazim and Charles for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 662. An Opportunity. Chapter 668 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Shikaku continued explaining his analysis. If you lead a small force, you'll be able to delegate tasks to others. Some will ensure that no one runs away. The stronger ones will assist you in eliminating enemy ninjas, ensuring that you don't get overwhelmed or waste too much of your chakra. You can also assign one to specifically communicate with us. Since you still don't have much experience in leading a force, I'll assign Renjiro to join you. In addition, I'll also send Guy along with you to ensure that no one is able to put up a resistance. As for the remaining forces, if you choose 25 ninjas, every one of them will at least be a Junin. If you choose 50, then half will be special Junins. And if you choose 100, then the last 50 will be elite Chunins. Considering the nature of this mission and the importance of stealth and rapid movement, a small force of 25 ninjas will be the most optimal. After all, you also have to return safely once the Raikage returns to the Land of Lightning. He turned his gaze towards Hiruzen and added, "While I do believe that is the best plan, Lord Hokage believes that you'd be better off by yourself." Hiruzen nodded and thought, "Under normal circumstances, I would have liked to see how Fujin performs while leading a larger force. It would have been a good practice to improve his leadership skills. However, the Land of Lightning is too dangerous. A larger group moving together will have a higher chance of being detected. Once they are detected, I and others would turn around right away and head back. And Kumogakure will send an army with at least 1,000 ninjas to hunt them down. Though killing them won't be easy unless they run into A and B, we will lose a good opportunity and the mission will fail. It is better to just let him let loose with his wind domain technique and eliminate the entire base." At the same time, Fujin thought, "Lead a small army with Renjiro and Guy as my commanders? Damn, that would be fun. However, Fujin recalled the fact that he had been in less and less battles in recent times. In fact, after he had been ambushed by Kitsuchi, he had never been in a battle involving several strong enemy Junins. Instead, he just fought against ninjas who were either rank S or very close to it. And those battles were extremely rare as well. Fujin thought, this might be a good opportunity to test some of my jutsus that I haven't tested yet. Jutsus that I'd like to keep secret until the time is right. A mission where I have to eliminate everyone and destroy their bodies would be perfect for doing that. In addition, if I go alone, I could seek out a battle against A. However, I'm not sure if I can take him on with my Akuro identity. Considering that B is with him, I can't take them on even if I go all out. Even with Flying Thunder God, I doubt I'd be able to defeat the two of them at the same time. However, I can always escape. Oh well, I'll decide after I visit there. Perhaps I could use Darui to sharpen my blade. Even if I don't find him, I'm sure that there are a bunch of strong elite Junins to practice my lightning jutsus on. I'm sure I wouldn't mind some mess. If he does, he can always search for Akuro." Hiruzen and Shikaku didn't disturb Fujin, thinking that he was analyzing what option to choose. Fujin finally looked at Shikaku and said, "I have a technique that is perfect for eliminating a large group of ninjas. In addition, I'll be able to use wind instantaneous body jutsu more effectively to travel faster between the bases by myself, so it'll be better if I go alone." Under normal circumstances, Shikaku would have argued against it. Instead, he just looked at Hiruzen and thought, "As I expected. Fujin has a technique that would make this mission easier for him. That is why Third said that he should go alone." Shikaku replied, "All right, as you wish. However, we need to ensure that the communication works properly so that we can contact you whenever required. Since you'll be fighting, you won't be able to carry it on your back all the time. Without it, we won't be able to warn you of the Raikage's movements." Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, carrying it on my back would be inconvenient. I'll store it in a scroll once you inform me to start. After that, we'll communicate with seals." Shikaku raised an eyebrow and asked, "Seals?" Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, seals." Fujin grabbed a scroll, withdrew a few communication seal tags and placed them on the desk. He said, "These seal tags work in pairs. If you damage the first one, the second will be damaged as well. While it isn't as good as the chakra transmission communication device, it can be used to pass specific messages. For instance, you can destroy the red tag to inform me to abort the mission. You can destroy the blue tag to inform me to activate the communication device as soon as I can." Shikaku asked suspiciously, "There are such tags? Where did you find them?" Fujin replied neutrally, I created them, of course. I thought you already knew. Shikaku replied, Why would I be asking if I knew? Why didn't you tell anyone about such a useful invention? It'll be very helpful for communicating during missions. Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, What do you mean by not telling anyone? He knew about them for years. Fujin pointed towards Hiruzen while saying it. Shikaku looked at him as well and asked, You knew. Why didn't you inform me? Hiruzen replied as naturally as he could, Ah, it slipped my mind. Shikaku looked suspiciously at Hiruzen and wondered, Did he really forget? Why do I feel like it was something else? At the same time, Hiruzen nervously thought, Tell you? And then what? You would have made me ask for those seals from him. Do you know how greedy this boy was back then? Well, he still is, but he at least has some control now. If I had asked it from him back then, everyone in Konoha would be missing a kidney today. Thankfully for Hiruzen, no one could read his thoughts. Shikaku shook his head and said, Leave it. Fujin, can you tell us the way of creating these seals? Fujin replied, Sure. Hiruzen sighed in relief that Fujin hadn't made any demand, but was still alert. He prayed, I hope he doesn't end up asking something absurd like that sword later. Sigh, I'm too old to deal with so many headaches. How long do I have to sit here? At the same time, Fujin thought, even if I don't, it is quite easy to reverse engineer these seals. I'm actually surprised that Hiruzen didn't do that until now. I expected these seals to be pretty popular among the Anbu by now. I wonder why Hiruzen didn't do that. If Hiruzen heard Fujin's thoughts, he would have cried tears of frustration. He had that thought, but didn't dare to do so, fearing how Fujin might respond after knowing his seals had been replicated without asking him. Knowing how greedy Fujin was, Hiruzen knew that the price of whatever he wanted would double if he did that. Shikaku said, Thank you. I'll make official arrangements regarding it. Anyway, I've explained the entire plan to you. You'll leave with the decoy squad after 4 days. Prepare in any way you have to. Remember, while we will lure the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee away, they still have Yugito, the Jinchuriki of Two Tails and Darui. You may have to face them. In ad, Fujin cut him off and asked, Should I kill them as well if I encounter them? Fujin thought, I didn't think I'd get a chance to go up against Yugito. Getting Two Tails might be easier than Shikaku and wouldn't have many repercussions in the future. Shikaku answered, I'd recommend just using Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu and escape if you sense them. While I don't doubt that you may be able to kill them, considering the nature of the mission, they'll be moving in large groups. It'll be extremely difficult to eliminate a rank S ninja reinforced by several Junins and elite Junins. Fujin nodded and said, That makes sense. Shikaku added, Reinforcements from Kumogakure are just one factor. The bigger issue is that they might just recall everyone from the bases back to Kumogakure once they realize that someone is targeting them. So prepare accordingly. Keep the fact that you've destroyed some bases hidden for as long as you can. If you have any doubts or want to exchange any ideas or plans, approach me right away. Fujin thought for a bit and said, All right. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Padil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Scott, Tanav, Turian, David, and Corey for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 663, Calling Off the War. Chapter 669 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys. This chapter is sponsored by Terrence Smith. You can thank him for the double release. The three of them discussed the plans for a while before calling it a night. As Fujin returned to his house, he thought, This is an interesting turn of events. I didn't expect that my existence would give Konoha such an opportunity. However, it is more than that. Hiruzen is far more confident right now as compared to a few years ago. Earlier, he might not have taken this risk. If he had this confidence when I returned from my promotion mission, there might have been a new country on this continent. I guess my wins against Kitsuchi, Juzo, Sasori, and Orochimaru are a big factor in this change in mindset. That said, the bigger factor should be that the number of Konoha ninjas has increased dramatically in the last few years. In particular, the Anbu has become very strong. Anyway, how should I approach this attack? Fujin fell into a deep thought. He analyzed, while I have many attacks that cause destruction on a large scale, the only technique that can guarantee everyone's death is the wind domain. However, it has a fatal flaw. I can't reabsorb the chakra I emitted to create the wind domain. It will exhaust my chakra very rapidly. Even though I have Yoroi's body, experimenting on him can't be done in a few days. And that is after I make Kabuto's skills my own. That'll take several months. The natural alternative is decreasing the amount of chakra I use to create the wind domain. However, that isn't feasible in this situation either, as it might allow some to escape. So, I'll only be able to destroy 3 to 5 bases before I am forced to stop and recover my chakra. With soldier pills, I should be able to recover my chakra within a few hours and have another go before I returns. However, a smile appeared on Fujin's face as he muttered, "That's no fun." Fujin thought, I had an inspiration during my fight against Orochimaru. If everything goes like how I imagine, then my wind domain will have a new aspect. It wouldn't be as convenient as absorbing the chakra back, but it might have some combat applications. Oh well, I have 4 days to try it out. Fujin let out a yawn and muttered, I'll train tomorrow. I need some sleep first. The next day, Fujin left his clones to look after the training of his students, while he went to a different training ground. Jiraiya began training Naruto as well. Just like in the original story, he had a talk with Naruto about the 2 types of chakra and had him sign a contract with the Toads. The only difference was that instead of making him walk on the river or making his clones fight among themselves to exhaust his chakra, he did it by making Naruto practice supercharging the infinite breakthrough jutsu. In Tsunagakure, Rasa finally received a reply from Orochimaru. He read the scroll several times, his expression becoming uglier every single time. In the end, he sighed and ordered, "Summon the council members for another council meeting." Within a few minutes, the Tsunagakure council assembled once again. Goza asked, "Did we get a response from Orochimaru?" All the other council members were curious as well. Rasa didn't speak and just placed the scroll on the table. The council members quickly went through the scroll and their expressions became ugly as well. Tojiro muttered, "It was true." Ryusa said softly, "The Hokage didn't lie." Goza added, "Konoha has another ninja at the level of the Sannin." Sajo said, "And this one might be even more troublesome. If the chaos in the East was truly caused by him at the age of 13, who knows what he could do when he becomes 23? Ryusa agreed. "Yeah, he might make Danzo look like a saint." Similar comments were passed in the council. Finally, Goza asked, "Lord Kazekage, should we still go ahead with our plan? The 3rd Hokage might be old, but we shouldn't underestimate him." Baki sent a message informing us that Jiraiya of the Sannin has returned to Konoha, and now there is another one who is strong enough to defeat Orochimaru by himself. While Orochimaru said that Tsunade wouldn't return to the village, we don't know how true that is. Even though Orochimaru said in the scroll to not worry and that he'll make arrangements to deal with all of them, I don't think we should trust the snake. If the war goes south, he might ditch us and escape. Sajo added, "In addition, we shouldn't forget that he is a former Konoha ninja. Even though he has gone rogue, we don't know whether their relationship is as bad as Orochimaru says it is. This could also be a trap to lure our elites into Konoha and cause us massive losses." The addition of another strong-rank S-ninja made the council very wary of their plans. Even before Fujin's strength was known, their plan was very risky. If they lost, they would be completely at the mercy of Konoha. Now that they knew Fujin's strength, their plan was no longer just risky. Instead, it was almost suicidal. Another council member said, "I know that we are very angry at what Konoha did in the East and want revenge for the same. We also want to use this opportunity to improve our village's finances by putting the Wind Daimyo under pressure. However, all that will happen if we win the war. If we lose the war, then our situation will worsen in a terrifying manner. We will not only lose several of our elites, but the Wind Daimyo will also become closer to Konoha. With such high stakes, we shouldn't go into such a risky war." Except for Tojiro, who wanted to see chaos and become the next Kazekage, nearly every other council member advised Rasa to put a temporary hold on the plans. Rasa heard everyone's advice and said, I understand your thoughts. I agree. This plan has become too risky to implement. We will stop it and make a new plan later at a more optimal time. However, we will need Orochimaru's help when we try to attack Konoha once again. We could also use his help when we try to lure Suzuki Fujin and eliminate him. So I won't be blowing him off like several of you suggested. Instead, I'll meet him and check out what arrangements he has. If they are truly as good as he claims they are, then we will continue with the attack. However, if they are inadequate, I'll call off the attack and we'll stay in touch for our next plan. The council thought about it and agreed. Goza said, for a plan to be adequate, he would need to have methods to restrain both Fujin and Jiraiya while the two of you fight against the Hokage. He also needs to have a contingency plan to deal with Tsunade if she shows up. In addition, we shouldn't forget about Hake Kakashi and the several clan leaders in Konoha. Rasa replied, obviously. Don't worry, I'll keep everything in mind. The Suna Council discussed a few more things before dispersing. 4 days later, Fujin walked into Hiruzen's office and saw quite a few familiar faces. He smiled and said, It's been a while. Have you been doing well, Captain? Akimichi Tsuyoshi chuckled and said, Considering that you're a part of the council, it should be I who should call you respectfully. Fujin chuckled and said, Ah, that would sound awkward. Leave it. You know I've never been one for formalities. Teru smirked and said, Looks like you haven't changed much, Fujin. Fujin replied, Why would I change? Teru laughed and said, You've become quite a legend in the Anbu. Well, you already were one, but it has reached a whole new level since you defeated Orochimaru. Even my subordinates can't stop talking about you. He faked a sigh and complained, It was fun at the start, but now it has become very annoying. Fujin just chuckled without replying. He turned his gaze towards Fumito and Yugao, his former subordinates. Both greeted him, saying, It's great to work with you again, Captain. Fujin replied, Well, we won't be working together much in this mission, but yeah, it's good to see you two. Fujin looked at Yugao and thought, Since I killed Kabuto, Hayate didn't have anyone to chase after, and hence isn't dead. Not to mention, Orochimaru's defeat made Suna very apprehensive. Baki won't be as bold as he was in the original story. I guess she is the one who benefited the most after me due to my move. Seeing that they were done greeting each other, Hiruzen said, It's good to see all of you. Are you ready to move? Fujin and the others looked at Hiruzen and Shikaku and became serious knowing how critical their missions were. Everyone nodded. Hiruzen said, Good. Stick to the plan as much as you can. However, if you need to change it due to the situation, feel free to do so. Just try to convey the same to us as soon as you can. Everyone nodded as Hiruzen took a pause. With a serious expression, Hiruzen said, Be careful. I want to see all 5 of you back in the village within a week. The 4 Anbu captains nodded solemnly. They didn't know what Fujin's mission was, but knowing that their mission was to lure the Raikage and the Jinchuriki of 8 Tails, they were very nervous. Hiruzen smiled and said, Good luck. You can disperse. Fujin and the rest immediately left. A minute after they left, a messenger bird flew from Konoha. A few hours later, Mabui ran into the Raikage's office. A looked at her with surprise and asked, Why are you in such a hurry? Before he could complete his sentence, Mabui said, We have received a report that Suzuki Fujin left Konoha and is moving towards the land of hot water. Latest chapter on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 664, The Raikage Moves. Chapter 670 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. We have received a report that Suzuki Fujin left Konoha and is moving towards the land of hot water. A's eyes widened. While he wanted to make a move against Fujin, he didn't think that he would get an opportunity so quickly. He couldn't help but smell something fishy. He asked, Do we know where exactly he is heading? Mabui shook her head and answered, Unfortunately, no. We only know that he is moving towards the land of hot water. We don't even know whether that is his actual target or if he is heading elsewhere. The spy only managed to see a glimpse of him leaving Konoha. He didn't dare to chase him. Ai nodded and said, It doesn't matter. He did very well. From what we know, Fujin rarely left Konoha in the last few years. Since he is on the move, it can only mean one of two things. Either Konoha received an important mission from one of the nobles in the Land of Hot Water, or Konoha wants to eliminate someone. If it's the first case, then our spies will inform us about his movement. If it is the second, then his actions will attract attention, and we'll know his approximate location. However, we can't wait until then. With a serious expression, I ordered, "Call B and the others. I'll be going myself." Despite his orders, Mabui didn't move and stood at the same spot. With a complicated expression, she said, "Raikage-sama, I have a bad feeling about this. Everything is happening too quickly. I feel like it's a scheme." A didn't say anything. He had the same feeling as well. Unsure whether he took her words seriously or not, Mabui added, "First, Fujin unexpectedly defeated Orochimaru. Next, the Hokage propagated this news openly instead of trying to keep it hidden. Thirdly, our spies were able to confirm the situation very easily, and soon after, we received this news. If Konoha noticed the movements of our spies, then this might be a trap set by the Hokage. A trap targeting." Mabui didn't complete her words. However, I understood that she was referring to him. He snorted and asked, "Do you think I can't sense a scheme, especially after what the third Hokage pulled near that mine? Orochimaru's involvement itself is suspicious. He was a student of the Hokage. Who knows whether he really is a rogue ninja, or whether this is another one of Konoha's schemes? Considering the recent movements in the Land of Rice, there is a high chance that this is a scheme of Konoha to take over the Land of Rice. However," a confident look appeared on his face as continued, "even if it is a trap, what of it? Had the third Hokage been young, I would have had some reservations. However, even if he, Fujin, and the Sannin lay a trap for me now, they won't be able to kill me or B. Instead, they will have to worry about getting hit. So, stop worrying and get to work. Summon B and the others. Establish a communication network and send a message to our spies. I'll leave in less than an hour." Mabui nodded and quickly began working. In less than half an hour, Kumo had set up their communication unit using chakra transmission communication devices just like Konoha. In the Raikage's office, 12 people gathered. They were A, B, Mabui, Darui, C, Samui, and 6 other elite Junins. C muttered, "So we are finally making a move against Suzuki Fujin." A replied, "I am. You 3 will stay in the village and help Mabui." He turned his gaze to Darui and said, "If something happens here in my absence, then you'll be responsible for handling it." Darui frowned and asked, "Wouldn't it be better if I came with you? If it really is a trap set by the Hokage, then you might need my help to stall one of the Sannins." A replied, "I can handle them. What I am worried about is if this is a ploy to lure me away. While I don't think Konoha will dare to attack Kumogakure, we shouldn't completely lower our guard. They might try to pull another sneak attack and escape. Without me and B here, you and Yugito will have to handle any major threats. With the help of other Junins in the village, you should be able to force their rank S ninjas to retreat or stall them long enough for us to return." Darui wasn't too sure about Ai's analysis. However, he replied, "All right." Killer Bee looked at him and said, "Darui, don't sweat it. No need to be wary. If it's a trap, I'll show 'em I'm scary. I'll drop the beat and the tailed beast bomb. They'll face the wrath of my beastly charm." The others in the room sighed at B's antics. They discussed some more things before I looked at Mabui and said, "We'll leave now. Inform us as soon as you receive any update about his location. Whether we can succeed or not will depend on the intel." Mabui nodded and said, "Yes, Raikage-sama." Wasting no time, I left Kumogakure along with B and 6 elite Junins. They were headed straight to the Land of Hot Water. One of the elite Junins was carrying the communication device to receive the message immediately. Once they did, they would immediately make a move towards Fujin. While Raikage left Kumogakure, Fujin's group left one of the border patrol camps after taking a short break. Minutes after they left, a Kumo spy sent a messenger bird to Kumogakure to inform them about some details of Fujin's mission, which he coincidentally overheard. As they crossed into the Land of Hot Water, Tsuyoshi said, "Fujin will split from here onwards." Teru said solemnly, "Good luck with your mission. Be careful." Considering that their mission was to lure the Raikage, they expected Fujin's mission to be far more dangerous. Fujin chuckled at their solemn expressions and said, "Don't worry, my mission isn't that dangerous. On the other hand, you guys need to be very careful." His expression became serious as he continued, "Under no circumstances must any of you come face to face against them. If you do, you'll have no chance of survival. Give the highest priority to your safety. If it gets too dangerous, don't hesitate to retreat or mix among the civilians. Your mission ends at luring them here. How long they stay here has nothing to do with you." All 4 Anbu captains nodded. Luckily, the major part of their mission would be over after they visited the noble they were supposed to meet. After that, they were allowed to retreat whenever they wanted to. The 4 of them finally split from Fujin and changed their direction. The town, in which the noble they were supposed to meet lived, was quite close to the border of the Land of Fire. It was done so that I would have to travel more distance while returning to Kumogakure. As they moved, Teru created a shadow clone containing 80% of his chakra, who transformed into Fujin and moved alongside them. Since he had a high amount of chakra and had known Fujin for a long time, Shikaku had given him this important task. This way, no one would suspect that Fujin had split from the group and was moving alone. Shikaku knew that there were a few Kumo spies in the town they were heading in. He wanted them to see Fujin and inform Kumogakure about the same. This served 2 purposes. Firstly, A and B would be lured all the way to the borders of the Land of Fire. They would also have to travel at a very high speed to ensure that Fujin doesn't complete the mission and return to Konoha. In such a state, returning to the Land of Lightning quickly would be tough for them. Secondly, it also created an alibi for Fujin. If Kumo tried to blame Fujin for the deaths of their elites and turn some hidden villages against Konoha, they would use this to prove that Kumo was lying and convince everyone that this was just Kumo's way of attempting to start the next Great War. This would make everyone wary of Kumo instead. As for Fujin, his path went straight through the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Frost into the Land of Lightning. Even though I realized the possibility of a scheme, he never imagined that his target was heading straight towards his country. As he moved, a smile appeared on Fujin's face. He muttered to himself, "Now then, I hope that they can put up some fight. I don't want it to be too boring. Otherwise, I really might have to ambush A for some entertainment. Anyway, I hope that there are some marks along the path. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Padil Sarvesh can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Shadow General David, Nassim, Michael, Isaac, Trust Z, Emmanuel, OOO, Scott, and Balde for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Tushar, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 665, Shikaku's Mind Games. Chapter 671 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Anyway, I hope that there are some marks along the path. Fujin began sensing the Flying Thunder God marks he had left in the Land of Hot Water. There weren't many, as Fujin hadn't been to this country much after he had learnt that jutsu. The one time he did was to hunt down Hidan. However, he was accompanied by other Konoha ninjas, so he couldn't brazenly leave thousands of marks. Instead, he had just left a handful when no one was looking at him, each being over 50 kilometers from the other. Fujin immediately disappeared, teleporting around 150 kilometers away. He teleported a few more times and reached into the Land of Frost. Fujin finally stopped and thought, this was the last mark I made while chasing Hidan. The place where I fought Kakuzu shouldn't be too far from here. Oh well, just another couple of 100 kilometers to reach the Land of Lightning. According to Shikaku's plan, I need to enter the Land of Lightning, move close to the base, closest to the border between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Frost, and hide myself waiting for his signal. However, I should be reaching there in around 6 to 8 hours from now. Fujin chuckled. The distance between the Kumogakure and Konoha was very large. Normal ninjas would require around 4 to 5 days to make such a long trip. Even an elite squad would still require around a couple of days if they consumed soldier pills. Since Fujin had a flying summon, Shikaku counted on Fujin to reach there in a quick time without exhausting himself. However, he couldn't have imagined that Fujin had mastered the flying thunder god jutsu. Fujin decided, I'll keep the communication device inside the scroll. Once I take it out and activate it, Inoichi will be able to sense my location. Since I have around 6 hours, it's time to do some setup. Fujin continued moving towards Kumogakure. As he ran, he left a flying thunder god mark on trees along his path every now and then. He stopped 50 kilometers from the border. Fujin found a quiet spot, weaved a few hand seals, and slammed his hand on the ground. Earth release, Camp Jutsu. A massive underground camp was created around 50 meters under Fujin's feet. Fujin disappeared into the ground and entered into the base. He looked around the base and nodded while thinking, this should do. I'll make some changes here and apply some seals to keep this base hidden. Once done, I can use this base as a retreat point. If something goes wrong during the mission, or if I need to take a break to recover my chakra, I'll return here, and my clones can use this base for that purpose. Fujin made up his mind and got to work. A few hours later, Fujin frowned and opened his eyes. He was long done with setting up the base and was meditating. When he activated his space-time sensing technique, he noticed something odd. Fujin thought, what speed? All 8 of them are traveling at such a fast speed. A smirk appeared on Fujin's face as he chuckled. Looks like A is on the move. I wonder what expression he'll make when he returns to the land of lightning. He could imagine how sorrowful Kumogakure would be by the time he was done. Hiruzen and Shikaku's plans were too ruthless. Fujin thought, considering the future, there isn't a need for this attack. After all, Kumo would be our ally in the next Great War. My actions would weaken the allied shinobi force. However, Fujin shook his head and muttered, who asked them to go after my head? The only reason why Kumogakure fell into this trap was because they wanted Fujin's head. So, Fujin had no qualms in causing them pain, especially considering how much effort Shikaku had already put in. As for weakening the allied shinobi force, Fujin didn't particularly care much about it. After all, Kabuto was no longer alive. His dead body was in one of his scrolls. Without the Edo Tensei summons, the White Zetsu army wasn't that scary. Obito's forces would be weakened far more than the allied shinobi forces. Not to mention, Fujin had only made one move to alter the future. He still had a few more to make. A few minutes after Ai's group passed, Fujin exited the base. He transformed into a Kumogakure ninja and began moving towards the land of lightning. While Fujin and Ai were on the move, Mabui received another messenger bird. She read the information and thought, so, Suzuki Fujin is heading into this town. However, a grim expression appeared on her face as she analyzed, everything about this seems off. How are we able to get all the information so easily? Even though he didn't hear any specifics of the mission, would someone like Fujin openly say where he is going? Even though he is still young, it is highly unlikely that he is this careless. All the clues only point out that this is a trap. Our spies might have been compromised, and Konoha is likely intentionally leaking this information to them because Konoha wants Raikage-sama to go there. That said, Mabui had a headache as she wondered, if this is an attempt to trap Raikage-sama, why is Konoha being so obvious? Aren't they afraid that we'll just refuse to take action and their trap will fail? No, there is no way Konoha would make such a foolish mistake. Raikage-sama was correct. Even if it is a trap, killing him and his brother would be extremely difficult. Even if Konoha defeats them, they won't be able to kill them. So Konoha's target is most likely not Raikage-sama. Instead, it is something else. But what could that be? Mabui wrecked her brains but couldn't understand what Konoha's plans were. She asked Darui to ensure that Kumogakure's defenses were airtight before conveying the information in the scroll and her analysis to A using the chakra transmission communication device. A frowned as well and thought, that town is very close to the land of fire. It's the perfect place for Konoha to secretly move and hide a large number of ninjas. Is Konoha banking on my confidence to lure me there and kill me the same way my father was killed? Can they afford such losses at this time? Or is this just a stratagem to make me apprehensive of ever making a move on a Konoha ninja? He thought for a bit, looked at one of his subordinates and said, once we reach closer to that town, sense continuously. It might be a trap set by Konoha and Yugakure to make a move against me. Ensure that nothing escapes your eyes. The elite Junin, who was also a censor, nodded. Ai turned his eyes towards another subordinate and instructed, "You'll keep an eye out for seals. If Konoha has secretly moved a large number of ninjas to attack me, they'll hide them using seals. If you feel anything off, inform us immediately." That elite Junin nodded as well. He was one of the 4 Fuinjutsu Grandmasters in Kumogakure. Finally, A turned to B and said, "If either of them notices something off, use Tailed Beast Bomb to blow up that area. Let me see what strategy Konoha has to block the Tailed Beast Bombs." Before B could rap, one of the elite Junins nervously asked, "If this is indeed a trap, should we still fight?" A snorted and answered, "Why would we do something so foolish? We'll just retreat. If Konoha dares to chase us, B will keep tossing Tailed Beast Bombs on them as we escape." While A was confident in his abilities and didn't fear facing Hiruzen, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Fujin, and other Konoha ninjas by himself, he knew that even someone like him would end up dead if tried to foolishly fight all of them at the same time. The reason for his confidence was that he could just turn around and escape if it was indeed a trap. With Minato no longer alive, he didn't believe that anyone in Konoha had the capability to stop him from retreating. Just like Mabui, Hiruzen and Shikaku also received a scroll from a messenger bird. It was from a spy they installed in Kumogakure. As he read the message, Hiruzen smiled and said, "The Raikage has taken the bait. He left Kumogakure." Shikaku smiled and said, "Good. Now we just have to wait for some time. Knowing the Raikage, he'll rush to that location in under a day. I'll ask Fujin to make a move after 16 hours. Hiruzen nodded and said, "If Kumogakure doesn't pull back their ninjas, then Fujin will have enough time to go for a couple of rounds. He should eliminate at least 6 bases." Shikaku replied, "Yeah, let's hope so. Such a loss will keep Kumogakure under check for some time. I'll ask Eagle to make a move. He'll start cleaning up Iwagakure's spy network at the same time Fujin starts." In a few hours, Fujin reached the base that would be his first target. He stayed some distance away and observed the base without activating his chakra field. A slight surprise appeared on his face as he thought, "Interesting. AN, next chapter, Slaughterhouse." AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OK. I can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Alucard, Jeff, Daniel, Big Turner, Seraphim, Ayub, Lucieron, Tristan, Lamonde, and Aaron for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Teju, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 666, Slaughterhouse 1. Chapter 6772 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Interesting, Fujin muttered. Even though he had heard how the base looked from Shikaku, seeing it personally surprised him. Calling what he was seeing as merely a base would be inappropriate. Instead, it was almost a village by itself. The base was spread over a region with a radius of over half a kilometer. There were dozens of houses and an equal number of facilities to train the ninjas. All of them were spread over the base. There were also a couple of patrol camps some distance away from the main base. In addition, hundreds of seals were inscribed around the base. They served various uses, but the main uses were keeping the base hidden and warning the Kumo ninjas if someone tried to break into the base. Even though these bases were no secret, A had paid a lot of attention to ensure that their inner workings stayed a secret. No village had been able to send their spies inside any of the 10 bases. In fact, Kumo had uncovered a few spies who took too much risk and ended up exposing themselves. Konoha was only able to get the details when Jiraiya paid a visit to the Land of Lightning. Fujin analyzed, "The influence of Jiraiya's attack is quite visible on the way this base has been constructed. Even though there are only 103 ninjas here, all are spread out across the base. So a single attack can't wipe them out like how Jiraiya killed over 250 ninjas in a single attack back then. Under normal circumstances, wiping out everyone in such a base would be very difficult. Unfortunately for them, Kumo decided to target me." Fujin chuckled and created another small base underground. He retrieved the chakra transmission communication device and informed Konoha that he was in position. Shikaku told him to wait there until further communications and asked him to rest well. Around half a day later, in the middle of the night, A, B, and the others reached a spot close to the town where Fujin and the rest were last spotted. A man bowed respectfully and said, "It's good to see you, Raikage-sama." I quickly said, "Enough pleasantries, Itaru. Tell me where Suzuki Fujin is." Itaru nodded. He was a spy Kumo had placed close to the borders of the Land of Fire. In time, he had become quite capable and was completely trusted by the noble in that town. As a result, he was able to get the information very easily. Of course, this was the very reason Shikaku chose that town. Itaru reported, "Raikage-sama, a few powerful rogue ninjas appeared in the vicinity of this town around a week ago. There are probably 4 or 5 Junin-level ninjas, and it is possible that there might be more. Since they used water jutsus, we suspect that they are rogue Kiri ninjas. Hence, a rank S mission was issued to Konoha. Konoha sent Suzuki Fujin along with 4 other ninjas. I didn't find any information on them, so they might be from their Anbu. I believe all 4 are at the Junin level. They headed out to eliminate the rogue ninjas around half a day ago. We haven't heard back from them yet." A frowned and asked, "If it's just some rogue ninjas, why did Konoha send more ninjas along with Fujin?" Itaru answered, "The rogue ninjas also destroyed a couple of villages. They also have to rehabilitate them. Suzuki Fujin might leave once the rogue ninjas are eliminated, while his subordinates take care of rehabilitation." A nodded and said, "All right, tell me the location of those rogue ninjas." Itaru immediately handed I a map that had a marked location. A observed, I suspected that it would be close to the borders of the Land of Fire. However, this place is a couple of dozen kilometers away from their border. They don't want to be too obvious, huh?" "Oh well, let me see what scheme you're cooking this time, Hokage." He said, "Good work. Return and continue your work." Itaru nodded and immediately left. A turned his gaze to others and said, "We'll move immediately. Stay on guard. If Konoha has set a trap for us, it can become very risky. Be prepared to retreat if I order it. Also, don't go too far away from the group, especially you, B." Everyone nodded, and the group immediately headed towards that location. However, they moved slower compared to their traveling speed prior. All 8 of them were very careful, paying full attention to the non-existent trap. Soon, they reached the location on the map. It was a large cave. They all hid themselves while observing the cave from a distance. Confusion appeared on everyone's faces. One of them said, "As expected, something is off. If they were here to eliminate rogue ninjas, why aren't there any traces of battle here?" Another responded, "Perhaps the Konoha ninjas killed them without giving them any chance of retaliating. Regardless, this is very suspicious." I turned his gaze towards the Fuinjutsu Grandmaster and asked, "Do you feel any seals here?" The Fuinjutsu Grandmaster shook his head and answered, "No, Raikage-sama. I don't feel anything off. There might still be some seals, however. They wouldn't be enough to trap us." I frowned and ordered, "Inspect closely. It's fine even if your chakra leaks." The Grandmaster nodded and concentrated chakra in his eyes. He inspected the cave for a few minutes. Finally, he said, "Raikage-sama, there aren't any seals outside the cave. I didn't see any seals inside the cave either. There are a few explosion seals just behind the entrance, along with some sensory seals to activate them. There is also a seal that I don't recognize. However, I don't feel any danger from it." All the Kumo ninjas frowned. Even B forgot to rap as he muttered, "So few seals. What are they planning?" The Grandmaster said, "I don't think these seals were planted by Konoha. Someone might have just used this cave as a base and planted a few seals in case anyone tried to sneak in." A wondered, "So is this a trap or not? What game is Konoha playing? Did they really send Fujin on a normal mission?" He said, "Send a lightning clone and see whether there is anything else hidden." The Grandmaster nodded and followed his orders. His lightning clone avoided the explosive tags and entered the cave. He inspected the entire cave and didn't find anything. Finally, he returned to the entrance and thought, "There's nothing here. No seals, no signs of fighting, and even no signs of anyone living here. These explosive seals and that unknown seal are the only things here. What is Konoha up to? Or is Raikage-sama just paranoid?" He observed the explosive seals for some time while analyzing. Unless activating these explosive seals leads to some sort of cascading seals. However, does Konoha have anyone who can hide seals so well? They were very close to Uzushiogakure. I should inspect this just in case. He stepped close to the explosive seals and retreated a few steps. Immediately, a dozen explosive seals went off, blowing the entrance up. However, there wasn't much destruction. The cave was still intact. Outside the cave, the Grandmaster suddenly exclaimed. I asked, "What did you notice?" The Grandmaster answered, "That unknown seal dissipated due to the explosions." A frowned. The Grandmaster's lightning clone appeared and reported, "Raikage-sama, there weren't any seals inside the cave. There is no trap here." A thought for a bit and said, "I guess we were too cautious. We'll inspect those 2 villages to see if we can find Suzuki Fujin." Everyone nodded and immediately moved. In Hiruzen's office, Hiruzen and Shikaku were looking at a tag that was burning. Hiruzen chuckled and said, "The Raikage finally reached that cave." Shikaku smirked. There were no rogue ninjas. Instead, he just had an Anbu squad do some mischief and force Yugakure to issue a rank S mission. They had returned to Konoha a long time ago. Shikaku said, "I'll tell Inoichi to pass a message to Fujin and Fumito." Hiruzen nodded. A couple of minutes later, Fujin heard Inoichi's voice. "The 4th Raikage has reached the cave. You can begin. Good luck." Fujin plainly replied, "All right." He turned off the device and put it back in the scroll. Eating a soldier pill, Fujin muttered, "Time to debut another technique never seen in the ninja world." Fujin exited the base and appeared above the ground. He was still a couple of kilometers away from the base. A couple of shadow clones appeared next to him. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared again, moving towards the base at a blinding speed. Despite the large number of seals around the base, no one detected Fujin's movements. In the blink of an eye, Fujin reached the center of the base and slammed his right hand on the ground. Fuin Battlefield. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.rion.com's/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Mark, Bagus, Shrek, Kizzle, Rudarnley, McLovinit, Satvir, Smitty, Chol, John Throw the Detonator, Ramiro, and Darkslayer for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 667, Slaughterhouse 2. Chapter 673 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fuin Battlefield. Fujin slammed his hands on the ground as a seal imprint lit up. This seal imprint was special as compared to other seal imprints. Instead of a single seal, the seal imprint contained thousands of other seals. In less than a second, the seals spread throughout the base. A base that had hundreds of seals now suddenly had thousands of seals. The only difference was that over 90% of the seals were under Fujin's control. In one of the many facilities in the base, a youngster sat awake despite it being late in the night. He let out a yawn and thought, "This is so boring. Sensei hyped up this place so much that I was thrilled when I learnt that I'll be joining here for training. However," he let out a tired sigh, thinking, "All I have to do here is monitor these boring seals for half a day daily. Nothing else happens. I don't understand what Lord Raikage is thinking. Why do we have to keep such a watch on the base? Who'd even dare to come here to attack us? Wouldn't it have been better if I spent time studying more seals?" Even though Kumogakure had only 4 Fuinjutsu Grandmasters, they had plenty of Seal Masters. In terms of number of Seal Masters, they were only below Konoha. They had deployed a couple of Seal Masters to each base to control the seals to ensure that someone always monitored them. It also prepared the Seal Masters for wars, as they would have to look over their forward bases. The youngster was about to sigh again when his eyes widened and he cursed. "What the fuck? What happened? Why does it feel like a large number of seals suddenly appeared out of thin air?" He quickly began focusing, and what he saw shocked him. The walls in his room suddenly had dozens of new seals. He couldn't even identify some of the seals. In disbelief, he muttered, "What in the hell? How did so many seals appear? No. More importantly, who inscribed these seals? And how? They couldn't have already been here, could they? Wait. The seals have created a barrier along the ground. It means that no one can escape underground. Do the attackers want to cut our escape routes and eliminate us? But who has the courage to attack Kumogakure? He began panicking, realizing that everyone in the base might be trapped. He wasn't the only one. The other seal master in the base also woke up and was scared witless on sensing the seals. A few experienced Junins woke up as well as they instinctively felt danger. As for the ones who didn't wake up, they woke up a second later as they sensed a massive amount of chakra. A second after activating the Fuin battlefield, Fujin released 40% of his chakra into the air. The chakra immediately transformed into winds. However, unlike his usual method, a dome wasn't formed around him. Instead, the winds extended like tentacles toward the Kumo ninjas. The massive chakra spike woke up everyone in the base. Despite many being deep in sleep, every Kumo ninja got up and was ready for battle in the blink of an eye. It displayed how well-trained and disciplined everyone in the base was. Even Fujin was surprised by such a quick reaction. He thought, not bad, or perhaps I should say, as expected from the elites trained by Kumogakure. Even though the Kumo ninjas reacted quickly, they were still confused about what was happening and began discussing among themselves while moving rapidly towards Fujin. What was the chakra spike? Are we under attack? Which fool has the courage to attack us? I don't know, but that chakra is scary. Don't be overconfident. If anyone dares to attack us, then they must at least have some strength to back up their courage. Such sort of attacks are very common during a war. Stronger ninjas and elite squads will try to eliminate weaker enemy ninjas. Also, look out for suicide bombers among the enemy. They might blow themselves up if they're about to die. Always keep your guard up. Several such discussions broke out within seconds. The overconfident youngsters were guided by their seniors. However, even they were puzzled, as none of them actually expected such an attack. In fact, most veteran ninjas thought that it was likely a surprise training exercise to let the youngsters experience some danger. Suddenly, in just a few seconds, all the Kumo ninjas stopped running. The reason was the intense winds they were feeling. What are these winds? What is happening there? Why is there so much chakra in these winds? Who is wasting so much chakra? Arrgh! While he was speaking, a cut appeared across his throat. In the blink of an eye, his neck had been sliced clean, beheading him. Similar scenes appeared throughout the base. Everyone saw a red line appearing on the necks of their comrades before they felt the pain themselves. In the blink of an eye, over 50 ninjas were slaughtered. The ninjas who were still a bit farther away were horrified by that sight. Had they seen an enemy, the brave Kumogakure ninjas might have rushed towards him despite the danger. However, they didn't see any enemy and instead just saw wind cutting up their comrades. The sight spooked them. Everyone, irrespective of how young or experienced they were, turned around and began escaping. Some flickered away, some ran, and some tried to escape underground, but failed. They chased after their remaining comrades. However, every single one of them was terrified when they discovered a transparent barrier around the base. Why is there a barrier here? Shit! Someone wants to kill every one of us. They're keeping us here so that we are killed by that demonic wind. Fuck! Destroy this fucking barrier. Everyone immediately weaved hand seals and bombarded the barrier with several jutsus. However, the barrier stood firm. They looked at it in disbelief and muttered, "Why is the barrier so strong?" In order to raise their morale, one of the Iteran Junins shouted, "It doesn't matter. Attack once again. We'll attack until the barrier breathes." Before he could complete his words, he was beheaded. Others looked at him in horror. Some turned around and muttered in fear, "That demonic wind has reached here?" Luckily for them, they didn't have to suffer in terror for long. In just a couple of seconds, Fujin beheaded everyone else in the base. In under a minute, Fujin had eliminated 99 Kumo ninjas. At the same time, his clones eliminated the 4 ninjas who were outside the base in patrol camps. In all, Kumogakure lost 22 Junins and 81 Chunins. It was a shocking loss. While it wasn't as bad as the wound Jiraiya had inflicted, it was just as painful. Even though this was less than 1% of the total number of ninjas in Kumogakure, everyone here could be considered elites. The higher-ups in Kumo valued every single one of their lives. In particular, A was very fond of the ninjas trained in these bases. Unbeknownst to him, he had just lost 103 of his elites while he was hunting for Fujin in the land of hot water. The worst part for Kumogakure was that this was just the start. Using his space-time sensing technique, Fujin observed, so everyone is dead. That was a bit disappointing. They couldn't even see who the attacker was. Oh well, it was as I expected. Fortunately, there are at least some gains. Fujin glanced towards the barrier around the base. Even though it stood firm, Fujin could sense that it was badly damaged. A couple more rounds of jutsus would have caused it to crumble. Fujin analyzed. Even though Fuin Battlefield can create a barrier, this isn't a normal barrier. Normal barriers use the chakra of their users as the source. Until they can keep supplying chakra, the barrier will stand firm and heal. However, the barriers inside the Fuin Battlefield are created solely by seals. How sturdy I can make them is limited by the number of seals I inscribe. I guess I'll have to find a way to inscribe more seals inside the Fuin Battlefield. No, that would be difficult. Fujin recalled how much work he had to put into creating the Fuin Battlefield. Dozens of shadow clones worked on it for months. He didn't have the time to repeat that process. In fact, he wasn't even sure whether that would be possible to do. Fujin thought, since that isn't an option, I'll have to find a way to make multiple Fuin Battlefield seals work properly with each other. Probably in a similar way to how two 4-symbol seal create the 8 trigrams divination seal. That would make it far more lethal. Anyway, it's time to go after my next target. Fujin stopped thinking about the Fuin Battlefield. Though he got ideas to improve it further, its current level was sufficient for him for the time being. He turned his gaze towards the winds flowing inside the base. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pilsarveshate at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Lind, Jan, Dez, Nazar, Rudarnley, Dundadleedle, Kier, Gurwaris, and Gaming for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 6668, Wind Cloak. Chapter 6 and 74 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Under normal circumstances, Fujin would use only around 10 to 20% of his chakra to create the wind domain. However, since the base was so huge, he used up 40% of his chakra to create it. Even though he had killed everyone in the base, not much chakra of the wind domain had been used because no one actually put up a fight. Fujin only had to create blades of wind to kill the Kumo ninjas. Under Fujin's control, the winds began flowing back towards him. Had anyone been alive to witness it, they would have been shocked to see all the winds inside the base suddenly moving back towards the center, as if there was a black hole sucking everything. Fujin watched as the winds began revolving around him at a high speed, forming a hurricane with him at the center. Slowly, the speed of the winds decreased and they compressed together, occupying less and less space. In half a minute, a transparent cloak appeared around Fujin, a cloak made solely of winds. Fujin thought, while fighting against Orochimaru, I used up all the chakra in my wind domain to create a wind dragon to attack him after he escaped. It made me realize that even though I can't absorb the chakra back into my body yet, I can at least transform the domain into something that I can carry along with myself. Though some chakra will still be lost to maintain this cloak, it is still far better than using it for a single jutsu. Not to mention, a grin appeared on Fujin's face. The wind cloak had some remarkable abilities. Though not as strong as the Raikage's lightning chakra mode, it was still quite a remarkable feat. For any ninja specializing in wind manipulation, it would be a dream technique to have in their arsenal. Fujin dispelled his shadow clones, who were outside the barrier, and created a new shadow clone with 5% of his chakra. His clone nodded and flickered. Since he had Fujin's memories, Fujin did not need to give him any instructions. Fujin focused on his wind cloak. A second later, he began floating in the air. A wide smile could be seen on Fujin's face. As someone who once lived in a world without any superpowers, there was no way he wouldn't have wanted to fly by himself. Fujin thought, an unexpected gain from this technique I created is the ability to fly. Even though I could fly a bit earlier using my assassin's rush jutsu, it wasn't the same. I had to continuously blast winds from different parts of my body to be able to fly using that technique. And it was extremely chakra exhaustive. By comparison, flying using the wind cloak is much smoother. Even though the chakra needed to create the wind cloak is high, the chakra spent on flying is considerably less. However, there are still some restrictions. Fujin suddenly disappeared and traveled through the air at a rapid speed using the wind instantaneous body jutsu. He thought, the wind cloak makes using this jutsu much more natural. So, it is very good in terms of flying in a straight line. However, my mobility in the air is still far inferior to my mobility on the ground. Even though it'll be good against most opponents, I shouldn't use it against someone like Onoki. I'm not sure if I can dodge his dust release while I am in the sky. Well, at least not without using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. While Fujin moved rapidly across the land of lightning, his shadow clone collected all the dead bodies in the destroyed base. After storing all the dead bodies in scrolls, he buried the bloodied soil deep underground before removing the Fuin battlefield seals. After inspecting everything once, he thought, good. There are no signs of any battle here. Though Kumogakure might find the bloodied soil with some digging, there isn't much that they can gain from it. After all, they don't have a jutsu like Edo Tensei. A peculiar expression appeared on the clone's face as he realized, actually, even if they revive them with Edo Tensei, they can't get much information. What would the revived ninjas say? Strange winds killed them. After all, they didn't even see me. Oh well, I'm done here. I wonder who'd be the one to come and discover this empty base. Fujin's clone disappeared from the base. After using the Flying Thunder God a few times, he returned to the base in the Land of Frost. He withdrew a couple of scrolls in which he had stored the bodies of the dead Junins. He retrieved a head from the scroll, placed it on the table in front of him, and placed his right hand on the severed head. Inserting his yin chakra into the dead Junin's brain, Fujin's clone thought, even though Konoha's collection of lightning jutsus is quite good, there is no question that Kumo is far better in this aspect. Especially the lightning chakra mode. Though I don't expect any of them to know how to learn that technique, there might be some who know where that technique is stored in Kumo. A and B aren't in Kumogakure. And my actions should lure out Darui and Yugito. So I might as well pay a visit to Kumo to borrow a few scrolls. I'm sure they are kind-hearted enough to overlook my actions and entertain me as their guest. While Fujin's clone read the memories of the dead Junins, Fujin traveled straight to the second base on his target list. He stopped around 5 kilometers from the base and created 3 shadow clones. He passed his wind cloak to one of the shadow clones, while Fujin and the other 2 shadow clones moved towards the base. Just like during the previous attack, the 2 shadow clones split off from Fujin and targeted the patrol camps. Meanwhile, Fujin went straight to the center of the base and activated the Fuin battlefield. A second later, the clone wearing the wind cloak teleported next to Fujin. In an instant, the wind cloak lost its form and winds spread throughout the base. Fujin released some of his own chakra to make up for the chakra lost while killing the Kumo ninjas in the first base and while traveling. Just like the previous time, no Kumo ninja survived. It was a complete massacre. Once again, no one even saw who their killer was. Fujin once again formed the wind cloak and left a shadow clone to collect all their bodies before continuing towards the third base. In the Land of Hot Water, the Raikage's group tried looking for Fujin and other Konoha ninjas around the 2 villages for a couple of hours. Needless to say, they didn't even see a glimpse of them. Instead, what they had seen confused them even more. In the affected villages, the people had already been rehabilitated. The Kumo ninjas had transformed into Yukure ninjas and questioned the villagers. They were shocked to learn that Fujin and the rest had already helped them and left before midnight. They left the village and began wondering what was going on. Killer Bee said, "Yo, what's this situation? It's causing some frustration. No trap found, just a cave. What's the explanation?" Folks in the villages, already rehabilitated, Konoha's got them fixed up, all situated. Did they finish up the mission, make it back to their land? Got us chasing shadows, man, I don't understand. All the 6 elite Junins had the same thought as B. Each of them experienced a range of emotions. While they were glad that no deadly trap was set for them, they were also remorseful that they missed an opportunity to eliminate such a threat. However, there was one person who didn't experience such emotions. That was none other than A. A thought, what B said is logical. However, why am I getting this bad feeling? What did I miss? A had a feeling that he had missed something important. He calmed his thoughts and analyzed, let me think from the very beginning. First, Fujin openly left Konoha, giving us an opportunity to make a move against him. When we made a move, everything felt like it was a trap set by Konoha. However, we didn't find any traps. In fact, we didn't even see any signs of combat. In addition, the villagers said that the Konoha ninjas helped them resettle in their villages and assured them that the rogue ninjas were eliminated. At first glance, everything looks natural. However, there is one big problem. If you can, then please support me on link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pedal Sarvesh 8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Tanin and Hilti. Justin, Carlos, Turian, Hugh, Arkit, Woda's Aim, Jayaish, Gzegorj, Yurt, Robert, and Cypher for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 6669, Target Kumogakure? Chapter 6775 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. However, there is one big problem. As A analyzed calmly, he discovered some anomalies. He thought, there is no question about the fact that Konoha has schemed something. Otherwise, we wouldn't have learned about Fujin leaving Konoha, let alone about where he was heading. Their real scheme should be what is giving me this bad feeling. However, what could their scheme be? Immediately, Raikage recalled two things. The first was him telling Darui to protect the village while he wasn't there. The second was the Fuinjutsu Grandmaster saying that there was one unknown seal among the explosive seals. His eyes widened in shock as he realized, don't tell me. Did those bastards actually do this to lure me out? Is Konoha brave enough to launch an attack on Kumogakure? Besides, even without me and B, Kumogakure is still very strong. They wouldn't be His eyes widened even more as he recalled Jiraiya's attack on the mine that killed over 250 Kumo ninjas. He thought, even though the village is strong, without me and B, we won't be able to stop their rank S ninjas easily. What if their plan is just to make a large attack and retreat? If we're caught off guard, Kumo might lose hundreds of ninjas. He glanced in the direction of the Land of Fire and wondered, does Konoha really want to start a war right now? B noticed A's change in mood. He became serious and asked, what is it? With a grim expression, A answered, I suspect that this might have been a scheme to lure me and you here. Konoha might be planning to make a move against our village. While we're hunting Fujin, they might have sent the Sannin to attack Kumogakure with their large summons. The eyes of all 7 Kumo ninjas widened in disbelief. One of them exclaimed, that's impossible. Konoha is known for not starting wars. They wouldn't make the first move. A replied, that's why they might be able to catch us off guard. Inform Mabui. Ask her to increase the defenses of the village. Until we return, the village has to be on the highest alert. Minutes later, Mabui and Darui received A's message. Both became tense. Darui muttered, Boss thinks that Konoha wants to surprise attack our village with their summoned animals. However, would Konoha really launch a war? Darui didn't see Konoha with as much suspicion as A. He could believe that Konoha might try to secretly assassinate the 4th Raikage, but didn't think that Konoha would start a war without any provocation. Mabui said, I'm not sure either. However, there is no question that something very fishy is happening. We need to be on guard. Darui nodded and said, yes. If Konoha wants to do a surprise attack on us, then they won't bring too many troops, since we would find them. Most likely, only their rank S ninjas would make a move and attack the village with large-scale attacks. Against such tactics, we'll suffer if our ninjas are gathered together. Darui thought for a bit and said, without Boss here, we'll take the safe approach. Deploy the barrier team on the walls and have them create a barrier to surround the village. Tell them to extend the barrier underground as well, in case Orochimaru attacks us. Send a few hundred ninjas to help the barrier team by providing chakra to the barrier and ask the rest to be prepared for a battle. We'll block the enemy's large-scale attacks with the barrier. If they manage to break the barrier and enter inside, then I and Yugito will confront them while everyone else assists us. We'll overwhelm them with numbers. If we're lucky, then Konoha might lose a few rank S ninjas. Mabui nodded and immediately got to work. Even though their leader wasn't in the village, Kumogakure still had over 10,000 ninjas in their village. As long as they weren't caught off guard, they weren't afraid of a few rank S ninjas. In one of the villages that were rehabilitated by the shadow clones of Fujin's teammates, one old man wiped the sweat off his forehead and thought, "That was scary. Was the Raikage really among that group of ninjas, as Lord Shikaku said?" As expected of Lord Shikaku. Only he can make the Raikage move wherever he wants to. Anyway, there was a chakra spike just a minute ago. The Raikage must have retreated, as Lord Shikaku said. I'll send a messenger bird to inform him that the group has left. However, I'll wait for a couple of hours just in case they haven't and are still keeping an eye on here. I can't imagine what they would do to me if they caught me. That man was a spy Shikaku inserted in the village, while the rogue ninjas were harassing them. When the Raikage's group entered the village in disguise, he didn't even dare to look at them. He relaxed only after sensing the chakra spike. While Ai's group hurried back to the Land of Lightning and Mabui and Darui shored up Kumo's defenses, Fujin destroyed 3 more bases in an identical manner. Half of the bases had been destroyed. In all, 546 Kumogakure ninjas had died. Among them were 96 Junins, 2 elite Junins, and 448 Chunins. It was a colossal loss for Kumogakure. Yet, not a single person in the Land of Lightning was aware of these losses. Standing at the center of the base, Fujin let out a deep breath. He looked at the wind cloak and analyzed, "My chakra reserves are down to 40%. The wind cloak has 20% of my chakra. In order to wipe out everyone in the next base optimally, I'll need to charge it up to at least 35%. The chakra needed to travel will be compensated by the chakra I'll recover while traveling. However, I'll still be down to around 25% of my chakra reserves. I guess it's time to take a break. There is no need to exhaust my chakra to that level. After all, the mission can already be considered completed. I'll wait until my chakra recovers. Thanks to the soldier pill and the chakra in my shadow clones, I'll only need around 6 to 7 hours. Shikaku said that I began returning around 3 hours ago. Considering how long he took to reach there, I should have enough time for a second round if Kumogakure doesn't recall the remaining ninjas back to their village. Fujin stretched his body to alleviate the stiffness caused due to traveling continuously. He muttered, "Since the wind cloak still has some chakra that I can't absorb, I might as well have some fun. It's time to test that." Once again, Fujin began traveling at a high speed. His destination was the 6th base on his target. The 5 bases that Fujin targeted were between Kumogakure and the border between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Frost. However, the remaining 5 bases were on the other side of Kumogakure. Hence, the distance between them was much larger, with one base being all the way on the western coast of the Land of Lightning. Fujin would require a couple of hours to reach the 6th base. The scenery in that base was quite different from the other bases. Even though Fujin had noticed that the ninjas in the 4th and 5th bases were preparing for something, the ninjas in the 6th base had already prepared for war. Everyone was just awaiting orders to be dispatched. In the headquarters, inside the base, Dodai sat calmly while recalling the message he received from Mabui. He thought, "To think that Konoha might make a move against us. Their strength should have already recovered. As we suspected, they won't take the humiliation we inflicted upon them a decade ago too kindly. We might soon be in another great war." He turned his gaze outside the headquarters and activated his chakra field. He thought, "Fortunately, we're very well prepared. If Konoha thinks that they have any chance of a swift victory against us, they're badly mistaken." As Dodai was thinking that, Fujin reached the base. He looked at his wind cloak and thought, just 6% remaining. The wind cloak separated from him and began changing its shape once again. This time, instead of transforming into the wind domain, it took the form of a human and transformed into a wind clone. He chuckled and said, "All right, I'll have some fun." This was the second method Fujin created to use the leftover chakra in the wind domain. Fujin could transform it into a wind clone and keep it with himself until he recovered his chakra. This way, if someone attacked him while he was still recovering his chakra, he could recreate the wind domain. Of course, there was no need for anyone to guard him now, so Fujin just let his wind clone go to cause some havoc and leave a few nightmares in the land of lightning. As for Fujin, he continued looking at the base and muttered, "Here goes nothing." AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsar OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Daniel and Alfie, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 670, Return of the Nightmare. Chapter 676 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Dodai was just casually sensing everyone in his base to see how far everyone there had come along. He was about to deactivate his chakra field when he suddenly sensed a chakra that he didn't recognize rushing rapidly into the base. He muttered, "What the hell? Who entered the base? And what's with this speed?" He immediately got up while thinking, who is it? And how did that person enter the base without activating any of the seals? Wait, I can sense a couple more chakra signatures. They are heading towards the patrol camp. Shit, what's happening? By the time he came out of the room, Fujin had already reached the center of the base and slammed his right hand on the ground. Fuin Battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the entire base was covered with seals and was sealed by the Fuin Battlefield. At the same time, a sword appeared in Fujin's left hand. Dodai only saw a glimpse of Fujin's figure. Before he could take a better look, Fujin disappeared. Dodai thought, fast. I couldn't even see his fac. His thoughts froze as shock appeared on his face. The shock soon changed into horror as he sensed Fujin's chakra signature disappearing and appearing in a different place instantly repeatedly. Every time his chakra signature disappeared, the chakra signature of one Kumo ninja disappeared. Dodai muttered in horror and disbelief. Fly! Fly impossible! This is the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Another ninja in Konoha learnt this accursed jutsu. Despite the shock, his brain quickly realized, Konoha's target isn't Kumogakure. Their target is our bases. Dodai, I didn't expect someone like you to be here. Dodai heard a cold voice behind him. However, even before he could react, a sword entered his back, pierced through his heart, and appeared in front of his chest. There was nothing he could do except watch the bloody sword in horror as his eye closed permanently. Fujin stored his body properly before finishing off the remaining Kumo ninjas. After confirming that everyone was dead, Fujin created 3 shadow clones to collect their dead bodies and hide the evidence of a slaughter. While they collected the bodies, he thought, I didn't think Dodai would be in charge of one of the bases. Then again, it isn't too strange. He is very experienced and commands a lot of respect in Kumogakure. So having him guide the youngsters is only natural. In the future, he would have assisted Naruto's shadow clone in sealing the third Raikage. However, I have already killed Kabuto, so the third Raikage shouldn't be revived. If he still does somehow, I'll just seal him by myself. Anyway, there's no need to focus so much on the future. Dodai was someone who was close to the third Raikage, and he was also close to I and B. He might know some details about the lightning chakra mode, not to mention he is also one of the few individuals who created a Kekkei Genkai without a bloodline. His memories should be very interesting. A smile appeared on Fujin's face. Though he didn't intend to target Dodai, it was a good surprise. However, more than Dodai, Fujin was happier about another thing. He glanced at the dead bodies in the base and thought, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. I have used it effectively in combat for the first time. Even though I'm not used to using this jutsu, this technique is just as fearsome as I remember. Anyone under the rank S level can't last even a few seconds against me. It's little wonder why Minato was so feared. While I'm not as accustomed to using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu as Minato and Tobirama, and my proficiency in this jutsu is definitely far lesser than either of them, I might exceed them in terms of lethality. After all, Fujin chuckled and looked across the Fuin battlefield. Along with the other seals that made Fuinjutsu what it was, there were also a couple thousand Flying Thunder God marks in it. Minato had to throw his special kunais marked with Flying Thunder God marks in order to create points for him to teleport to. However, Fujin did not need to do something like that thanks to his Fuin battlefield. If a comparison was to be made, it could be said that the Fuin battlefield was equivalent to Minato throwing 2,000 special kunais on the battlefield in an instant. How dangerous that would be was rather obvious. Not to mention, the Fuin battlefield had a lot more methods that Fujin used for various purposes. So, despite his relative inexperience in using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu in battle, the combination of Fuin battlefield and Flying Thunder God Jutsu was extremely terrifying. Fujin thought, as for my proficiency, that would be a bit difficult to improve. Flying Thunder God Jutsu was the staple of Minato's combat. He used it for years against all sorts of opponents. On the other hand, my preferred attack method is Wind Release. And with my current strength, only top-tier rank S ninjas could provide me with a challenge if I used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. It's not something I can do often. Fujin sighed and muttered to himself, I guess I'll have my clones fight each other to get a hang of it. Another option is hunting down Obito with my Akura identity and using this jutsu. He's probably the perfect sparring partner to practice the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. I wonder if he'd be kind enough to go a few rounds against me? Or perhaps I should revive Tobirama or the Third Raikage for some practice after I get my hands on the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Fujin's 3 shadow clones returned and handed him the scrolls. Fujin stored them, looked at each of his clones, and said, You go towards the 7th base, you towards the 9th, and you towards the 10th. The shadow clones nodded and dispersed. Fujin had already formed a plan before making the clones, so they knew their tasks. As the clones moved towards the respective bases, they left Flying Thunder God marks along the way so that Fujin could easily teleport towards their locations. Fujin thought the easiest way to travel here would be flying on Kaido's back. However, I won't be able to mark the Land of Lightning if I do that. Right now, I have only marked the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers properly. I have left a few marks in the lands of Hot Water, Frost, and Grass. I'll use this opportunity to properly mark the Land of Lightning so that I won't have to do it again in the future. Anyway, it's a good thing that Fuin Battlefield and Flying Thunder God Jutsu barely use any chakra. Only if I try to teleport a jutsu does the chakra consumption increase. So I didn't lose much chakra while clearing this base. In fact, I lost more chakra in creating those shadow clones than in the battle. Regardless, I should be back to full in around 5 hours. Then I'll just teleport to their locations and continue forward. With such thoughts, Fujin disappeared. He teleported a few times and returned to the base in the Land of Frost. 5 of his shadow clones were already reading the memories of the dead Junins. Fujin waited for them to be done reading the memories of the heads in front of them before dispelling them one by one. Fujin collated and analyzed every clone's memories and thought, as expected, they didn't know much about the lightning chakra mode. However, they did know a few interesting things. Oh well, let me see what Dodai knows. Fujin began reading Dodai's memories. While he did, Mabui felt uneasy. Yugito looked at her and asked, Is everything all right? You've been uneasy for some time now. Darui became serious and asked, Is there an issue? Samui and C looked at her as well. Mabui explained, After receiving Raikage-sama's message, I sent messenger birds to all our outer bases to prepare themselves. However, only 7 bases contacted me back using the chakra transmission communication devices. I dispatched an Anbu squad to each of the 3 bases that didn't respond. They should have reached there by now and contacted us. However, I still haven't heard anything from them. Everyone in the Raikage's office became serious on hearing her words. C muttered, That's strange. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, they should have responded right away. For them to not reply means that something has happened there. Darui's eyes widened. His expression became grim as he said, Quickly, show me the bases that didn't respond. Everyone noticed his expression. Mabui didn't delay and showed him the map. With an ugly expression, he said, Boss's assumption was incorrect. Konoha wouldn't attack our village directly. It would be a declaration of war, and from my understanding of the third Hokage, he would never want an all-out war. Instead, he likes to use schemes and hurt us in the dark. Their real target must be our outer bases. Most likely these 5 that are closer to the border. Shit. The expression of the remaining 4 ninjas also became ugly. The memories of the wounds Jiraiya inflicted upon them were still fresh in their minds. They didn't want to see Kumogakure suffer a similar loss again. A few fun chapter names on Patreon. 723 One Jutsu to suppress them all. 724 Poking the Beehive. 25 Unexpected Casualties. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/doublehex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 55 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Kalevra. Caleb, Simon, Sasvin, Ron, Suraz, Pluto, Call Me Danny, Janice, Shim Amazake, Daniel, Tristan, Daniel, JTSSE, Pink Panda, Aeon Storm, and Frederick for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 671. Darui's Decision. Fujin's Plan. Chapter 677 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Realizing how devastating their losses would be if Konoha destroyed those 5 bases, Darui ordered, "Contact these 2 bases and tell them to be on guard. I'll take 100 ninjas with me and go to see what the situation is. Yugito, you stay in the village in case my guess is incorrect and their real target is our village." Darui began moving towards the door. However, before he could leave, Mabui said, "Don't be reckless, Darui. Konoha has already managed to lure Raikage-sama away. If you act without considering all the possibilities, you could fall into a trap as well. If that happens, we could suffer even more." Darui stopped and looked at her. Mabui continued, "There are still a few more possibilities other than Konoha attacking those bases. In fact, I think that those are more likely than Konoha attacking our bases. Don't forget one of the main reasons behind creating these bases." Darui's eyes widened as he realized what Mabui was indicating. He said, "Sorry, I lost control for a moment. You're right. While making these bases, we kept Konoha's attack on the mine in mind. The bases were specifically created in a way to ensure that a few large-scale attacks won't be able to destroy them." Samui agreed and added, "That's right. Even if they were attacked and at a great disadvantage, they should have been able to contact us. So it is highly unlikely that they were attacked." Mabui nodded and said, "That's right. I feel that Konoha has sent a few squads to intercept the messenger birds between us and those bases. Their goal might be to make us think that those bases are under attack, and make us send reinforcements there. Once we do, they would ambush our reinforcements and eliminate them. Without Raikage-sama and B, our reinforcements won't be able to resist if the Sanins are involved in the ambush. Even you might lose your life, Darui. Not to mention, there is still the chance of this being an attempt to lure even more capable ninjas away from our village so that our defenses weaken even further. So we need to tread carefully." Darui and the rest analyzed Mabui's words and felt that they were reasonable. However, it left them in a dilemma. C sighed. "So, what do we do in this situation?" A helpless expression could be seen on C's face. No matter what they did, the situation was bad. If they didn't go and their bases were under attack, then it would be the same as giving up on the lives of hundreds of capable ninjas. On the other hand, if they did go to reinforce and fell into an ambush, it could also result in painful casualties. Mabui sighed as well and said, "There are only 2 things we could do. Either we stay holed up here until Raikage-sama returns, or we send a large group to check what is happening. However, there won't be any half-baked attempts. Either you all stay here, or all 4 of you head out leading an army of 500 ninjas. We can't risk sending a small group and losing someone like you, Darui." Everyone looked at Darui. As the leader in Ai's absence, he would have the final say. After thinking for some time, he said, "Even if Konoha attacked our village, they won't have an easy time getting inside the barrier. After all, even the 8-tailed beast bomb can't break the barrier. Besides, that isn't Konoha's way of doing things. I'll head out towards the closest base along with an army to see what is happening. If Konoha really wants to ambush us, let me see what they have brought to ambush us." Everyone nodded and got to work immediately. Samui, C, and a few others left to gather the army. Since everyone was already on guard, it wasn't a very difficult task. However, it would still require some time. 5 minutes after the two of them left the Raikage's office, Mabui's expression became grim once again. Darui muttered, "We have lost contact with 3 more bases. To think that they would target this one as well." Darui's eyes were on the base where Dodai was stationed. Since it was on the other side of Kumogakure, he didn't think it would be targeted. Yugito frowned and asked, "How did they interrupt our chakra transmission communication devices?" Mabui answered, "These devices work by transmitting chakra. Though unprecedented, it wouldn't be too strange for them to intercept it. Perhaps Konoha has sent members of the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans to interfere with this. Or perhaps they invented a technology allowing them to interfere with our transmission. However, it is very suspicious that they're doing this." She looked at Darui and asked, "Which base will you head to first? And what should I tell the other 4 bases?" Darui muttered, "Dodai's base is the closest to the village. I'll need just 4 hours to travel there. I'll head there first. Ask the remaining 4 bases to be on their highest guard. Tell them that they might be attacked or lose contact with us. In addition, send an Anbu squad to the other 5 bases which we can't contact. However, instruct them to take irregular routes." Mabui nodded and quickly got to work. Half an hour later, Darui, Yugito, C, and Samui left Kumogakure along with 496 other ninjas. Such a large movement made everyone inside Kumogakure tense. Needless to say, the ones who were the most tense were the spies. However, none of them dared to send a message to their village due to the barrier surrounding the village. In an underground base in the Land of Frost, a frown could be seen on Fujin's face. He thought, he doesn't know anything about the lightning chakra mode either. He does know the basic mechanics behind techniques like the lightning release, double lariat, but nothing about the lightning chakra mode. He knew where the scroll of that technique was kept by the 3rd Raikage. Unfortunately, the 4th Raikage changed its location later. Sigh. I guess I can't expect to get Kumo's greatest technique so easily. Fujin calmed his mind and thought, after my chakra recovers, I'll destroy 3 more bases. Kumo has already discovered that there is something wrong with the first 3 bases I targeted, though I am not sure whether they discovered the details. Even if they haven't, it is just a matter of time. They should soon discover about the remaining 3 as well. However, it is too late. Even if they ask the ninjas in those 3 bases to retreat to Kumogakure, I can easily intercept and eliminate them. Even if they split and escape in different directions, eliminating most of them wouldn't be too difficult, thanks to my space-time sensing technique and Flying Thunder God Jutsu. That'll leave just 1 base. After such losses, there is no way Kumogakure would stay silent. They would do everything they can to keep everyone in that base safe. Even if it isn't tactical, they do it for their pride and morale. And the only thing they can do is send a large army led by either Darui or Yugito or both there. However, a smirk formed on Fujin's face as he thought, that base is on the freaking edge of this continent. Even if everyone eats soldier pills and rushes there, they would need over a day and a half to reach there. With just Darui or Yugito inside Kumo, I can easily infiltrate and try to look for the scroll without needing to worry much about any obstructions. Fujin turned his gaze back towards Dodai's dead body and thought, this guy's quite peculiar as well. Even though he showed that he was quite smart during his young age, his fighting prowess wasn't very impressive compared to his peers. While not weak, he didn't stand out either. He didn't have any affinity to lightning manipulation, and his main affinities were fire and earth. However, even there, his affinities weren't particularly spectacular, yet he managed to fuse the 2 elements in his late teens in a stroke of luck while he was trying something else. Fujin let out a sigh. Even though he hadn't devoted his life to creating a Kekkei Genkai like a few others, he still worked a lot. He even experienced how Takeshi did it several times with the spirit transformation jutsu. And even though his talent in fire manipulation wasn't extraordinary, his talent in wind manipulation was beyond extraordinary. Yet he hadn't managed to properly recreate Scorch Release. On the other hand, Dodai managed to do it by a stroke of luck. Fujin muttered. No wonder Renjiro said that it is luck-based rather than skill. No wonder Hiruzen and Orochimaru never managed to create any Kekkei Genkai, despite having excellent affinities and access to even more jutsus than me. Sadly, even though I read Dodai's memories, I won't be able to recreate lava release that easily. I'll have to get that combination right, just like how he did, and that's not something I can copy by just reading memories. I'll need to learn how to do it instinctively. Fujin shook his head and thought, leave it. It's too much work for something that adds very little to my strength. Besides, if that plan works, then all my efforts would become pointless. I'll rest for a bit and continue my attack. 4 hours later, Darui's army reached Dodai's base. As they looked at the base carefully, a puzzled look appeared on everyone's face. Latest chapter, A Game of Death? AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link to patreon.com, devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Alder, Tilo, Luca, Frederick, Janjot, Ganbayar, Rabah Mason, El Cid, Yuyo, Running, Anthony, Corrupt Man, Daniel, Caleb, and Simon for supporting me on Patreon. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Donors may suggest a novel for narration. If it meets our restrictions/policy, we will consider posting the first 100 chapters. Chapter 672, The Ambush. Chapter 678 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Important notice, for anyone planning to join to my Patreon in the future and uses iOS, please read today's public post on Patreon. There will be some changes from 4th November due to Apple's policies. The post includes methods to avoid getting charged more. Darui and his army reached the base that was under Dodai's command. En route, they were very careful and alert against a surprise ambush. To their surprise, they didn't sense any Konoha ninjas while traveling. Not a single shuriken was thrown at them. Most of the ninjas relaxed on reaching the base. However, as they drew closer, everyone was puzzled. Under normal circumstances, the patrol units should have noticed and met them. Yet, no one did. Instead, the sensors said that they didn't sense anyone inside the base. C frowned and asked, did they activate all the seals to hide the base? Dodai might have done that to hide the base from anyone else. No wonder we didn't sense anyone. Darui muttered, let's hope that is the case. Because the alternative is terrifying. The ones around Darui became very serious. Darui shouted and commanded everyone to be prepared for a battle. The entire army became serious. They carefully moved to the center of the base, their expressions becoming solemn as they inched closer. Even when they reached the headquarters in the center, they didn't see anyone. There wasn't even a single Kumogakure ninja inside the base. Everyone had vanished in thin air. C activated his chakra field and said, I can't sense anyone at all. Where is everyone? There are no signs of combat here either. I didn't even see a scratch on any building on the way here. Darui and the rest frowned as well. Darui wondered, did something happen to make Dodai take everyone here away and hide elsewhere? But what could have happened? And why didn't he inform us? Or did he try but fail as Konoha cut off our communications? Did something similar happen in the other bases as well? But what? Darui's eyes widened. He immediately looked under his feet and shouted in horror, Fuck! Instinctively, he released a large amount of black lightning from his feet. The black lightning traveled through the surface of the ground. He wasn't the only one. Samui, C, and several others in the army did the same. Yugito instinctively unleashed Madatabi's chakra and covered herself and several others around her with her chakra. Why did all the Kumogakure ninjas react so drastically? It was rather simple. Innumerable explosive seals suddenly appeared under their feet. The ninjas Darui brought along were all very experienced. They sensed it right away and acted instinctively. A second later, the entire base blew up. Soil flew up hundreds of meters in the sky due to the force of the explosion. Every structure on the base was decimated by the explosions. Fujin, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at a few tags burning in front of him. He thought, every tag in the 6th base blew up? Did Kumo send an army there? I wonder if they discovered the explosions and set them off, or stepped into the trap. If they stepped into it. Fujin shook his head. He had already inflicted heavy losses on Kumogakure. If another group blew up, he could imagine how miserable I would be once he returned. Fujin couldn't help but wonder. My actions in the Land of Wind should have made their higher-ups hate Konoha. I doubt even Gaara would be able to change that. And now, Kumo will lose close to 1,000 well-trained ninjas due to me implementing Shikaku and Hiruzen's scheme. Would the allied shinobi force even be formed? Fujin wasn't too sure. On one hand, even if his actions weren't considered, all the major villages hated each other. Nearly everyone had lost someone close to them during the Great Wars, creating a cycle of hatred that Jiraiya and later Naruto tried to stop. That cycle of hatred was far greater than the wounds inflicted by Fujin. On the other hand, time was a crucial factor. When the allied shinobi forces formed, it had been nearly 18 years since the previous Great War. A lot of the scars had faded away with time. The large period of relative peace had also made the common ninjas reluctant to start another Great War, as fresh scars would appear once it began. Fujin's action meant that new scars would appear on Kumogakure. Even if they couldn't take any action right away, they would remember these wounds. He wasn't sure whether 4 years was enough time for them to fade away. Fujin thought, oh well, it doesn't matter. The allied shinobi force wasn't formed out of compassion. It was formed due to the threat of Uchiha Madara. As long as Obito doesn't change his mind about openly announcing the start of the 4th Great Ninja War, the alliance should still happen. Similarly, the alliance continued post-war because Naruto was too freaking strong. He had surpassed even Hashirama and Madara. Had he and Sasuke died in their final clash, the world would have become far more chaotic, as everyone would have tried to take advantage of the critical situation and come on top. So it doesn't matter much whether the allied shinobi force is formed or not. Though it'll have an impact on the future if it isn't formed, it doesn't affect me much. Fujin didn't particularly care about world peace like how Naruto and Jiraiya did. He wasn't averse to wars either. Besides, even if the 5 great illages didn't form an alliance, a great war was very unlikely in the future. Fujin thought, even if there isn't an alliance, I doubt anyone would dare to start a war against Konoha in the future. There would be just too many powerhouses in Konoha for anyone to try that. The only major disadvantage would be that Kumo won't help Naruto to master Kurama's powers. However, that isn't a very big issue. With Naruto's personality, befriending Kurama is only a matter of time. Even if he fails, I could hijack that turtle island and guide Naruto if I require him to become that strong. Fujin finally got up and muttered, anyway, I'll leave those issues for the future. Now, let me see who blew up all the explosive seals. Fujin disappeared from the base. In the Land of Lightning, one of their 10 bases was completely destroyed. The only thing visible was a thick dust cover in the area. The wild animals and birds were escaping away from it in a hurry. At the center of the base, a hand appeared out of the soil as a person crawled out of the loose soil covering him. He was covered by soil from head to toe. He wasn't the only one. Several other ninjas began crawling out the same way. Darui wiped his face and sighed. What a deadly trap. This brings back some memories. Next to him, C cursed. There is no doubt about it. It's that bastard. Samui recalled the scene she had seen several years ago. A young Fujin, who was completely trapped by them, blew up the entire place with hundreds of explosive tags and escaped in the confusion. Their current situation was eerily similar to that, the only difference being that they didn't see any explosive tags and instead fell prey to explosive seals that were very well hidden. She quickly said, "Be careful, there might be an ambush. C, do you sense anyone?" C shook his head and said, "I thought so too, but there is no one anywhere around us." Samui frowned and muttered, "Exactly what has happened here? There isn't a single person from the base here. There weren't any signs of battle either. Instead, there were thousands of explosive seals left to trap us. and the seals were hidden so well that even our seal masters and grandmaster didn't detect them. How did everything happen in just a few hours? Where are Dodai and the rest? And why haven't they contacted us? Samui and the rest were filled with confusion. They couldn't make any sense of the situation. No matter how they analyzed, all their analysis led them to one single conclusion. With a grim expression, Darui muttered, "Something happened to everyone in this base. Either they were forced to retreat, or somehow restrained and taken away, or—" Darui didn't want to say it. He looked around and saw Yugito using Madatabi's chakra to protect several dozen ninjas. However, there were several casualties among the rest of the army. Darui instructed, "See, take a look at our army. Heal the injured ones and check how many casualties we have." C nodded and got to work. Several other ninjas had already started looking for their comrades even before him. Yugito appeared next to Darui with a grim expression and said, "Our losses will be heavy." What was that explosion? Didn't Mabui talk with Dodai just a few hours ago? How did anyone plant so many explosive seals and hide them so perfectly in so little time? Darui replied, "No idea. However, I have a feeling that something very bad is about to happen. Not to mention, other bases might have such traps as well. I have to inform Mabui." Samui and Yugito nodded. Darui grabbed a chakra transmission communication device and contacted Mabui. While he did, a figure stealthily appeared some distance away. No one sensed him, and due to the dust cover, no one was able to see him either. Surprise appeared on Fujin's face as he thought, "Would you look at that? Both Darui and Yugito are here. If they're here, who's in Kumogakure? AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddles Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Simon, Oliver, Benjamin, Jordan, Armat Moja, Diaden, Sersh, Calvin, and Kakashi for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 673, Terrifying. Chapter 679 of Naruto, the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Both Darui and Yugito are here. If they're here, who's in Kumogakure? Fujin couldn't help but wonder in surprise. He had anticipated Darui or Yugito leading an army, but didn't think Kumo would send both of them when neither A nor B were in the village. Fujin thought Kumo is very brave. To be without a rank S ninja when they're facing an unknown threat, I suppose they're just confident in their defenses then. Not really surprising, I guess. Their barrier team is quite strong, and they should have several elite Junins and hundreds of Junins in their village, along with those ridiculous tools. Anyway, now that these two are here, should I continue with my plan, or should I change it and infiltrate Kumo first? Fujin fell into thought. On one hand, he had a very good plan prepared. If he continued, he'd be able to kill another 300-odd Kumo ninjas and might still be able to infiltrate Kumo. On the other hand, the opportunity in front of him was very good as well. Even if Darui and Yugito rushed back at their full speeds, they would require at least a couple of hours to return. The Raikage's group was several hours away as well, so Fujin could roam unobstructed inside Kumo for a few hours. Fujin analyzed, "If I go to Kumo, then killing everyone in the remaining bases would become very troublesome. Since Darui's group fell into a trap, they'll likely disband the bases. Normally, that would have been fine, and I'd still be able to hunt them. However, if I spend time inside Kumo, they could retreat to nearby cities and villages and mix among civilians. I can't attack the villages openly, or it'd be a declaration of war. After thinking for a bit, Fujin decided, leave it. From what Shikaku said, killing everyone in just 3 bases would be enough to consider the mission completed. Killing everyone in 5 bases would be excellent. I have already killed everyone in 6 bases, and who knows how many died from Darui's group. That is sufficient. Even though I can kill more Kumo ninjas, there isn't any gain for me. By comparison, raiding Kumo could provide me with several benefits. I'll head towards it." Sigh. Fujin sighed and muttered to himself, "I didn't think I'd get such an opportunity. I should have sent a clone to mark places close to Kumogakure. I'll need an hour to travel to Kumo from the nearest Flying Thunder God mark." Fujin thought for a few seconds before deciding, "I'm interested in seeing what Darui would do. Perhaps I might be able to get some entertainment." Fujin chuckled and teleported a few kilometers away. He created a shadow clone and sent him towards Kumogakure. Meanwhile, he waited to see what Darui would choose to do. In the base, Darui contacted Mabui. She was shocked by everything Darui said. With a grim expression, she thought, "Everyone in that base is missing and Darui's army fell into a trap that even Old Man Jin couldn't detect. How did that happen?" "Don't tell me that's what happened to the 3 squads I dispatched earlier." As she expected, Darui said, "Contact the 5 Ambu squads you sent to the other bases and inform them about the trap. Inform Boss as well. He could check upon those bases on his way here." Mabui replied, "Yes, I will. What are you planning to do next?" Darui thought for a bit and asked, "Can you contact the remaining 4 bases?" Mabui answered, "Yes." Darui sighed in relief and said, "That's good. Order them to disband. Everyone should move separately in squads of 4 and head towards nearby towns and villages. They'll hide there until further communications. If they don't receive any orders, they should start heading back to the village after 2 weeks." Mabui replied, "All right." Darui paused for a bit before saying, "Tell Boss that I have a hunch that Suzuki Fujin is involved in whatever is happening here. I'm not sure who else is involved. However, we have fallen prey to a deadly scheme." Mabui's expression became grim as she replied, "I'll convey it to him." The 2 finally stopped talking and deactivated the chakra transmission communication devices. Yugito frowned and asked, "How could Fujin have been here? Wasn't he in the land of hot water? How did he get here so quickly?" Samui answered, "He has a flying summon. I think Konoha openly showed him off to tempt Raikage-sama and B into going there. He must have flown here while they were going there. Perhaps others from Konoha traveled along with him on his flying summon. It could have even allowed them to scout our bases, allowing them to make the appropriate move." Darui immediately said, "It's just a hunch. We can't declare everyone dead until we find their bodies." Samui nodded solemnly. The 3 of them turned their heads towards an old man who was walking there while being assisted by a couple of ninjas. Burns could be seen on his left leg and right arm. Darui respectfully said, "Are you fine, Elder Jin?" "Sorry, I had to bring you here despite your age." Jin sighed and said, "I'm fine. However, I failed. So many of our capable ninjas died due to my incompetence." Jin was one of the 4 Fuinjutsu Grandmasters in Kumo. He was in his late 70s and had served Kumo faithfully for decades, so everyone respected him. However, his heart couldn't help but ache on seeing the casualties around him. Yugito frowned and asked, "How come you didn't detect the explosive seals? There must have been tens of thousands of them." Yugito wasn't questioning Jin's ability or accusing him of being careless. Instead, she was genuinely confused. It was extremely difficult to trap a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster with Fuinjutsu. They would always detect a vast concentration of seals instinctively, just like how Fujin discovered the trap Kitsuchi laid for him. Jin answered, "The reason I failed is the seals we inscribed while making the base." The eyes of Darui, Samui, and Yugito widened as Jin continued. "Every base has hundreds of seals to improve the defenses. Whoever laid the trap used those seals to hide a large number of stealth seals, which in turn hid that ridiculous amount of explosive seals. That is why I couldn't detect them. Even though I instinctively felt that there were a lot of seals here, I thought that they were the same seals we inscribed here, as they were all I could see. Whoever did it was quite ingenious to make use of them in this manner. If it was done in just a few hours, then whoever did it is a terrifying genius at Fuinjutsu. If it was indeed someone from Konoha, then we need to be very careful in any future conflicts with them. Otherwise, we could lose a large number of ninjas in a similar manner several times." Darui and the rest had solemn expressions. To be able to fool a Grandmaster was an incredible feat. It was also terrifying. How many Grandmasters did any village have? Kumo had only 4. All were treasured, and they would rarely go out on the battlefield unless they were accompanying the Raikage. So the Seal Masters would be the ones accompanying armies during wars. However, if a Grandmaster wasn't able to detect the trap, how could Seal Masters do it? The difficulty of attacking Konoha went up by a notch. Darui muttered, "The ability to create such traps is alone equivalent to a rank S ninja." Others agreed with him. Samui said, Didn't Iwagakure's message say that Suzuki Fujin was very close to becoming a grandmaster several years ago? Do you think that this was set up by him? Darui's eyes widened. He replied, "It could be possible. Not to mention, using so many explosive seals is consistent with his style." Jin shook his head and said, "From what I hear, he is only 16 years old. He might be involved in creating this trap, but it's unlikely that it was entirely his creation. However, if it was just him, then his threat is no lesser than the fourth Hokage's." Everyone's expression became solemn on hearing it. As they were discussing, an elite Junin appeared and reported with a grim expression, "Darui, 43 ninjas have died, and 24 are still missing. Since we can't sense them, I'm afraid that they're dead as well, and are buried somewhere here." The moods of Darui and the rest became heavy. It was a painful loss. Since they didn't know what exactly happened to the ninjas stationed in the bases, it piled upon their misery. Jin sighed and said, "The losses are still far lesser. Since the trap was dependent on our seals, they could only lay the explosive tags close to them. Not to mention, this army is an elite one, with every squad being led by a Junin. Many of them were able to neutralize most of the explosive tags near them before they set off. The ones who couldn't do so jumped high up in the air to avoid getting directly hit by the explosion." The elite Junin nodded. "Yes, that is the case. Among the 43 dead, only 18 were blown up by the explosive seals. The rest died due to stones piercing through their vital organs at a high speed due to the explosions. A few also died due to suffocation caused by the large amount of soil entering their respiratory system. Of course, if Yugito hadn't acted quickly enough, then it would have been terrible. Not only did her chakra save a few dozen of our comrades, but it also shielded others by stopping the high-speed debris that could have hit others. Without her, our casualties might have tripled. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pilsarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Tristan, Stephen, Malik, Dan, Nofathana, Nur, Samuel, Android, Aman, Jasper, and TrustZ for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Nishant for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 6774, The Strangest Scene. Chapter 680 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Without Yugito, our casualties might have tripled. The elite Junin said. Everyone agreed with him. Darui thought, "It's a good thing that Mabui stopped me from going alone. Otherwise, even I could have died, especially if they had any way to know what has happened here." The Kumo army continued treating their wounded, sealing the dead ones and finding the missing ones. While they did, Mabui contacted the 5 Anbu squads she had dispatched earlier. Unfortunately, she lost contact with one of them. One of the other 4 squads reported that they had already reached close to the base and seen that a part of the base was blown up and 4 dead bodies lay nearby. Mabui solemnly thought, "I sent 3 squads to their death. The one squad that didn't respond was headed towards a base where I hadn't sent a squad previously. They must have fallen into the trap as well." Mabui's mood became heavy. Her orders had caused the deaths of 4 Anbu squads. She quickly adjusted her mood and thought, "No, I can't let my emotions affect me. Even though it's not official, we're pretty much at war. A war that we're badly losing. I need to contact Raikage-sama." She quickly used the chakra transmission communication device to talk with Ai and informed him about the traps and the state of Darui's army. To say that Ai was shocked was an understatement. He nearly burst out in rage, but controlled himself, understanding how serious the situation was. A asked, "What about the remaining 4 bases?" Mabui answered, "I have given them the orders to disband. They should mix among common civilians very soon." A replied, "Good. Ask Darui's group to return as well. I'll check the 5 bases while returning. Once they analyze the situation, get the details of the trap from them and inform me." Mabui replied, "Yes, Raikage-sama." Seeing Ai's solemn expression and feeling the rage he was controlling, B seriously asked, "What is the situation there, brother?" A replied, "Their target wasn't our village. They targeted our bases. Everyone in the base Dodai was looking over is missing. Darui led an army to check, but fell into a trap. He's fine, but several of our ninjas are dead. Not to mention, we aren't able to contact 5 more bases, and they likely have similar traps. B and others were shocked to hear that. None of them expected Konoha to make such a move. A roared, "Increase your speed, everyone. I'll crush every Konoha ninja still on our lands. They're mistaken if they think they can get away with this." Half an hour later, C returned to Darui's side and said with a tired expression, "We have healed everyone to our best abilities. Unfortunately, 12 have serious injuries. We will need to take them back to the village to properly treat them." Darui sighed and said, "What a mess." Mabui said that the remaining 4 bases have successfully disbanded. We'll head back to the village and plan what to do next. Everyone was distraught on hearing that. Even though everyone in the army was slightly fearful of the unknown enemy, they wanted to fight for their village and earn pride for Kumogakure. However, they didn't run into any enemies. Instead, they fell into a trap and lost 67 capable comrades. Hundreds were injured to varying degrees. Everyone felt terrible. Darui sighed, understanding everyone's thoughts. However, there was nothing else he could do. If they fell into another trap, their entire group might be wiped out. With the 4 bases disbanded, they didn't have any reason to head there. As for the remaining 5 bases, the Raikage's group would reach there faster than them. So, Darui had no reason to head there. He could only mutter, "I'm sorry, I led us all into this trap." C shook his head and said, "There was nothing you could do. We were completely outplayed. We can only get stronger and more capable so that this doesn't repeat." Everyone nodded, agreeing with C. The Kumogakure army finally began their retreat. Needless to say, the morale of the army was quite low. With hundreds of ninjas having minor injuries, they no longer moved at the same speed at which they marched there. 15 minutes after they began their retreat, a sensor in their vanguard frowned and said, "There is someone up ahead." The ninjas around him frowned as well. The Junin next to him asked, "Just one? Do you recognize the chakra signature?" The sensor shook his head and said, "No, and his chakra is very erratic. I can't get an estimate of his strength." The Junin frowned and ordered another ninja. Inform Darui-sama about it. Darui and others quickly learnt about it and looked at C, who activated his chakra field. He frowned and said, "The chakra signature is indeed very erratic. Whoever it is, that person isn't moving and might not be aware of us." Yugito said, "Since it's just one person, it couldn't be an ambush. However, we still need to be careful in case another Fuinjutsu trap is laid for us." Jin said, "Don't worry, I'll take every precaution. We won't fall for such a trap again." Darui nodded and said, "Good, let's go check out who that person is." Darui led Samui, C, Yugito, Jin, and a couple of other elite Junins forward. They carefully traveled for around half a kilometer while checking for any traps en route. To their relief, there were no seals. The rest of the army followed them. However, when they finally lay their eyes on the individual sitting in their path, every single one of them was dumbfounded. For a while, none of them knew what to make of the situation in front of them. Who's that? What's he doing there? Why is he roasting chicken here? Is he deaf and blind? He hasn't even looked at us. The Kumogakure ninjas began questioning doubtfully, for they had seen the strangest thing in their entire life. In front of them was an individual wearing a long black cloak with a demon mask covering his face. He was sitting without a care in the world while roasting a chicken. Despite the presence of over 400 Kumo ninjas so close to him, he didn't even glance at them and continued roasting the chicken. Jin chuckled and said, "After living for nearly 8 decades, I didn't think I'd see something so strange. What a fascinating individual." A tick mark appeared on Yugito's forehead as she questioned, "Is he purposefully ignoring us?" She suddenly shouted, "Hey you, who are you, and what are you doing in the land of lightning?" To her surprise, that individual didn't even turn his head in her direction and continued roasting the chicken. Being ignored in such a manner made Yugito both flustered and enraged. She exerted her chakra and shouted, "Stop ignoring me!" A little bit of Matatabi's chakra leaked when she shouted. It made the demon-masked individual finally turn his head and look at them. Yugito felt a pair of eyes inspecting her very carefully. The individual finally opened his mouth and muttered in a jagged but archaic voice, That's an interesting chakra. Brings back some memories. The Kumo ninjas were surprised. None of them expected to hear such words. What surprised them more was his tone. It felt as if he had no interest in any of them. The individual turned his attention back to the chicken and sighed. So many complicated questions and so few answers. How long will it take to solve these? How many more mysteries will appear once I solve them? Sigh. He released another long sigh and said without taking his eyes off the chicken, "Leave. I'm not in the mood for a fight." His tone was so dismissive and filled with a blatant disregard towards the Kumo ninjas that everyone who heard it was offended. Once they got over their surprise, the Kumo ninjas in the back began cursing. "That bastard! Who does he think he is? How dare he treat us like pests?" The Kumo ninjas were quite distraught and demoralized from what had happened in the base. Now that they came across someone asking for a beating, they wanted to vent their frustrations. Unlike them, Darui and his group controlled their emotions. All realized that something was off with the situation. They weren't sure whether the person in front of them was confident in taking them on or just bluffing. Darui wondered, questions? Mysteries? What is this old man blabbing about? Darui softly asked. "Old man, are you sure that there are no seals?" Jin nodded and said, "Yes, there are no seals around here. However, both his cloak and mask are densely covered in seals. I can't see which they are, though." Darui nodded and calmly asked, "Could you tell us who you are and what you're doing here? Also, did you notice any small group of ninjas moving around a few hours ago?" Despite being asked so politely, that person continued to ignore Darui. Instead, he took the roasted chicken off the fire. Darui sighed and muttered, "I don't want to disturb your dinner, but we need some answers." "Sorry, but I'll need you to come with us." He grabbed his sword. The remaining Kumo ninjas grabbed their weapons as well. While they wanted to vent their frustrations, none of them dared to drop their guard, considering the deadly trap they walked into not too long ago. Despite being so heavily outnumbered, the masked individual didn't panic. Instead, he sighed in disappointment in another unsolved mystery. Why does every era have fools who run to their deaths? Is there any answer? Or is it just the way of the world? If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, James, Hertolt, Sky Aftermath, Miso, Huai, Rodrigo, Iking Taoist, Kexinator, and Tristan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 675, The Greatest Weapon. Chapter 681 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Another unsolved mystery. Why does every era have fools who are run to their deaths? Is there any answer? Or is it just the way of the world? The masked man's words confused the Kumo elites yet again. Darui couldn't help but think, era? Why does he talk as if he has lived through eras? Is there something wrong with his head? Or something else going on? Others wondered the same as well. It caused their movements to falter for a few moments, and no one made the first move. The man looked at them and wondered, don't tell me I spooked them enough to deter them. I guess this is enough shit-talking for now. Needless to say, the masked man was Fujin, who was using his Akuro identity. It was the same identity that he used to kill several root ninjas, destroy the root headquarters, and kill Raiga and his henchmen. He had been keeping an eye on Darui's group while his clone marked the path to Kumogakure. When he saw Darui's group heading back to Kumogakure, he decided to stall them until his clone reached Kumogakure. He also decided to take the opportunity to build up some reputation for Akuro so that it wouldn't be too strange when he did more things with that identity in the future. Thankfully for Fujin, his little act wasn't enough to deter the Kumo ninjas completely. After suppressing their doubts, Darui and the ones with him rushed towards Fujin while the other Kumo ninjas readied themselves to attack. However, his first move made everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. Seeing how he talked and how fearless he was, Kumo ninjas expected the masked man to be strong. So they were on guard against lethal ninjutsu or genjutsu, or even forbidden jutsus. Grandmaster Jin was keeping an eye out for any seals. However, Fujin's first move contained none of those. Yet it stunned every single Kumo ninja who witnessed it. As Darui and company moved towards him, Fujin flung the roasted chicken towards Darui in one smooth motion. As he raised his sword to block the roasted chicken, Darui couldn't help but mutter, "What in the hell?" However, immediately after, his eyes widened again, and a large amount of lightning flowed through his sword. Others coated their weapons in lightning chakra as well. The reason for this sudden change was that they detected a strong lightning chakra within the roasted chicken. Suddenly, the roasted chicken exploded, and its bones, which were strengthened by lightning, flew towards them at an incredible speed. Darui quickly used his sword, aiming to block 8 pieces of bones while thinking, "What a troublesome fellow. This is the first time I've seen such a method of attacking. What the?" His eyes widened once again in shock. A couple of lightning-charged bones hit his blade and were destroyed as they couldn't bear such intensity. However, the remaining 6 suddenly changed direction midway. He quickly moved his sword to block, but the lightning-charged bones didn't head towards him. Instead, they moved at the Kumo army behind him. Others faced a similar situation. The Kumo army in the back didn't expect such an attack when the likes of Darui and Yugito were in front of them. Several Kumo ninjas fell to the ground lifelessly as the lightning-charged bones pierced through their hearts. Lightning release, false darkness jutsu. Suddenly, C shot out several spears of lightning. A few moved towards Fujin, while the rest moved in the space between them. They targeted the chakra threads that were controlling the lightning-charged bones and cut them off. He quickly shouted, "Be careful. He can use chakra threads like a puppet Maz." Before he could complete his sentence, his eyes widened as he saw a fist heading straight towards his face. Fujin had effortlessly dodged the lightning spears and moved towards C at blinding speed. The Kumo elites were still in shock to see more of their comrades die. The sudden move caused most of them to be off guard. Luckily, as the censor and the medic, C was standing slightly behind the frontline fighters. As Fujin's fist neared C's face, Yugito immediately reacted and kicked towards his fist. Sensing the chakra concentrated in his fists, Yugito instinctively released some of Matatabi's chakra, covering her leg with her blue chakra. Fujin quickly changed the direction of his fist and punched her foot instead. The two clashed, creating a loud sound and sending a small shockwave. To the shock of the Kumo ninjas, it was Yugito who grunted in pain as she felt a few bones in her foot cracking. She got flung behind by several meters. Fujin thought, if she had released more of Matatabi's chakra, I'd have backed off. However, that little time barely allowed her to use any chakra. A shame that I can't take advantage of either of their weak positions. Fujin's eyes moved to his left as he saw Darui swinging his lightning-enhanced large sword covered down on him. Fujin covered his left hand in lightning as well and blocked the sword with the metal plate on the back of his glove. The exchange surprised Darui, as he didn't expect to be stopped so easily. However, Jin wasn't surprised. He thought, even his glove is covered with a crazy number of seals. No wonder Darui was stopped so easily. Did he inscribe his clothes himself? If so, he could be a possible suspect behind the trap in the base. After blocking Darui's blade, Fujin kicked towards him, but Darui blocked the kick. Before Fujin could continue his attack, Samui appeared in front of him and stabbed her tanto towards his heart. At the same time, the remaining 2 elite Junins threw shurikens at Fujin from the other direction. In addition, Fujin also saw Jin creating a few seals, while Darui whipped his other leg towards Fujin's face. Knowing he couldn't block them all at the same time, Fujin pushed Darui's sword back a bit and flickered, causing all the attacks to miss. He appeared a few meters away and thought, looks like taking on a rank S ninja, Jinchuriki, Fuinjutsu Grandmaster, and 4 elite Junins is too much for me. Haha, I might end up taking a beating if I stick to just lightning release. Lightning Illusion Flash Pillar. Seeing Fujin on the back foot, C discharged electricity through his entire body in the form of an extremely bright light to disorient Fujin's vision. He wanted to use this opportunity to put her genjutsu so that Darui, Samui, and the remaining 2 elite Junins who were rushing towards Fujin could take advantage of it. However, Fujin just closed his eyes when he realized C's intention. At the same time, he disrupted his chakra, making it impossible for anyone to influence his chakra flow. C frowned and shouted, "Be careful, he isn't under a genjutsu and his chakra just spiked considerably." Darui and the other three raised their guard. To their surprise, they heard Fujin chuckling. He broke out into laughter and said, "Ha ha! Not bad. Not bad at all. It looks like this era has some capable ninjas after all. I should be entertained, at least until I recover all my powers. Now then, please don't disappoint me and die too early. Ha ha." Despite not being censors, the four of them sensed the immense chakra Fujin was building up. Even someone like Darui became tense and wondered, what in the world? What's this chakra? How did it appear so quickly? Lightning release. Lightning flood jutsu. Fujin pointed his left palm towards the Kumo ninjas and unleashed a massive amount of lightning towards the Kumo ninjas. Needless to say, that jutsu had been amplified by the blade of the thunder spirit. Fujin had concentrated 2% of his chakra into that jutsu, while the blade amplified it by 10 times. That is why C felt Fujin's chakra suddenly increasing by around 18%. Despite facing the devastating jutsu, the Kumogakure elites didn't panic and immediately responded with their own jutsus. Storm release, laser circus jutsu, lightning release, false darkness jutsu, lightning release, lightning beam jutsu, lightning release, spinning lightning shot jutsu. The four ninjas immediately counterattacked. The four lightning jutsus clashed with the lightning flood, stopping it momentarily. However, they knew that it wouldn't be enough to stop the attack as they couldn't supercharge their jutsus to that extent. After launching their jutsus, all four immediately retreated until they crossed Yugito, who was running towards the lightning flood. Yugito released a large amount of Matatabi's chakra and used it to shield her teammates from the lightning flood. Fujin saw as she almost created Matatabi's form with her chakra cloak. Before it could take the complete form, the lightning flood bombarded her, creating several openings in her cloak. Even so, Fujin didn't press on the attack and instead analyzed, "What a difficult situation. I get outnumbered when I try close combat. However, in the long or mid-range, Yugito will just block all my attacks. Even with the Blade of the Thunder Spirit, I can't compete with her in terms of chakra. I need to change my tactics. Still writing the next chapter, but should be done before I fall asleep. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Gudalsarvish8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Shiv, Greedsmith, TT, Benjamin, Lucas, Rue, Mehmed, Declan, Jew, Perry, Manman, Colby, Pablo, and Alex for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 676, Weather Report, Hurricanes. Chapter 682 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. I need to change my tactics? Fujin glanced towards his left and saw dozens of kunai with explosive tags flying towards him. A couple of dozen Kumo ninjas from the army's vanguard had moved around the battlefield to sneak up on Fujin. In addition, Fujin sensed a couple of dozen ninjas quickly moving towards his right as well. Lightning appeared in his left hand again as Fujin flung it towards the incoming kunai. The lightning transformed into a net, deflecting every kunai and disabling all the explosive tags. A moment later, he jumped and appeared on a branch behind him as the ground under him turned into spikes. His new position was immediately bombarded by water and lightning combination jutsus, as more Kumo ninjas jumped into the battle. Finally getting a breather, Darui said, "That guy is intense. Are you guys all right?" Everyone nodded. Even though the fight was intense, no one was injured. Well, no one but one. Darui looked at Yugito and asked, "Yugito, how's your leg?" Yugito replied, "I think his punch cracked some of my bones. However, Two Tails' chakra has healed most of it. I can fight normally. That said, be careful in a frontal battle against him. His strength is phenomenal." Darui said, "Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He was able to stop my blade with just his fist." Suddenly, Jin said, "Darui, all his clothes are densely inscribed in seals. That is why your blade was stopped so easily. You guys need to be more careful in close combat. Those seals raise his defenses by several levels. Your attacks might not have as much effect on him as you think." In addition, I'm not sure whether those seals have any offensive features. While Darui and the rest were having a quick discussion, Fujin was standing in the forest surrounded by electrified water. However, he wasn't worried. On the contrary, it made it difficult for the Kumo ninjas to make any follow-up attacks. Fujin analyzed. A frontal assault against the 7 of them will only result in a loss. The only real way I can change the tide of the battle is by using Kirin. However, a helpless smile appeared on Fujin's face. As good as Kirin was, it was just too strong. He didn't want to risk killing either Darui or Yugito. That would have far-reaching repercussions. Darui was Ai's right hand. Among everyone in Kumo, he was the only acceptable successor to Ai. Losing someone like him could force Ai to take drastic measures, such as targeting the young ninjas of Konoha, and perhaps even other villages. While Fujin wasn't afraid of him and could take him on, the future would change drastically if Kumogakure killed any of Naruto's batchmates. On the other hand, Yugito was a Jinchuriki. If she died, Madatabi would die as well and revive somewhere a few years later. Even though Fujin had created the Phantom Haven, his ability to gather information was still nowhere near Zetsu's level. And unlike the Three Tails, Fujin didn't have a clue about where it would resurrect. Hence, Fujin didn't want to kill her for the time being. Fujin analyzed, I guess there is just one option then. The most basic tactic. Let's see how they respond. In Kumogakure, Mabui was still swamped with work. She sent a new Anbu squad to the base, where the Anbu squad who didn't respond was headed. In addition, the remaining Anbu squads had reached their respective bases. Not daring to get close to the base, they observed the bases from a safe distance and reported the situation to Mabui. Mabui's expression was very ugly. She thought, this is the worst-case scenario. They didn't see a single person inside the base. Where's everyone? How could everyone just disappear? Even if I assume Konoha sent their best ninjas, how could they neutralize everyone in every base so clinically that no one was able to contact us? Mabui was disturbed by the information. She was barely hanging by a thread when a few old people walked into the Raikage's office. They were led by Inazuma, who used to be an advisor to the third Raikage. Needless to say, the people with him were the remaining council members. Mabui frowned on seeing them entering in such a way. She asked, "Why are all of you here?" One of the council members snorted and asked, "Why don't you tell us that?" Another said calmly, "The whole village has been restless the entire day. You guys have even put up a barrier. Lord Raikage is nowhere to be seen, and Darui led a huge army away deeper into the country a few hours ago. How long are you going to keep us in the dark about what is happening?" Mabui plainly replied, "You can ask Raikage-sama when he returns. For now, I'd appreciate it if you don't disturb me." The events of the last 24 hours had made her weary. She was in no mood to pretend to be polite and entertain the ones who obviously came to create trouble. Seeing her reaction, Inazuma sighed and asked, "Why are you treating us with such hostility? Even the civilians can see that something is wrong. Instead of asking for our aid, you're trying to do everything by yourself. Here, read these." Inazuma handed Mabui a few scrolls. Puzzled, Mabui opened and went through them immediately. A frown appeared on her face as she muttered, "Several towns and other places in the country are experiencing unexplained hurricanes. How are there hurricanes in this climate?" Inazuma replied, "Obviously someone or something is causing it. Luckily, there haven't been any casualties due to it yet, but such hurricanes will gravely affect our economy and trade. Even if no new hurricane is formed, a good portion of traders and merchants won't travel within our country for a few months. We can't take it lightly and need to get to the bottom of this." Mabui's frown got deeper. She was already troubled by the news of the bases and the traps, and now suddenly had to worry about something completely different. She decided, even though it is important, it is not as important as figuring out what is happening in those bases. However, it can't be ignored either. I'll use this to keep them busy until Raikage-sama returns. Fujin was almost done deciding when he suddenly flickered. Moments later, a black lightning spear passed through his previous location. After their little discussion, Darui and the rest quickly rushed towards Fujin. Knowing how dangerous he was, they didn't dare to let normal ninjas fight him for too long. Sensing Fujin dodge rather easily, C grumbled, "So sensing isn't his weakness." Darui muttered, "It doesn't matter. It's time to end this." Storm Release Laser Circus. A halo of bright light spread around Darui's hands and encircled them. Dozens of lightning beams fired from it towards Fujin. Unlike his previous attack, Darui had taken time to supercharge this attack properly. He had poured almost 10% of his chakra into a single attack. Sensing the immense chakra, the other Kumo ninjas retreated. Fujin looked at the incoming beams and thought, "Storm Release is quite fascinating. It would go perfectly with this identity. A shame that my talent in water manipulation is beyond terrible." Fujin knew that there was no point in dodging those beams. He stood at his spot and released a large amount of lightning charges. They began spinning at a rapid speed and formed a lightning vortex. Darui frowned and thought, he didn't try to dodge. He must know about Storm Release. Darui immediately controlled his beams to spread them apart and attack Fujin from every direction. However, to his surprise, he began losing control over his beams. Instead, the beams all moved towards the lightning vortex as if it were a black hole. The Kumo ninjas were shocked. No one had ever seen Darui lose control of his lightning. C, who had observed everything clearly, muttered in disbelief. "That's incredible. I have never seen lightning being used in this manner. That vortex he created naturally attracts electricity around it. The closer lightning gets to the vortex, the stronger the force of attraction is. Since he waited until your attack was very close to him, you couldn't control your own attack." Fujin looked at the lightning vortex and thought, "It'll be inappropriate to not return the gift, won't it? AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhexspace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you MSSC, Surya, and Justin for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 677. Lightning Combat System. Chapter 683 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The lightning vortex in front of Fujin stopped spinning for a moment before spinning in the opposite direction at an even faster speed. From the center of the vortex, hundreds of lightning crows flew out into the sky every second. C's expression became ugly as he muttered. He used the lightning absorbed by that vortex to create this jutsu. His chakra has barely decreased at all, despite using such a massive jutsu. Realizing that Darui's chakra was now being used against them, the Kumo ninjas had an ugly expression. Standing behind C, Jin said, "Yes, his techniques are exceptional. I haven't seen anyone fight in this manner in my entire life. He can hide his chakra within a roasted chicken, use chakra threads to control its bones, has excellent speed and strength, can amplify his chakra instantly, and can even utilize our lightning jutsus against us. As peculiar as he is, there is no doubt about the threat he poses. We shouldn't hold back anymore." If Fujin could hear their conversation, he would have chuckled. His lightning combat system was quite unique. In fact, he hadn't even planned most of it. When he started creating it, he only focused on 3 points. The first was using lightning to enhance his body's speed. He had a decent amount of success in this aspect due to the jutsus in Konoha's library, even though he was still very far from the Raikage's level. Copying Kakashi's Chidori, along with his swordplay, also made Fujin's close combat skills excellent. The second was the speed of his weapons. Fujin had complete success in this aspect. He was definitely among the best in the world in controlling lightning-charged weapons. Their speed and penetrative power made it very difficult for enemies to defend. It was his substitute for the Accium bullets. And the last aspect was strong lightning jutsus. By supercharging the false darkness jutsu and improving his control over the jutsus with yin and yang manipulation, Fujin had sufficient skill in this aspect as well. Backed by his basics, Fujin felt that these 3 aspects should be enough for him to be able to confront weaker rank S ninjas and even kill elite Junins. In the future, once he could get his hands on the lightning chakra mode, he would be able to go up against top-tier rank S ninjas with just his lightning release. However, through several strokes of luck, Fujin's lightning combat system had become far more sophisticated. The first stroke of luck was undoubtedly meeting a kind Ame ninja who donated the Blade of the Thunder Spirit to Fujin's cause. It allowed Fujin to conserve his chakra while creating insanely overpowered lightning jutsus in the blink of an eye. The next stroke of luck was accidentally creating the lightning vortex jutsu while he was training. It was an excellent defensive jutsu, something that was very rare in lightning release. However, it excelled against enemy lightning users. The vortex could absorb all of his enemy's lightning and allowed Fujin to use it instead. Even though he couldn't amplify it with the Blade of the Thunder Spirit, it was extremely restrictive for an enemy specializing in lightning release. After all, not everyone could create a cloak of lightning to fight like the Raikages. And the third stroke of luck was gaining the Kiba blades. It helped Fujin to control natural lightning and allowed him to create Kirin, giving Fujin a lethal attack. In addition, since the Kiba blades also had an amplification aspect, Kirin didn't leave him completely drained. As a result, Fujin's lightning combat system had unexpectedly become very efficient in terms of chakra, and hence made his Akuro identity very resilient. Even without the lightning chakra mode, Fujin had some confidence in resisting top-tier rank S ninjas and escaping successfully. Perhaps only the likes of Hiruzen, A, and Onoki could force him to escape using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Not to mention, Fujin was excited to see what level he would reach if he managed to get his hands on the lightning chakra mode. Seeing thousands of lightning crows diving towards them, Yugito unleashed Matatabi's chakra once again. This time, her chakra cloak took Matatabi's form properly. The lightning crows hit the gigantic fire cat with full force. However, the fire in her chakra cloak destroyed all the lightning crows with ease. Not even a single lightning spark reached Yugito or the ninjas behind her. Fujin sighed and muttered to himself, "As expected, even an attack of this scale won't work." He looked as Matatabi's right paw covered the skies above him and moved down to crush him while thinking, "I guess it's time to use that tactic. Otherwise, I really might get pummeled by her." The massive paw hit the ground, crushing all the trees under it and destroying the ground and nearby trees for several meters. C immediately looked to his left and said, "He's there." Seeing Yugito using Matatabi's chakra, most of the Kumo ninjas retreated. They didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. Yugito was about to make a move on Fujin again when Fujin sighed and said aloud, "To think that such weak humans are able to control you now. I'm disappointed to see that you've fallen this far, Matatabi." His words shocked Yugito and others around her. Yugito couldn't help but wonder, he knows Matatabi's real name? How? And why is he talking like he knows her very closely? Darui and the rest had the same doubts. In fact, they weren't the only ones. Inside Yugito, Matatabi wondered the same. She thought, "That's strange. Did I ever come in contact with this individual? Considering his abilities, I should have remembered him, but why do I have no recollection?" Yugito decided, he is too suspicious and baffling. We'll need to interrogate him properly. Purgatory Flame. She shot a massive fireball at Fujin. It destroyed everything in its path and exploded when it reached Fujin's position, starting a mini forest fire. However, Fujin flickered once again and dodged the attack comfortably. Yugito continued attacking him as the remaining Kumo army retreated. Only Darui's group stayed right behind her. Fujin continued dodging as he said, "It's a shame that my powers haven't recovered enough for me to take on Matatabi yet." Luckily for you, it means that you'll get to witness one of the greatest war strategies of my era. Darui frowned once again and thought, there he goes again. What is this era bullshit he is talking about? And what does he mean by saying that his powers haven't recovered? Did he hibernate for a few centuries before waking up? Or is there something wrong with his head? Darui hadn't taken Fujin's words very seriously initially. However, no one was taking his words lightly anymore. If anything, they were a bit spooked. Yugito launched another fireball at him, which he dodged again. However, he didn't appear close by this time, and Yugito lost track of him. She asked, "Where is he?" C, who was sensing continuously, had a stunned look. He muttered in disbelief, "He is running away." Others were surprised as well. Darui asked dumbfoundedly, "Don't tell me the greatest war strategy of his era was to run away?" Considering Fujin's previous antics, they wouldn't be surprised if he really did that. Suddenly, C's expression became ugly. He cursed loudly. Shit! That bastard isn't running away! He is attacking our weaker ninjas and has already killed 2. Without a word, all 7 of them moved quickly towards Fujin. Considering that they themselves struggled against him, they didn't need to think to know what the fate of their subordinates would be. They quickly caught up with him, but Fujin had already killed 7 Kumo ninjas. The sight of their dead comrades enraged them. They were about to attack Fujin when he moved away rapidly without even glancing at their group. Instead, he used his superior speed to target the weaker Kumo ninjas. Darui could no longer bear it and immediately increased his speed to go after Fujin. Yugito wanted to do the same, but the presence of weaker allies restricted her. She could no longer attack indiscriminately. Fujin glanced behind and thought, while I don't particularly care about the lives of these Kumo ninjas, they certainly do. With these weaker ninjas around, Yugito will be restrained. Even though Jinchurikis are treated slightly better in Kumo, in truth, it's just due to the Raikage taking every precaution. The common people and even most ninjas still fear them. They just don't dare to say anything openly. If she injures any Kumo ninja, the ones who find A an eyesore will take the opportunity to make her life harder. So with Yugito restrained, I'll have some room to breathe. I can use these weaker ninjas as meat shields and distractions to restrict their teamwork as well. Even though Fujin killed over 700 Kumo ninjas, he didn't really hate them. For him, it was a simple mission. Their deaths were neither beneficial nor detrimental to him. The only ones with whom he had a reason to be hostile were Darui's squad. After all, they killed his previous teammates and nearly killed him as well. However, Fujin didn't particularly hate them either. He fell into that situation only because he wasn't strong enough. Over the course of his career as a ninja, he himself had put thousands of other ninjas in the same position. At the end of the day, it was only a matter of who was strong and who was weak. Fujin didn't see any point in fostering hatred over things that were completely normal in the ninja world. So the only reason why he made a move against the weaker ninjas was to distract the stronger ninjas. In fact, considering the situation, they were actually more useful to him alive than dead. He only killed a few to send a message to the Kumo elites. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Pilsarvshate at OKSBE can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Antonio, Pervisage, and Ignacio for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Arpit for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 678. Repeating lies until everyone believes it. Chapter 684 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Seeing Darui splitting off from his group and charging ahead, Fujin wasted a few seconds toying with the 2 Kumo ninjas facing him. Right when he killed them, Darui caught up with Fujin and swung his blade at Fujin. He shouted, "Shameless old man! Stop targeting them and fight us!" A sword appeared in Fujin's hand. Lightning flowed through it as he slashed it at Darui's sword while replying with a chuckle. There is nothing shameless about it. What you're seeing is one of the greatest war strategies since ancient times. His words infuriated Darui even more. However, he didn't drop his guard and noticed something off. Instead of clashing their swords, Darui stopped and stepped to his right. 3 lightning-charged senbon passed through his previous position, barely missing him by a few centimeters. Darui immediately realized, "Shit! I nearly fell for his tactic. He is targeting them so that we would be restrained and might make a mistake." Fujin threw a few more lightning-charged senbon at him before attacking him with his sword. Their blades clashed several times in a few seconds as Fujin said, "Always finish off the weaker enemies before targeting the stronger ones." A simple tactic that reduces several complications and uncertainties. However, if it is done right, it can have a devastating effect on the battlefield. Darui's eyes widened as he heard Fujin claim absurdly, "During my era, several kingdoms locked their armies in their pretty castles due to the fear of me using this tactic against them. Eventually, that became unsustainable, and many had to disband their armies." Darui recalled all of Fujin's previous words and concluded, There has never been any such incident for the past few decades. And considering how he speaks, he has no doubts in his words. Could he really be some ancient ninja who somehow still survived? But how? How can one live for so long? And how strong was he at his peak? Regardless, since he isn't at his peak, this might be the best time to capture him. We could gain a lot of information from him. As their swords clashed yet again, Darui said, "Even if you put it in such a fancy way, there is no doubt that you are acting shamelessly and cowardly by picking on the weaker ones." Lightning release. Black Panther. Black lightning appeared on Darui's left hand and pounced on Fujin while taking the form of a panther. Lightning appeared in Fujin's hand as well as he waved his hand in front of him, creating a small electric field. The Black Panther changed its direction and discharged into the ground. Darui used this distraction to swing his sword at Fujin with full strength once again, but Fujin blocked his attack with his sword with ease. At the same time, he launched several lightning spears behind Darui to stall his teammates and asked, "Cowardly?" He chuckled and continued, "Have you forgotten that you fellows are the ones who attacked me? More than 400 ninjas attacking someone who wasn't in the mood. Not to mention, those weaklings tried to sneak attack as well not too long ago. Instead of regretting and accusing pointlessly, pick your opponents more wisely if you survive today." Using the force of Darui's sword, Fujin moved a few steps behind before flickering away. At the same time, Yugito and the rest appeared next to Darui. Even though the lightning spears didn't do any damage, they were stalled just long enough for Fujin to retreat easily. The Cuckoo ninjas chased after Fujin again, as C cursed. "He is heading towards another group, and there are 12 ninjas in that group. We can't continue in this manner. Our losses would be too heavy." Samue asked, "But how can we stop him? Among us, only Darui's speed is close to his. Even though Yugito can keep up, his tactics restrict her perfectly. How could we force him to fight us?" Everyone became silent. No one had any good answers. A few seconds later, Jin finally sighed and said, "There is only one way. We will have to make a sacrifice." Everyone else was surprised and glanced at him. Jin explained, "His tactics depend on the fact that we care about the lives of our comrades. We need to disregard the lives of the next group and focus just on killing him. Only then do we have a chance of catching him off guard. Otherwise, our chances of victory are very slim." His words made everyone's expressions grim. It was one thing for Fujin to kill them, but sacrificing their ninjas in this manner would leave a bitter taste. Even Darui, the leader of the group, went silent. Jin sighed and said, "I understand your feelings. However, this is what both Lord Third and Lord Fourth would have done. Even if we don't sacrifice them, he'll still kill them. And he'll move on to the next group. The result would be worse. As the leader, you need to make tough decisions." Darui nodded and said, "I know. Don't worry." He glanced in the direction of the group Fujin was targeting and muttered, "Sorry, I won't be able to save you." As they hurried after Fujin, they quickly made a plan. In the group Fujin was about to target, a sensor said, "Be on guard. I sense someone coming towards us at a rapid speed." His words caused the remaining 11 ninjas to become very alert. They looked in the direction the sensor was looking at and saw Fujin's silhouette in a few seconds. Everyone immediately had grim expressions. Without a word, 10 ninjas threw kunai with explosive tags in his direction. The remaining 2 rapidly weaved hand seals. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Lightning release, lightning python jutsu. Fujin effortlessly dodged the explosions as he watched the lightning python deform inside the water dragon, creating a combination jutsu. The electrified water dragon moved towards Fujin at twice the speed of a normal water dragon. To the surprise of the Kumo ninjas, Fujin didn't change his direction. Instead, a lightning charge covered his entire body. It wasn't a lightning cloak like what I could do, and was instead a slightly advanced application of Raiga's thunder armor. Fujin directly moved through the water dragon. The electricity inside it was neutralized by the charges on his body, making him immune to it. To the shock of the Kumo ninjas, Fujin moved through the electrified water dragon in the blink of an eye and appeared in front of them. The 2 ninjas instinctively raised their kunai in a defensive posture. Unfortunately, both were too slow, and their head were sent flying as Fujin's sword slashed through their necks in a single motion. Without wasting any time, he moved towards the ninja on his left. Since there were 12 ninjas in this group, Fujin didn't need to stall for Darui to catch up. Not to mention, their attacks had already slowed him down by a few seconds. Fujin was about to kill the third ninja when a look of surprise appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "Huh!" The ninja Fujin targeted had a resigned look on his face. As he saw Fujin merely a meter away from him, he thought, "It looks like this is the end. Sigh, I had a bad feeling from the start. However, if I'm going to die..." A hint of craziness appeared in his eyes as Fujin sensed several tags activating on his body. Fujin couldn't help but think, impressive and admirable. A shame that his strength doesn't match his resolve. Fujin sensed 16 explosive tags activating on that ninja's body. He intended to take Fujin along with him. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Fujin's kick landed on his chest and sent him flying through the forest. By the time his explosive tags exploded, he was already 50 meters away. The difference in their strength was too big to be compensated by courage and bravery. Fujin couldn't help but think, while courage and bravery are respectable, they can't necessarily compensate for tens of thousands of hours spent on grueling training. He glanced behind him, watching a black lightning panther moving towards him as he continued thinking. Without the discipline to train for years or even decades, courage would only get you killed. He didn't even have a plan to deactivate the tags in case his attempt wasn't successful. Fujin disappeared and the Black Panther changed its direction as well. Darui's eyes widened as he realized, as I suspected, he plans to use them as human shields. Fujin had appeared behind another Kumo ninja and attacked with a sweep kick. The chakra-enhanced kick immediately damaged the poor ninja's legs, temporarily disabling him. Due to how quickly it happened, his brain didn't register the damage his legs had just taken. Instead, what horrified him was that Darui's Black Panther was heading directly towards him. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvish8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Moritz, Kenan, Saptep, Makloof, Mumra, Xander, and Pink Panda for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 679. Cloak. Chapter 685 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The Kumo ninja was so horrified by the Black Lightning Panther that he didn't register the pain in his legs as he fell down. To his relief, the Black Panther changed its direction and tried to go around him. His relief instantly changed into horror as Fujin picked him up and continued using him as a shield. The poor guy experienced a roller coaster of emotions in a single second. Seeing his state, the other 8 Kumo ninjas were terrified. None of them wanted to be subjected to such torture. All of them only had one thought: what a terrifying monster. Darui frowned and changed the direction of the Black Panther again. Realizing that Fujin would continue using that ninja as a shield, he just diverted it into the ground and charged towards Fujin with his sword. However, to Darui's surprise, Fujin flung the ninja at him. Once again, Darui felt the absurdness of his opponent's fighting style. He had never been in any such battle in his entire life. He was forced to stop his attack and catch the poor ninja. As soon as he did, his eyes widened as he felt something burning on that ninja's back. The remaining Kumo ninjas saw it as well and shouted, "Darui-sama! Stay away!" A dozen explosive tags were stuck on his back. Darui tried to use his lightning to disable the tags, but it was too late. The explosive tags exploded. Darui barely managed to retreat half a meter before the ninja's dead body crashed into him with great speed. Even though he stopped his torso with his hand while retreating, he was drenched in the dead man's blood. Darui looked at Fujin hatefully. However, he didn't have any time to let his hatred out as he quickly dodged several lightning-charged senbon coming straight at his vital organs. The remaining Kumo ninjas tried to attack Fujin since they were surrounding him. However, their attacks hit thin air as Fujin flickered in front of Darui and slashed his sword down at him. Lightning flowed through Darui's sword as he blocked Fujin's sword. Unfortunately, Darui was slightly overwhelmed by what was happening. In addition, Fujin's momentum was truly great. His sword pushed down on Darui's sword, putting Darui in a very vulnerable situation. Fujin's sword was barely a few centimeters from Darui's forehead when his eyes widened and he stepped to his right. Moments later, a lightning-charged Tanto passed by from just next to his cheek. Fujin glanced behind Darui and saw Samui running towards them at full speed. The two other elite Junins were moving in from the flanks, while Yugito, C, and Jin were in the rear. Darui took advantage of the distractions and kicked Fujin. Fujin used his feet to block his kick and jumped backwards. He was about to flicker away and retreat again when Yugito's chakra exploded once again. However, it was different this time. Instead of taking Matatabi's form, the blue flame-like chakra branched into two and moved through the forest. In the blink of an eye, Fujin and the other Kumo ninjas were surrounded by blue flames. Fujin was surprised. He thought, her control over Matatabi's chakra is this good? Even Roshi's control wasn't this good. It's hard to believe that she still isn't a perfect Jinchuriki. Still, a peculiar expression appeared on Fujin's face as he realized something very odd. He thought it was Hashirama who captured all the nine-tailed beasts and distributed them among the villages. The ideal way to control the tailed beasts is Fuinjutsu, and Konoha is a step ahead of other villages in this aspect. The only two other methods that are better at suppressing the tailed beasts are the Sharingan and Wood Release. Both belong to Konoha. And yet, Konoha is the worst in terms of utilizing the tailed beast. Kumogakure had a perfect Jinchuriki and a near-perfect one. Iwagakure had two who were close to being perfect as well, even though one of them was now dead. Kirigakure had a perfect Jinchuriki. Tsunagakure, despite having a terrible seal, could still easily set Shukaku loose on their enemies. By comparison, Konoha never had the ability to unleash Kurama on their enemies. In fact, the only time Kurama was in a battle since Hashirama captured and sealed him was when Obito used him to attack Konoha. Even though there were several other factors, the end result was the death of Minato, Kushina, and a good portion of veteran Junins of Konoha. Despite having all sorts of resources at their hands and extremely shrewd and cunning leaders, Konoha completely lost to other major villages in this regard. Fujin didn't spend much time thinking about it and just muttered to himself, "What a waste." Anyway, do they really count on these flames to stop me? I see. So that's their plan. As Darui's group had predicted, Fujin wasn't afraid of the flames and was about to move straight through it. Hence, the two elite Junins, who were on the flanks, attacked with false darkness jutsu to cut off Fujin's retreat. Of course, even that wouldn't be enough to stop Fujin. The Kumo ninjas were well aware of it. However, didn't matter. The jutsus had slowed Fujin down just enough for Samui and Darui to attack Fujin from the back. Fujin glanced behind and saw Samui and Darui closing in from his right and left. Realizing his precarious situation, another sword appeared in Fujin's hand, and lightning began flowing through it as he swung them to block both Samui and Darui. In the blink of an eye, their swords clashed several times as Fujin managed to keep both of them at bay. Even so, a frown appeared on his face as he ducked to dodge a lightning spear launched by an elite Junin. Moments later, the remaining Kumo ninjas attacked Fujin with ranged jutsus and weapons to help Darui and Samui, while C attempted to place Fujin under a genjutsu. Darui and Samui increased the intensity of their attack to ensure that Fujin couldn't use his swords to block their attacks, forcing Fujin to dodge them while he faced their blades. Fujin thought, impressive attack plan. I wonder how long I'll last against such an attack combination. One of the main reasons why Fujin attacked Darui's group was to get fighting practice with his lightning combat system. In fact, it was an even greater reason for Fujin than stalling their retreat to Kumogakure. After all, even if he didn't stall, he'd still have a lead of at least a couple of hours over them. Even though Fujin's lightning combat system was very good, it had a major drawback. Fujin hadn't used it much in combat. For any combat system to improve, it had to undergo several intense battles. Only then could Fujin realize any weaknesses he might have overlooked and the improvements he needed to make. Hence, Fujin didn't do anything to get out of this clutch position and continued battling. As they battled, a frown appeared on Jin's face as he wondered, what's going on now? Why is he fighting directly and in such a disadvantageous position? They had a plan for when Fujin acted unscrupulously again. However, the Kumo ninjas were caught off guard by the change in Fujin's fighting style. Since the situation was advantageous to them, they continued attacking. Fujin hung on for 2 whole minutes in such an intense situation before he finally made a mistake. A shuriken hit his mask very close to his left eye before bouncing off. Thanks to the seals on the mask, he wasn't harmed, but Darui's kick landed on his chest at the same time, sending him flying backwards. Fujin quickly flipped in the air and landed on his feet, but the 2 elite Junins used false darkness yet again, while C backed them up with lightning release, flash pillar. Excitement appeared in the eyes of several Kumo ninjas as they were finally about to land a critical blow. What they couldn't see was that there was a smile behind Fujin's mask. He thought, not bad, now that was a good fight. Maybe I should visit the Land of Lightning frequently in the future. I'll improve rapidly with such battles. Just before the attacks could land on him, Fujin's cloak moved and formed a dome around him. The 3 attacks landed on the cloak. The eyes of Kumo ninjas widened. Even Darui couldn't help but mutter, "What in the hell?" If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pedal Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Chandav and Hunter, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 680, A Deadly Plot. Chapter 686 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What in the hell? The attacks landed on Fujin's dome-shaped cloak. As everyone expected, C's attack was easily blocked since light couldn't travel through an opaque object. However, what shocked everyone was that the dome tanked the other 2 jutsus as well without budging even an inch. There wasn't even a single scratch on the cloak. Jin couldn't help but wonder, how many seals has he inscribed on that cloak? How in the world could it block 2 false darkness jutsu with such ease? Taking advantage of his temporary safety and the fact that he couldn't be seen or sensed by anyone, the blade of the Thunder Spirit appeared in Fujin's right hand. A wide grin appeared on Fujin's face as he decided, enough defense, now let me see how you guys react when I go on the offensive. Lightning release. Lightning Root's jutsu, Fujin unleashed a massive amount of lightning, using the blade as a medium to amplify his jutsu. The lightning pierced the ground, forming a root-like network as it traveled in every direction. While the Kumo ninjas couldn't sense anything inside the dome due to the large concentration of seals on Fujin's cloak, everyone felt a large amount of lightning moving underground. Darui immediately jumped while shouting, "Everyone, be careful!" Others jumped in the same manner as everyone felt lightning moving towards them. As their feet left the ground, lightning drilled out of the ground under everyone's feet and moved towards them. Instinctively, everyone used jutsus to defend themselves. Only 4 Chunins failed to do so and were zapped. Luckily, the lightning wasn't strong enough to critically injure them. Even so, everyone's expression was ugly as they looked at C. Darui thought, not good. His real target is C. The attacks on the rest of us were just a distraction. Wind release, great breakthrough. Sensing the strong lightning jutsu approaching him, C immediately realized that he wouldn't be able to counter it with a lightning jutsu. Hence, he supercharged the great breakthrough jutsu as much as he could until the lightning was very close to him before exhaling strong winds. The winds ripped through the lightning, dispersing most of it. A few charges still hit C, but they weren't strong enough to injure him. Only the hair on his body stood due to the electric charge. Unfortunately, he still wasn't out of danger. Even before he used the wind jutsu, the barrier around Fujin disappeared, and the cloak went back around his body. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was still in the air, he rapidly moved towards C. "Shit!" Darui cursed. He was about to use a jutsu to intercept Fujin, but he suddenly stopped and used his sword to block the incoming lightning-charged Senbon. Samui met the same fate as well. In the blink of an eye, Fujin reached C and his sword was right in front of him. C had a grim expression. He grabbed a kunai but had no confidence in being able to defend himself. Luckily for him, Fujin suddenly changed the direction of his sword to hit another sword. It was Yugito who appeared to help him. She was the only one who wasn't very afraid of the underground attack, and her position was very close to C, as well as they both were in the rear. Of course, Fujin had anticipated her making a move. Instead of blocking her sword, Fujin parried it. Yugito's eyes widened as she couldn't control her momentum, and continued moving towards Fujin. She immediately unleashed Matatabi's chakra again and covered herself in blue chakra. At the same time, she tried to kick Fujin. Fujin kicked her knee to block her kick and slashed his sword towards her neck. Yugito concentrated as much chakra as she could in her right hand and grabbed the lightning-enhanced sword with her bare hand. A deep cut appeared on her hand, but Matatabi's intense chakra neutralized most of the lightning flowing through his sword, ensuring that her hand wouldn't be cut off. Fujin wasn't very surprised and continued his attack as his knee hit her abdomen. He followed it up with another kick, sending her crashing into the ground. Taking advantage of their clash, C threw his kunai at Fujin, but Fujin easily diverted it with the back of his glove. The two of them finally landed on the ground. C immediately took a step backwards. Fujin was about to continue his assault when he suddenly flickered to his left. 3 black lightning panthers appeared in his previous position. They quickly changed their direction and chased after Fujin, forcing him to dodge again. Fujin frowned and analyzed, "I can't freely attack when others can attack me from every direction." Sigh. I've gotten too used to fighting opponents who can't even see me coming. As he moved, Fujin once again used the weaker Kumo ninjas as human shields to mess with Darui and slow down his attack. Darui manipulated his lightning to not hit them while continuously chasing after Fujin. However, it became very difficult as Fujin continued exploiting this weakness. By now, others had recovered from Fujin's initial attack. Samui and the 2 elite Junins joined in the battle and tried to enter into close combat, while Darui continued attacking with Storm Release. At the same time, Yugito got back on her feet and unleashed the full strength of Matatabi, recreating her form. Fujin sensed it and wondered, interesting, but how is she supposed to fight in this state without injuring her allies? As he continuously moved, Fujin finally got between 3 Kumo Chunins. The expressions of Darui, Samui, and the elite Junins became ugly. Fujin had moved to such a spot that all of them were restricted. It was a perfect defensive position. The 3 Chunins realized what was happening and turned around. Unfortunately, before they could react, Fujin's sword pierced through the back of one of the Chunins such that his sword was directly pointing towards Samui and the 3 Black Panthers chasing him. The Chunin looked at his chest in horror as he felt a massive amount of lightning flowing through his body. Fujin used the False Darkness Jutsu through his body to target Samui and Black Panthers. Samui immediately cursed as she didn't have enough time to use a defensive jutsu or even dodge the unexpected attack. She immediately flowed lightning chakra into her sword and used it to block the incoming attack. She gritted her teeth as some lightning made it through her defenses and electrocuted her. At the same time, the Black Panthers were also neutralized. Just then, Fujin sensed the 2 elite Junins building up their chakra. Both supercharged the False Darkness Jutsu and fired it at Fujin, confusing him. The Chunins were still in the way. Fujin wondered, what exactly are they planning? Fuck! Fujin's eyes widened as the 2 elite Junins launched their attacks, completely ignoring the 2 Chunins in the way. The massive amount of lightning electrocuted both of them to death in an instant. Fujin, who was merely a couple of meters away from both of them, was caught completely off guard. Fujin immediately stepped backwards and flickered. However, with the attacks so close and incoming at the speed of lightning, even his quick flicker was slow. Both attacks landed on his cloak. The defensive seals on his cloak managed to block the jutsus, ensuring that no harm came to Fujin. However, their force still sent him flying backwards. He landed just a couple of meters away from a Kumo Junin. The Kumo Junin was shocked by what he had witnessed. He never expected that 2 of his teammates would be killed by his superiors. However, understanding how critical the situation was, he didn't ask any questions and attacked Fujin. Fujin immediately waved his sword to his left to block him, but his eyes widened once again. Yugito, in Matatabi's form, appeared behind the Junin and swung her massive paw at both of them. At the same time, Darui, Samui, Si, Jin, and the two elite Junins also attacked to cut all paths of escape. Matatabi's paw hit the Junin as well as Fujin, who was very close to him, and sent both flying. As the one who had to take the major hit, the Junin died on the spot. His dead body was flung away for around 100 meters. Fujin was sent flying straight through Matatabi's fire-like chakra surrounding the entire group. He finally flipped in the air and landed on his ground, but he still skidded along for a long distance. Yugito's attack sent him half a kilometer away from them. Behind his mask, blood trickled down his lips. Despite being injured, a smile was plastered on his face. He broke out into laughter and muttered, "What crazy bastards!" AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhexspace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead of Patreon. Thank you, Aman, Huntez, Everett, Gorama, One Bullet, Ruben, Brian, Mark, and Panayotis for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 681, Backup Plan. Chapter 687 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Heh, what crazy bastards. Fujin exclaimed aloud with blood trickling down his lips. He thought, to think that Darui would resort to such tactics. I didn't expect that. What a grave miscalculation. Even though Fujin was in a disadvantageous position, he never expected to get injured. While it could be said that he was arrogant to think so, he had a very good reason for thinking so, which was his cloak. It was so densely covered with seals that even Ranka jutsus wouldn't make it through unless he was continuously bombarded. As long as he stayed quick on his feet, injuring him was extremely difficult. The only ones who could injure him were Darui and Yugito. Darui's lightning wasn't very difficult to handle, but Fujin knew that he couldn't take Yugito lightly. He was completely on guard against her. However, their tactics completely caught him off guard. Had her attack been any stronger, Fujin could have been forced to use the Flying Thunder God to dodge. Of course, the Kumo ninjas weren't happy either. In spite of their resolve, backstabbing their own comrades didn't feel good. In fact, it was just the opposite, as they felt contempt for their own actions and blamed themselves for being weak. What made it worse was the fact that this tactic couldn't finish Fujin off. They could still feel an intense chakra from him. Needless to say, the ones who had it the worst were the ninjas from the group Fujin targeted. 4 of them were still alive. Their faces had become pale in horror seeing their leaders kill their comrades. None of them ever anticipated it and were scared for their own lives. Yugito began preparing a follow-up attack right after her attack landed on Fujin. She thought, we underestimated his cloak. To think that it'd be so sturdy that it would protect him from my full-power attack. And now he is no longer surrounded by us. I have to get him with this attack. She fired a massive ball of fire towards Fujin. Fujin immediately sensed a massive amount of chakra at its center. The Vajra-shaped hilt of the blade of the Thunder Spirit appeared in his right hand as he wondered. A disguised tailed beast bomb? No, the chakra is too little. It's more similar to Scorch Release somehow. Fujin immediately realized that dodging wouldn't be the best idea if the jutsu could spread like Scorch Release. He shot a lightning beam straight through the hilt at the incoming ball of fire. Due to being lightning, Fujin's jutsu traveled much quicker, and they collided right around the halfway point between him and Yugito. Fujin's lightning beam easily ripped through the flames and hit the chakra concentrated at the center. As soon as the lightning touched the inner core, both jutsus exploded. Fujin's eyes immediately widened while Yugito cursed. Fuck! She immediately retreated and used her chakra to cover her allies. As for Fujin, he directly escaped underground. The reason for such drastic reactions was that an intense heat wave spread in all directions from the explosion. The heat was so intense that Fujin felt that he might lose a layer of his skin even despite the defenses of his cloak. Every Kumo ninja in the area turned their heads and looked in the direction of the explosion. As soon as they did, they instinctively felt danger. Luckily, the ones who were close by could see Matatabi's form and immediately realized what was happening. They quickly took defensive measures. Only a few failed to react in time and suffered intense burns as the heat wave reached them. Within a few seconds, a massive forest fire with a radius exceeding 3 kilometers started in the Land of Lightning. Yugito asked, "Are all of you all right?" Darui answered, "Thanks to you. What about that guy?" C answered with a grim expression. "He moved underground to dodge the heat wave but has now escaped. I can sense him heading towards another group." The faces of ninjas from Darui's group became ashen. Despite sacrificing 3 of their capable ninjas, they had failed to take the enemy down. They knew that they couldn't create such an opening again. One of the Kumo Junins gathered courage and asked, "What was that, Darui-sama? Why did they kill our comrades?" Darui didn't know how to answer. He only sighed and muttered, "I'm sorry." Jin sighed as well and said, "Don't blame him. That was the only way. If we hadn't shown heartlessness, he would have continued toying with us until all of you were dead. We could only decide to sacrifice a few to save the rest." The 4 Kumo ninjas were still fearful, but felt that Jin's words were reasonable. Recalling how ruthlessly Fujin toyed with some of their comrades, they understood that their fate would have been the same if Darui's group hadn't done what they did. Finally, that Junin asked, "What now? Will you guys chase after him?" Darui shook his head and said, "No, implement the second plan." The 2 elite Junins nodded and immediately flickered backwards. Samui asked worriedly, "Are you sure that this plan would work? With his speed, he could easily kill over 100 of our ninjas." Darui replied, "I wasn't too sure earlier. However, after this clash, I'm completely sure." Fujin moved towards the next group of Kumo ninjas. Inside his cloak, a green glow surrounded his body as he healed himself while on the move. However, he wasn't moving at his full speed. In fact, he was moving at less than half his normal speed. He turned around and wondered, "Why aren't they chasing me?" Fujin expected the Kumo group to chase after him once again. After all, they had managed to injure him. He was even moving slowly to tempt them into another round of a complex spar. Contrary to his expectations, no one chased after him. It almost felt like they had given up. Fujin thought, "Even though they sacrificed those 3 ninjas, I could see that neither of them liked doing it. So I don't think they'd let me slaughter everyone else without any obstacles. What are they plotting now?" Fujin noticed 2 blue signals being fired in the sky. Every Kumo ninja saw it as well. They immediately began running towards the signals. Fujin immediately sensed this change and stopped. He looked in that direction, puzzled, and wondered, "They are summoning everyone there? But why? If too many people are gathered together, Yugito will be restrained. Not to mention, I could easily kill over 100 ninjas before they reach that place." Fujin couldn't understand Darui's thoughts. No matter how he analyzed it, he could only reach one conclusion. He thought, "Do they have a trap set for me there? Is this movement just to lure me there? However, what trap would work against me without the presence of the likes of A and B here?" "What do you mean by you're completely sure?" Samui asked in confusion. Others looked at Darui curiously as well. Darui answered, "It's the way he battled. I have a feeling that he has no interest in killing any of us." "What?" Several Kumo ninjas exclaimed loudly in unison. Fujin had cut down Kumo ninjas like crops without a shred of mercy. He also toyed with several of them. Yet Darui claimed something so absurd. Darui explained, "The feeling I get from him is how the boss felt about the 4th Hokage. He just wanted a good fight and compete with him in terms of speed. This guy too is fighting like he's sparring. Since he can't take on all of us at the same time, he resorted to such tactics to restrain us so that he can battle to his heart's content." The eyes of other Kumo ninjas widened. They still couldn't believe Darui's words. Yugito muttered, "Why would he seek out such a spar? Hell, didn't he claim that he had no interest in fighting us?" C immediately recalled all the events up to that point. Shock appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "Do you mean to say that his words are true?" Darui nodded and answered, "Yes, that's the only explanation. If he is indeed an ancient expert who somehow lived until now and hasn't recovered his real strength, then he is likely treating this battle as a spar to get back in shape. That is why he hasn't used his full speed to eliminate the weaker ones. Otherwise, our death toll would have been much higher." As everyone analyzed Darui's words, they felt like his words made more and more sense. Suddenly, C said, "You might be right. He hasn't killed any more of our comrades." Fujin became curious about what Kumo was planning. He didn't see much point in killing as much as he could, as there wasn't much to gain. He decided, "I'll leave them alive for now. Perhaps they might be able to put up a fight the next time. Anyway, let me see what they are planning." Every Kumo ninja, including the injured ones, rushed towards the signal sent by the elite Junins. Within a couple of minutes, 381 Kumo ninjas gathered at that spot. The only ones who were slightly away were Darui, C, Yugito, Samui, and Jin. To Fujin's surprise, a barrier formed around the 381 Kumo ninjas. Fujin's left eye twitched at that sight as he wondered, "Are they tempting me to kill them all? If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patilsarvesh8 can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Idoge, Bavnik, Isaac, Silent Rain, A Random Fan, Lizeric, and Uger for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 682, Wild and Unpredictable. Chapter 688 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Once again, thanks for all your love and support, guys. My family and I are doing much better now. The rituals are more or less done as well, and most of the relatives have left too, though a few may come to visit in the coming days. So the release schedule could be inconsistent for a week, but I shouldn't miss any chapters, hopefully. Anyway, let's get back to the story. Stay safe and healthy. When he left Kumogakure, Darui led an army of 500 ninjas along with C, Samui, Yugito, and Jin. Due to Fujin's trap and the battle, 119 ninjas had already died. The remaining 381 gathered together and hid behind a dome-shaped barrier. Needless to say, the barrier was very strong. It could even stop Yugito. C sighed in relief and muttered, "Luckily, your speculations were on point. He didn't kill anyone. We can finally take him on without any worry." What Darui and the rest couldn't calculate was that Fujin was almost tempted to kill all 381 ninjas within the barrier. Since he had been waiting here for Darui and his army, he had long left countless Flying Thunder God marks around. While Fuinjutsu Grandmasters could sense his other seals, they couldn't spot the Flying Thunder God marks. If they could, then Hiruzen and Danzo would have long suffered a deadly heart attack and rested in peace and left poor Orochimaru without any targets. So Fujin wasn't conservative in marking the area. Needless to say, there were several marks within the barrier. Fujin could just teleport inside and kill everyone with his wind domain before the Kumo ninjas could even deactivate the barrier. Due to how close they were standing to each other, doing so was considerably easier than killing everyone in the bases. Fujin muttered to himself, "They're lucky that killing others doesn't increase a person's strength in any way." Otherwise, A might have had a mental breakdown. Anyway, with all of them sealed within the barrier, I won't face any sneak attacks while fighting them. However, taking on both Darui and Yugito with just lightning release is still too tough for me. I guess I'll have a final round before leaving my name behind and setting up conditions for more such battles in the future. With the army safe, Darui's group quickly moved towards Fujin. They promptly reached Fujin, who was casually standing while resting his back against a burning tree, patiently waiting for them. Darui said, "I didn't expect you to be waiting for us." Fujin sighed and muttered, "Well, chasing and killing those weaklings is rather boring." Sigh. Did you really have to disturb my meal? The Kumo ninjas were left speechless by his casual disregard for the lives of their comrades. At the same time, they felt anger. Before they could respond, Fujin said, "Oh well, the two of you did provide me with some entertainment. State your names. If you manage to make it out alive, then perhaps I'd pay this country more visits." Fujin casually ignored Samui, C and Jin and asked Darui and Yugito. Needless to say, it sent their anger through the roof. Yugito once again transformed into Matatabi and shouted while swinging her massive paw down at him. "Now that I no longer have to worry about others, prepare to pay with your life." Fujin just chuckled. He released several lightning rays through the tip of the fingers of his right hand into the ground in front of him. The Kumo ninjas became alert for an underground lightning attack. However, no lightning bolts moved towards them. Instead, Fujin moved his hand as if he were digging his hand into the ground and taking out some soil. Matatabi's massive paw was just a dozen meters above Fujin's head when the entire ground under their feet moved. The lightning underground turned the entire ground upside down, forming an intense soil current sending even Yugito in her Matatabi form backwards. The rest of the Kumo ninjas struggled as well. Matatabi's paw fell a dozen meters in front of Fujin, but hit nothing but soft soil as she slid backwards. A sword appeared in Fujin's hand as he flickered and appeared in front of Darui. Due to the large amount of soil, Darui couldn't open his eyes properly. He sensed Fujin's movement and swung his sword in front of him with his full strength. However, Fujin's sword hit his sword before he could completely swing it and gain momentum, putting Darui at a disadvantage. Before Fujin could push his sword further and injure him, Darui said, "All right, my name is Darui. What's yours?" Fujin was surprised by his sudden enthusiasm, but immediately realized what he was up to as Samui, Si, and Jin were moving towards him through the soil current. He chuckled and said, "I used to go by the name of Akuro," before applying enough strength to send Darui skidding backwards in the soil. Samui, Si, and Jin immediately stopped moving towards him and retreated towards Darui while a massive fireball moved towards Fujin. Not seeing the need to confront it, Fujin merely dodged it and flickered to Matatabi's side. The Vajra-shaped hilt of the blade of the Thunder Spirit appeared in his right hand again, while being hidden under his sleeve. He pointed it at Yugito and shot a lightning beam at her, aiming to pierce through her chakra cloak. As Fujin expected, the supercharged and amplified attack easily tore through her chakra cloak. However, he frowned as the lightning beam began deviating slightly. As it moved through the chakra cloak, it slowly diverted towards its right and eventually ended up missing Yugito completely. Yugito immediately flung her paw at Fujin, who merely retreated to avoid getting hit while thinking, "Impressive. The way my lightning beam moved is quite similar to the principles of diffraction of light. To think that she could use that cloak in such a manner. If I want to injure her, I'll need to attack her with an attack strong enough for her chakra to not be able to do that. Regardless, her control over Matatabi's chakra is definitely above Roshi's control over Son Goku." The Kumo ninjas quickly gathered themselves in that short break. Si asked, "Are you all right, Darui?" Darui replied, "Yeah. Luckily I was able to distract him just enough." He sighed and wondered, what did he go through to have such a weird fighting style? It is completely wild and unpredictable. Despite training in lightning manipulation all his life, and being one of the strongest users of lightning release in the world, Darui had never seen anyone use lightning to dig up the ground and create an intense soil current on flat lands. To make matters worse, they had to be careful of the forest fire caused by Yugito's earlier attack, while Fujin didn't care about it due to his cloak. Yugito said, "Be careful. His lightning jutsus are very strong. You won't be able to endure them if he gets a chance to supercharge them. Focus on dodging or hiding behind me." Darui nodded and said seriously, "I know. It's time to go on the offensive. Samui and I will lead. Yugito, see if you can get any opportunity to kill him while we fight. Si, try to cast genjutsu on him. Elder Jin, please keep an eye in case he uses any seals." Everyone nodded and immediately attacked Fujin. Fujin didn't mind their attack plan. After all, he merely wanted some combat practice. Without the interference of the two other elite Junins and weaker ninjas, taking on Samui and Darui at the same time became much more manageable. Needless to say, he was the most alert against Yugito. Even though he knew that she wouldn't sacrifice Darui or Samui, he no longer dared to bet on it. Due to his alertness, any tactics the Kumo ninjas came up with fell short. Si's attempts didn't have any success either, as Fujin's chakra flow was too chaotic to place him under a genjutsu with merely his skills. For the next half an hour, the Kumo elites continued to clash fruitlessly with Fujin. Their coordinated attacks did catch Fujin off guard a few times due to the nature of the combat, but they failed to inflict any serious injury on him, as Fujin always dodged at the last moment or used his cloak to absorb most of the attack. The Kumo ninjas, except Yugito, took varying amounts of injuries as well, but no one was seriously injured either. Regardless, Fujin gained some very important experience in using lightning release in combat. Several new ideas also popped into his head, and he couldn't wait to train them and make them a part of his combat system. Finally, Fujin decided, good, but it's now getting repetitive. I need to digest my gains before challenging them again. Oh well, my clone should have reached Kumo by now. Time to leave. Fujin suddenly stepped back and swung his blade at the Kumo ninjas from a distance. A lightning chain was launched, forcing Samui and Darui to retreat. Yugito launched a fireball to counter the lightning chain and attack Fujin, but Fujin just flickered out of the way. To their surprise, he didn't continue attacking them, and instead said, "Impressive but not enough. From your headbands, you fellows are from the village hidden in the clouds, right? Are you the strongest in your village, or are there fighters stronger than you?" The Kumo ninja was surprised by the sudden change in Fujin once again. Being totally tired and annoyed at Fujin, Samui shouted, "Of course, there are stronger ninjas in our village. If the Raikage was here, then you'd be long dead." To her shock, Fujin replied, the Raikage, huh? All right then, I'll pay a visit to your village. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Iseng, Simo, Famous, Misinput, Kieran, Margot, Adrian, Matthew, Marcos, Liberiu, Zeke, Paul, and Kenny for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 683. Saisho no Hikari. Chapter 689 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The eyes of the 5 Kumo ninjas widened in shock. None of them expected such a response. Samui had said what she did only due to frustration caused by Fujin's antics. She wanted to intimidate him with the Raikage's strength, but never imagined that her opponent would take it as a challenge instead of a threat. Before they could understand how to respond, Fujin said, "Before I leave, let me teach you youngsters something about controlling lightning." The Kumo ninjas were once again confused. After going through such a weird but intense battle, they didn't expect their opponent to guide them. Darui wondered, what the hell is up with this guy? First, he kills dozens of our ninjas and creates an irreconcilable enmity with our village, and then he wants to guide us and give us tips to become stronger? Once again, the possibility of Fujin being an ancient expert solidified in the hearts of the Kumo elites. As much as they hated him and wanted to see him die, they were looking forward to his guidance. Fortunately, they didn't know that the one they considered an ancient expert was actually younger than any of them, had far less experience with the lightning release than them, and loved to confuse the hell out of his opponents. Heck, even most of the ninjas hiding inside the barrier had a greater experience than Fujin in this regard. If they did, their expressions would have been a sight to watch. Fujin continued, "No matter how good your control over lightning is, there are only 2 factors that matter when using lightning. How effective you are depends on how wild and unpredictable your lightning is. If you lack in either of these 2 aspects, then it doesn't matter how strong you are. You'll never be able to use lightning as it should be." Suddenly, a lightning charge appeared around Fujin, and he disappeared. Samui raised her guard and asked while looking around, "Where is he?" C looked up in the sky and shouted, "Above us!" Everyone looked above and saw Fujin nearly a couple 100 meters in the sky. Their eyes widened in horror as they saw a sight too familiar to them. Impossible. There's no way. How can he use that technique? Even the elites of one of the strongest hidden villages couldn't keep their cool. However, they couldn't really be blamed, as what they were seeing was truly shocking. In the sky, Fujin's body was covered in armor made of lightning. For the first time, both Yugito and Darui were scared. As strong as they were, they had no confidence in facing someone who might be at the same level as their leader. Needless to say, what Fujin was using wasn't the Raikage's lightning chakra mode. Instead, it was Raiga's thunder armor. The difference between the 2 techniques was like heaven and earth, but they were very similar in appearance. Hence, Just like Fujin, the Kumo ninjas also mistook it for the Raikage's technique. Floating 200 meters up in the sky, Fujin brought his two hands together, quite similar to how Onoki did when he prepared his atomic dismantling jutsu. In between his hands, a dense chakra began rotating rapidly, looking like a deformed sphere. Before it could stabilize, the armor around Fujin's body began infusing lightning into that deformed chakra construct as it slowly began stabilizing. In a few seconds, the lightning armor disappeared, and all the lightning merged perfectly with the dense chakra and formed a perfect sphere. If one were to take a glance at it, they'd see merely a sphere of light, which was what the Kumo ninjas saw from the ground. However, if one were to take a closer look, they'd notice small lightning sparks occasionally escaping the sphere. Even though those charges didn't look very threatening, in reality, they contained horrible destructive power and could annihilate anyone who dared to touch it. On the ground, the Kumo ninjas became very tense. Even though all they could see was a sphere of light, the intense chakra emitted from the sphere made them nervous. Their instincts were screaming to stay away from that sphere. C wondered aloud, "What is that white sphere in his hands?" Nervousness could be heard in his voice. Jin answered, "I don't know, but whatever it is, we can't let it hit us." Darui said, "He was talking about how lightning needs to be wild and unpredictable. This is likely a demonstration, however, a very dangerous one. Keep your guard up, everyone. Yugito, be careful." Sensing the intense chakra fluctuations, Yugito began preparing her own attack. A massive fireball began forming in front of her. She thought, whatever his attack is, I'll hit it with my attack and force it to explode high up in the air. Fujin looked at the sphere in front of his chest with a smile on his face. Even though the Kumo ninjas couldn't see it, excitement was visible in his eyes. Even though jutsu hadn't been perfected and had several flaws, he couldn't wait to introduce his jutsu to the world. Saisho no Hikari. Fujin finally launched the lightning sphere at the Kumo ninjas. The Kumo ninjas immediately became very tense and raised their guards to the maximum. However, their expressions immediately became very peculiar. Samui thought, that is indeed very unpredictable. What is he scheming? Even though the sphere was radiating intense chakra fluctuations, it moved too slowly. It took a couple of seconds to descend merely 3 meters. Yugito decided to take advantage of the slowness of the attack and launched a massive fireball at the lightning sphere, aiming to explode it close to Fujin. However, the expressions on the faces of all Kumo ninjas froze. The lightning sphere suddenly disappeared from the sky. Their eyes moved in terror as they sensed the same intense fluctuations just a few meters from them. From the corner of their eyes, they saw the dreadful sphere floating just a few inches off the ground, a few meters in front of them. At that very instant, the sphere exploded. An intense light was emitted in every direction from the explosion. Even the ninjas hiding inside the barrier noticed it despite the distance and the forest fire, making them wonder what was happening. While a few of them had colorful imaginations, none of them could imagine the horror their leaders were facing. The light, which looked harmless from far away, was nothing but lightning, which had been strengthened several times due to the process of infusing it into a Rasengan. The Kumo elites immediately understood that none of them could survive the attack with just their bodies. Except for Yugito, all 4 flickered without weaving any hand seals to take cover behind Matatabi's chakra. Unfortunately, even the body flicker jutsu was simply too slow in this critical situation. Luckily, Yugito acted solely by her instincts and sent a large portion of Matatabi's chakra to act as a shield for her comrades. Due to how concentrated it was, the lightning still pierced through Matatabi's chakra and hit the Kumo elites. Even Yugito wasn't spared. Fortunately, Matatabi's chakra weakened the lightning considerably. Darui, C, Samui, and Jin were in the middle of body flicker when they were hit by the lightning. They instantly lost control of their jutsus as well as their bodies. They fell to the ground and rolled for several dozen meters due to their momentum. Each of them had varying degrees of injuries on their bodies. Among the 4 of them, the one who was the least hurt was C, as he had been the first to retreat. His left cheek, chest, and abdomen had some burns caused by the lightning. His internal organs were injured as well due to the lightning shock. He bit his tongue and thought, I have to control myself. Who will heal everyone if I can't? Through amazing grit and determination, he managed to get up to his knees. Darui and Samui barely managed to do it as well. They didn't dare to lie down when the enemy could close in for a kill at any moment. On the other hand, Jin was the one who had it the worst among the four of them. His left arm had been completely burnt by the lightning, and so was the lower half of his left leg. His chest and abdomen both were covered in blood. He was the only one who continued lying on the ground as his body uncontrollably spasmed. Yugito wasn't spared either. Since she went all out to save her comrades, her defenses fell short. The lightning ripped through her cloak, tearing it down in several places before hitting her body. Despite being weakened considerably, the lightning ripped through her body and covered her in blood as she fell to her knees and vomited some more blood. Even then, she continued looking at the sky to see what had happened to Fujin. She desperately hoped that her attack got him. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Steve, Alex, Jay Correa, Brian, Don't Let Me Cook, Kate, Greninja, Baba, Quirky, Kaido, User, and Jaywan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 684, Disastrous Injuries. Chapter 690 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A few hundred kilometers to the east of the Illage. Hidden in the clouds, a huge forest fire was spreading in the Land of Lightning. In one part of this forest fire was a large dome-shaped barrier containing nearly 400 ninjas, who were anxiously waiting. In another part was what looked like a gigantic blue cat who seemed to have been brutally tortured. Next to it were 4 injured ninjas. Yugito looked carefully at the flames burning in the skies, attempting to look for their opponent. C approached Jin and began healing him. Darui and Samui walked next to him and asked, "Where is he?" As he healed Jin, C answered, "I'm not sure. His chakra disappeared moments after that lightning sphere suddenly appeared on the ground." Darui and Samui frowned. Jin finally stopped spasming. Using all his strength, he said, "I saw him using the reverse summoning jutsu just when that sphere exploded. He escaped." The reason why Jin had been slower was because he kept an eye on Fujin. Among the 5 Kumo ninjas, he had been the only one to do so. Samui, Darui, and C had complicated expressions. On one hand, they were upset that the murderer of their comrades had escaped scot-free. On the other hand, they were relieved that he left. Otherwise, they could have died as well. With them out of the way, the entire army could have been annihilated. Finally, Darui sighed and said, "Sorry, old man. You had to suffer due to my incompetence." Jin just chuckled and said, "Don't worry. I have to work my old bones occasionally." He thought, "Besides, I can't really blame you. After all, I should have been the one to spot that deadly trap." Hearing their words, Yugito finally took back Matatabi's chakra and appeared next to them. Just like the rest, her clothes were covered in blood as well. She asked, "How did that slow-moving technique suddenly appear on the ground?" C replied, "I'm not sure. That sphere just disappeared and appeared in front of us almost instantly. I'm not sure how he did it, but the speed of that sphere was definitely greater than Raikage-sama's speed." Darui thoughtfully said, "He said that lightning has to be wild and unpredictable to be most effective. That jutsu is the embodiment of his words. It first moved slowly and then surprised us with a speed that we couldn't even track. I haven't seen a more unpredictable jutsu," Samui replied. "Even so, there must have been some reason why his jutsu was able to move in such a manner." Darui nodded and replied, "Yes, but I suppose it could be explained considering that the jutsu was made of lightning. Real lightning moves at a speed that even Boss can't reach. I guess he somehow managed to incorporate that into his jutsu along with a way to hide its chakra signature temporarily. That is probably why we couldn't track it." Samui thought for a bit before sighing. She said his methods of manipulating lightning were really something else. Though it doesn't make any sense, his words might have been true. An ancient expert who somehow resurfaced in the current times. We need to dig up more information on him. Did you get his name? Darui agreed and said, "Yes, he said he used to be called Akuro." Yugito frowned and asked, "Akuro? It suits him. However, considering how he put it, this might be a name others gave him." Darui nodded and replied, "I have the same opinion. He also gave us some more information while fighting. We'll need to depend on our historians to find out more about him." Yugito and Samui nodded. Suddenly, C exclaimed, "What in the hell?" Darui and the rest immediately became alert. Darui asked, "What happened?" C's expression was grim as he answered, "It's these wounds. I can't heal them properly." Everyone immediately looked at Jin's wounds. The lightning had burned and destroyed most of the flesh on his left arm. Under normal circumstances, C should have been able to heal it properly and regrow most of the flesh within a few minutes. As he healed Jin, C was easily able to stop the injuries from spreading and getting worse. However, when he tried to heal them, he had an extremely difficult time. Despite trying for several minutes and using up a lot of his chakra, he barely made any progress. Jin asked seriously, "What issue are you facing?" In a grave tone, C answered, "The wounds inflicted by that lightning are too deep. Even though I already stopped them from getting worse, healing them is very difficult. According to my analysis, we'll first need to remove all the flesh that was exposed to lightning, and only then could we try to regrow it. However, the lightning has also had a devastating effect on every nerve in your arm. I'm not even sure how we can heal them. Perhaps the only way is to remove all the nerves in your arm and grow new ones. This will be a rather troublesome process, and you might need to be admitted for several months or even years. The only good thing is that the lightning didn't damage your bones. If it did..." C didn't complete his sentence, as everyone understood what the consequences would have been. Jin had an ashen expression. He didn't think that the injuries would be so troublesome. C turned his gaze towards the wounds on his own chest and said, "The injuries on our bodies are similar in nature. We'll need to remove all the affected flesh and nerves before treating them. Since our injuries aren't as bad as Elder Jin's, we may need to spend just a month or two in the hospital for a full recovery." All of them were shocked. None of them expected the injuries to be so serious. Yugito would still be fine due to the tailed beast within her, but the rest of them would require a long rehabilitation process. The 4 Kumo elites looked at Jin with sorrow in their faces and eyes. While they were still young enough to make a complete recovery, Jin's age was very advanced, and his wounds were the worst. They weren't sure whether he'd make a full recovery. Even if he did, it was very unlikely for him to ever be able to accompany anyone on missions. Jin noticed their expressions and chuckled. He said, "Don't be so glum. At least the attack wasn't completely aimed at us. If he had managed to get it any closer to us, I doubt any of us except Yugito would have survived. I guess this is a drawback of that technique. It is so unpredictable that even he can't entirely control it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have exploded it so far away from us." As sorrowful as he was about the state of his body, Jin couldn't let it affect the future of Kumogakure. His time had long passed, and the youngsters in front of him would be the ones to carry Kumogakure on their shoulders for the decades ahead. Jin added, "Even though he might seem very strong, he definitely has several deficiencies. This loss doesn't matter. The only important thing is that you guys take lessons from this loss and get stronger. I don't know what era he was from or how much strength he controls. However, this isn't his era. It is yours. When he visits our village, I don't want to see Raikage-sama killing him. Instead, I want to see you killing him, Darui." Darui and the rest nodded solemnly. C continued healing them to the best of his abilities. A couple of kilometers from Kumogakure, Fujin stood next to a small hill while looking at a massive barrier. He thought, "Saisho no Hikari? It's the result of my attempts to infuse lightning chakra into the Rasengan. Just like the Rasen Shuriken, this jutsu has some devastating effects as well. The Rasen Shuriken consists of countless microscopic wind blades. They're so dense that every cell in the victim's body is pierced several times and destroys their chakra network as a result. Though different, the devastation caused by Saisho no Hikari is just as crazy. When the jutsu explodes, it unleashes a bright light in every direction. This light is nothing but highly concentrated lightning. If it falls on anyone, it'll destroy the flesh and nerves at and around the area of impact, effectively handicapping them. Even though the wounds are treatable, it'll be a long process, and the pain will likely stay for decades. Not to mention, if lightning penetrates up to the bone, then that body part will forever be unusable. Therefore, if anyone takes the entire blow of the jutsu, then surviving is pretty much impossible. I believe that even Orochimaru would fall. The only one who might have a good chance of survival is A. However, even if anyone dodges the jutsu, completely avoiding it is extremely difficult, as lightning is discharged in every direction. This is an edge this jutsu has over Rasen Shuriken. Kakuzu wouldn't be able to interfere with it like he did against Naruto, and Pain's bodies wouldn't be able to dodge it entirely. However, a wry smile appeared behind Fujin's mask. The advantage itself was a lethal disadvantage. The jutsu was less of an attacking jutsu and more of a suicidal jutsu. AN, no double today. We'll try to do it tomorrow. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKA. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Treon. Thank you Gerald, Fernandez, Arnell, Weirwood, Lex, Yazid, and Yevgeny for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 685, Fujin's Righteousness. Chapter 691 of Naruto, the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A wry smile appeared behind Fujin's mask. The advantage that the jutsu had was itself a lethal disadvantage. The jutsu was less of an attacking jutsu and more of a suicidal jutsu. Fujin continued thinking, due to the high chakra density, the jutsu can't be thrown at a great speed. Instead, it moves at a snail's pace, and I can't even use winds to speed it up like I can with a normal Rasengan. Whoever uses this jutsu will definitely be hit and die along with his or her enemies. The only way to feasibly use this jutsu is by teleporting it through Flying Thunder God marks. One of the main reasons why Fujin had talked about lightning having to be wild and unpredictable was to confuse the Kumo ninjas. Due to his words, they felt what he did was an application of lightning manipulation when, in fact, it was a space-time technique. Even though Darui and the rest had doubts, they suppressed them due to Fujin's words and convinced themselves that what they saw was a pure application of lightning manipulation. After creating the jutsu, Fujin merely teleported the sphere at a Flying Thunder God mark, which wasn't neither too close to the Kumo ninjas nor too far away from them. This ensured that they wouldn't die, but would be injured enough to make them take his threat very seriously and make several preparations to deal with Akuro the next time. Fujin thought, hence, that jutsu is still incomplete. It's even worse than Rasen Shuriken in this regard. Even though it doesn't hurt the arm like Rasen Shuriken does, the user will be hurt way more than the target. That is why even Sage Mode won't be a help to overcome this drawback. Perhaps the Lightning Chakra mode might help, though I'll need to test this jutsu on A in order to be sure. The other option is to learn how to control the direction in which the lightning is launched after the sphere explodes. Currently, only a fraction of the actual attack hits the enemy due to the omnidirectional nature of the jutsu. If I could control the direction of the lightning after it explodes, it would not only remove the drawback, but also increase the effective power of the jutsu by at least 2 times without having to spend any additional chakra. However, this is also very difficult, because I'll need to modify the jutsu considerably. Another issue, which I may not be able to fix, is that I can't amplify this jutsu with either the Blade of the Thunder Spirit or the Kiba Blades like other lightning jutsus, because this jutsu isn't like other lightning jutsus. The presence of Rasengan is too big of an interference for normal amplification to work. The only help I can get is with the lightning that I infuse into the Rasengan. That can be amplified by the blade, saving me a considerable amount of chakra, even though the amount of lightning chakra lost during the process of fusing it into the Rasengan increases. So the chakra I need to create Saisho no Hikari is around half what I need for Rasen Shuriken. Fujin thought about the issues with the jutsu for some time before taking a deep breath. He turned his attention towards the barrier and muttered, "I'll continue working on this jutsu later. If I can modify it, it'll be a much more lethal weapon in my arsenal. Even if I can't, that's not a worry since I can still use it along with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Not to mention, I still have Kirin. Anyway, why are these lunatics maintaining such a massive barrier? The barrier surrounding Kumogakure was truly ridiculous. Fujin could sense its immense power. He believed that even Kurama would fail to tear it down. Fujin wondered, did anyone else threaten them as well? Or did they do it just because I, B, Darui, and Yugito were out of the village? But that doesn't make much sense. Even without them, there should be thousands of capable ninjas here. Who'd dare to attack them openly? Had Shikaku seen the barrier, he'd have chuckled. While planning to destroy the bases, he had to consider a lot of variables. A and B were the two biggest variables, but the large number of ninjas in Kumogakure was a big variable as well. Hence, he planned his moves in such a way that Kumogakure would be vulnerable to being attacked for some time. It'd force them to stay holed up inside the village, giving Fujin a free hand for a few hours until they could realize Konoha's real target. According to his initial calculations, Fujin would have been able to destroy just 3 bases before being forced to retreat. That wasn't enough for him and Hiruzen. However, this little threat would have given Fujin enough time to eliminate the 5 closest bases before Kumo could react. Of course, Shikaku underestimated Fujin's capabilities big time due to not having the complete information. Fujin was able to eliminate 6 bases instead of 3 in the very first round. However, Shikaku's genius still showed. If Fujin had stayed focused on eliminating the bases instead of spending his efforts on reading memories of the dead ninjas and changing his target to Kumogakure, he'd have had enough time to completely eliminate 8 to 9 bases before Darui gave the order to disband. After thinking for a bit, Fujin got an idea about why Kumogakure was feeling so threatened and what Shikaku's plans were. A smirk appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, as expected of Shikaku. I didn't even consider this aspect. Oh well, let me go and see how prepared they truly are. I still don't understand how Akatsuki was able to sneak inside their village and target the 2 Jinchuriki so easily. A hidden village becoming so careless and irresponsible is disappointing. Even more so, considering that this is the village that has given the highest priority to its military when compared to other major villages. The 3 former Raikage might have rolled in their grave in the future. Even though Kumogakure is an enemy, for the time being, that is still too painful for me to see. To ensure that the dead can continue resting peacefully, I can only act now and get them on the right path. With such righteousness in his heart, Fujin moved towards one of the strongest hidden villages by himself, despite having just around half of his chakra reserves. He quickly snuck close to the barrier and observed it carefully. He analyzed, yeah, I can't break through as expected. Luckily, the barrier can't stop seals. Fujin placed his hand on the ground, and a Flying Thunder God mark appeared just a few inches away from the barrier. The mark moved by itself inside the barrier. As good as the barrier was, it couldn't sense a space-time seal moving through it. After all, the barrier was specialized to handle powerful beings like the tailed beasts in enemy armies. As soon as that seal was a few inches inside the barrier, Fujin teleported and appeared inside the barrier. He transformed into a random face and flickered a few times to reach the inner areas of the village while hiding his chakra. The Raikage's building finally appeared in his sight. As he looked at it, Fujin observed, the ninjas here are very alert. The normal civilians look on edge too. I suppose that's to be expected considering the barrier. Oh well. With a chuckle, he casually strolled down the streets of Kumogakure. As he observed, Fujin thought, now that I think about it, this is the first time I'm visiting any other major hidden village. I heard that oyaki here is especially delicious. Unfortunately, all the restaurants are closed. What a shame. I wanted to take a few parcels to eat later. Oh well, I suppose there's always a next time. Fujin continued strolling until he reached the Raikage's building. Initially, no one found him suspicious as there were a few civilians moving around. However, seeing a civilian approach the Raikage's building, a few ninjas immediately approached him. One of them shouted, "Hey you, what are you doing here?" His and the eyes of other Kumo ninjas widened as the civilian disappeared in front of their eyes. Not one of them saw his movements. They couldn't help but exclaim, "What was that?" more importantly, who was that? And where did he go? Shit, we need to inform Lady Mabui. Hurry! He might be an enemy. We need to take care of him immediately. That small group of ninjas immediately rushed inside the building and reported to their superior, who immediately rushed to report to Mabui. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 OKS by Yaki. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Earth General Mukut, Jonas, Abel, and Mikey for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 686, Uninvited Guest. Chapter 692 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In Kumogakure, two Junins rushed into the Raikage's office at their full speed and saw Mabui and Elder Inazuma. Seeing the panic on their faces, both Mabui and Inazuma became serious and asked, "What's the matter?" One of the Junins answered, "Some of my subordinates spotted a civilian walking towards here. However, when they tried to stop him, he disappeared. I'm afraid that one of the spies has decided to take action." Inazuma frowned and questioned, "Which stupid spy would act when we are so alert? It must be something else. Did your subordinates see where he went?" The Junin shook his head and answered, "No. They said that it was almost as if he disappeared in thin air. Either it was some kind of genjutsu, or his speed is very ridiculous." Mabui and Inazuma became serious. Mabui muttered, "If it's the former, then it shouldn't be an issue. However, if it is the latter, then things can get troublesome. Someone who can move at that speed should at least be an elite Junin." Inazuma nodded, agreeing with her. While they discussed the intruder, a pair of eyes opened up in a room just under the Raikage's building. The pair of eyes belonged to an old man in his early 60s. Surprise could be seen in his eyes as he wondered, "Someone infiltrated this building? Who's so courageous, and how did he or she do it?" Even though the old man wasn't a Grandmaster, he was a Seal Master who wasn't too far away from the Grandmaster rank. He was currently on duty to monitor the seals on the Raikage's building. As soon as Fujin entered the building, it was picked up by the seals in the building and hence alerted him. He was about to take action and inform Mabui when the surprise in his eyes suddenly changed into horror. He muttered, "What in the world? How can this happen? No, this is impossible. What is happening? Who is it?" He got up in panic as he sensed thousands of foreign seals appearing inside the building. As more and more seals appeared, he began losing control over the seals already present in the building. No matter what he tried, he couldn't control it. In panic, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Takahiro! Quickly contact Mabu." He suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and glanced at his chest in disbelief. He saw a bloody arm poking out of his chest. The poor man died on the spot. Following his shout, 4 Anbu ninjas rushed into the room. Unfortunately, each was welcomed by a lightning-charged senbon to their hearts. They collapsed right after entering the room and joined the old man in the afterlife. Fujin stored the dead bodies of all 5 ninjas while thinking, "My Flying Thunder God marks have already spread throughout the building. Unless they destroy the building and build a new one, they'll always stay here. Even if they destroy it, my clones are currently marking the rest of the village right now. With those seals inside the village, I can infiltrate Kumo at will in the future. Perhaps I could use Akuro's identity to lure Ai out, and then look here again in case I don't find what I want. Now then, I wonder where he has kept the scroll containing the secrets of the Lightning Chakra Mode and Kohaku no Johei." Fujin's first target was undoubtedly the Lightning Chakra Mode. Unfortunately, its scroll wasn't easy to find. From Dodai's memories, Fujin knew that Kumogakure maintained 2 scrolls that had the information he wanted. The reason for this was in case all masters of that jutsu ended up dying on the battlefield, the jutsu wouldn't be lost. In addition, the Raikage never carried the scrolls while on missions in case he lost them due to circumstances. However, even with those conditions, finding the scroll wasn't easy. Kumo had taken the highest level of precautions to ensure that the scrolls would never fall into enemy hands. If Fujin hadn't been taking advantage of the circumstances created by Shikaku's plans, he would never have had such an easy time infiltrating into the building. Fujin thought, one scroll is hidden in a secret location that was only known to A and B. No one else in the world knows about its location. Looking for it is pointless. The other scroll is also kept in a secret location, but A tells one random elder about its location. He frequently changes its location and tells another elder about it without informing the previous elder about it. So, the only way to be sure would be capturing all elders, reading their memories, and searching each of the places. However, that isn't foolproof either, as the Raikage might have just lied to everyone and instead confided in someone else. Sigh, why did they have to make it so complicated? Couldn't they just hand it to me for the betterment of the ninja world? Luckily, I have one lead from Dodai, or this entire affair would have been pointless. Fujin's second target was the treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths. Unfortunately, Kumo had only managed to retrieve one tool from the Gold and Silver brothers. It was a pot that could be used for sealing tailed beasts. While getting all the tools would have been ideal, the pot wasn't a bad tool by itself. Fujin didn't mind a small side bonus. Unfortunately, Dodai didn't know about its location either. Fujin thought, I guess I could capture Mabui and the elders and read their memories. Unfortunately, doing so will be very time-consuming and will force the Kumo ninjas to react violently. I'll run out of chakra if I'm forced to deal with thousands of ninjas while using only lightning release, and I can't even rely on natural lightning due to this barrier. Oh well, I'll just take a look for now. If I want any radical paths, I can take them in the future as well. While Fujin was eliminating the old man, Mabui's eyes widened in shock. She suddenly shouted, "Everyone out of the building right now." Without waiting for anyone, she jumped out of the window. Others were confused, but followed her out immediately. Mabui wasn't the only one. A few other seal masters in the building shouted the same. The loud shouts made everyone from Kumogakure leave their most important building and gather outside. Inazuma asked, "What's the situation? Why are you in such panic?" Mabui said, "I felt a large number of unknown seals suddenly appear inside the building. We were about to be trapped inside the building." Inazuma's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "That's impossible!" He had been living in the village ever since its formation, and never had heard about something so ludicrous. The seals on the building were all inscribed by Fuinjutsu grandmasters from several generations. Someone using seals to take over the building was just too outrageous to think of. Inside the building, Fujin sensed, "So, everyone's left, huh?" I guess expecting to catch them off guard with this move was too much. Oh well, this is fine too. It saves me quite some time. The seals continued spreading slowly throughout the building. Due to the high concentration of seals in the building, he had to be careful in order to not trigger them, which is why his seals were spreading so slowly. Even then, the entire building was covered in his seals in a few minutes. The Raikage's building was now under Fujin's control. Several shadow clones appeared next to Fujin and dispersed in an instant. Outside the building, Mabui muttered in a grim tone, "The seals are now covering the entire building. Someone has made a move against us. Call Lady Nanako here immediately." Mabui quickly barked orders. She summoned a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster to take a look at the seals on the building. In addition, she called on the other Kumogakure ninjas in the village. Within a couple of minutes, the building was surrounded by more than a couple thousand ninjas. The remaining council members had arrived as well. Understanding the severity of the situation, Mabui didn't dare slack off. Someone had just taken over their leader's building. It was a matter of great humiliation for Kumogakure. As the one in charge of Kumogakure in the absence of other leaders, Mabui felt even more responsible. The deaths of the Anbu squads were still weighing on her, and now she was in yet another crisis. As soon as Grandmaster Nanako arrived, she began inspecting the seals on the building. The more she inspected, the grimmer her expression became. Inazuma asked, "Well, Nanako, what is it? How was the building taken over by seals so suddenly? And can we break in?" Nanako replied, "I have never seen anything like this in my entire life. There are hundreds, probably thousands of new seals on the building. These seals have skillfully avoided clashing with the older seals and are coexisting with them, but their existence makes it very difficult for us to control our seals. If we make a mistake, then we could end up triggering the explosive tags, and I'm not sure what the result will be. Still, I don't understand how so many seals could appear so suddenly. We regularly checked the seals, so they couldn't have been hidden in this building, could they? Mabuai was suspicious as well. She asked, "Do you think that this is an inside job, huh?" All of a sudden, all the Kumo ninjas looked up. They saw a figure wearing a black cloak and a demon mask leaning against the window and looking down at them. "AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Rain, Libois, Less Than Av, Charmake, and Silverleaves Fall for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 687, A Great Shame. Chapter 693 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Kumogakure had been experiencing a strange day. When the people in the village woke up, they saw a massive barrier surrounding the village, and every single ninja in the village was ordered to be alert. A few hours later, Darui led a huge army outside the village. The people wanted to hear from their Raikage, but he was nowhere to be found. And now, a couple of thousand ninjas had placed the Raikage's building under siege. It immediately caused panic among the common people and even some ninjas. Discussions immediately broke out. Why have they sieged the Raikage building? Do you think those ninjas are committing mutiny? No way, as if those ninjas have any chance against Raikage-sama. Is there an enemy inside the village? But how could they have infiltrated into the Raikage building? Have the other villages declared war on us? Will the fourth Great Ninja War break out soon? The people in Kumogakure immediately started making conspiracy theories. After all, there was nothing people loved more than gossiping. Of course, the spies in the village also took note of it. They were very curious about what was happening. They wanted to go closer to take a better look, but didn't dare to do so in case it was a trap. Around the Raikage building, hundreds of Kumo ninjas, along with people in power like Mabui, Inazuma, Nanako, and the council members, looked at the building to see an unfamiliar figure casually leaning against the window and looking down at them. Immediately, several discussions broke out wondering what the identity of that person was. Mabui and the rest frowned as well. They had never seen or heard about anyone using such a disguise. Inazuma asked loudly, "Who are you? And how did you inscribe so many seals on the building?" As he spoke, he unleashed his bloodlust, displaying his seriousness. However, he didn't get any reaction from Fujin, who continued looking casually. He glanced at Inazuma and thought, so he is the elder who served as an advisor to the third Raikage and continues to serve an important role in their council. From what Shikaku said, he was one of the main planners behind the Hyuga incident. Unfortunately, he is well past his prime to be much fun right now. Being ignored so casually was embarrassing for Inazuma. However, there wasn't even a hint of embarrassment on his face. Just like the elders in Konoha, he had long mastered the Tao of shamelessness. Such a casual insult didn't even increase his heartbeat. Mabui followed up, "Who are you? And what do you want?" Finally, Fujin sighed and asked softly, "What are you doing? Your headquarters is taken over by someone, and you are just standing outside obediently." He let out another long sigh and muttered, "Those brats scammed me." Fujin's response left the Kumo ninjas too stunned to speak. Their eyes twitched as they wondered, "What the hell? You've taken over our most important building and are disappointed that we haven't attacked yet. And then you complain about being scammed? What the fuck is he talking about?" Even the experienced council members didn't know how to reply. Despite having experienced a lot, what they witnessed was undoubtedly the strangest situation they were ever a part of. Mabui became increasingly annoyed. She shouted, "Bastard, what do you mean by scam? Stop messing around and answer our questions." To her surprise, Fujin actually answered her. That blondie with the kid called Darui said that the Raikage in her village is very strong. She promised that he'd be able to kill me with ease. Unfortunately, I don't sense anyone strong among you. I'll give you 4 hours. Summon whoever that guy is and ask him to fight me. If you fail to do so, I shall wipe this village off the face of the planet. Of course, if you want to try and enter this building, be my guest. However, seeing your pitiful strength, I'd advise against doing so." With those words, Fujin left the window and walked inside, leaving a bunch of confused Kumo ninjas. The council members questioned in disbelief. Did he just call Darui a kid? What does he mean by whoever that is? Does this lunatic not know who Raikage-sama is? Does he have a death wish? Why doesn't he just commit suicide instead of bothering us? He mentioned a blonde girl. Was he mentioning Yugito or Samui? Inazuma said. That isn't important. What's important is that he mentioned Darui. Contact Darui immediately and get this guy's information. Then contact Raikage-sama and inform him of this situation. Nanako, continue inspecting the seals on the building and check whether it's safe to enter inside. Another council member said, even though this situation is terrible, there is one silver lining. He said that he didn't intend to attack for 4 hours. We can take this time to evaluate our options. We could even wait for Darui's group to return. We still don't know where Raikage-sama is, but he could ret. He was harshly cut off by Inazuma, who shouted, "Don't forget what this building is. All our documents are inside the building. There is no way we can wait for hours without doing anything." His words might just be a ruse to scare us and buy him some time to do what he wants. So, don't lower your guard. Not to mention, our reputation will be dragged through the mud once this matter leaks. Imagine what every other village would think if they knew that 2,000 Kumogakure ninjas waited outside for hours while a single ninja took control of the Raikage building. The expressions of everyone nearby became ugly. Nanako quickly got to work while Mabui reorganized the communication team and contacted Darui's group. In the middle of a forest fire, close to 400 ninjas were waiting anxiously for the return of their leaders. Suddenly, one of the ninjas, tasked with communication, began receiving a message. He quickly rushed to an elite Junin and informed, "Lady Mabui wants to talk to Darui-sama." The elite Junin frowned and said, "Inform her that he's still in battle." However, he immediately received a reply. She said that this is of the highest priority. The village is facing grave danger. The elite Junin frowned. He was one of the two who fought against Fujin. He didn't want to leave the barrier until Darui and the rest returned. The elite Junin next to him said, "Our sensors said that the fighting stopped a few minutes ago. So either that freak is dead, or he's planning another fucked up move. Regardless, it should be safe temporarily. I'll take him along with me and meet up with them. You stay back in the barrier and ensure that it stays safe." The other guy nodded and said, "Be careful." The elite Junin and the communication ninja left the barrier and rushed towards Darui's group. Inside the Raikage's building, Fujin's shadow clones were working at full speed. Dozens of shadow clones rummaged through the scrolls and files inside the building. They intended to look through as many scrolls as they could. Of course, many scrolls in the building were traps set for anyone attempting to steal them. Fujin knew that from Dodai's memories, which is why he didn't look personally for them and instead left everything to his clones. In addition, even though Dodai didn't know the most important things like the location of the scroll containing the secrets of the lightning chakra mode and the location of Kohaku no Johei, he knew some other important things. The first shadow clone that Fujin created inside the building flickered to one important scroll from Dodai's memories. He quickly found it and opened it. As he read through the contents, a smile appeared behind his mask. The clone thought, even though this isn't the real lightning chakra mode, this scroll contains the third Raikage's notes from when he was creating this jutsu. It also contains the basics of black lightning. With these, I might be able to replicate those techniques by myself, even if I don't find the final scrolls. The only drawback is that I'd need to spend several months or perhaps even a few years to replicate them. Then again, it isn't entirely bad. After all, the process of creating a new jutsu is extremely beneficial for any ninja. During that period, a ninja's creativity is at its peak. Just like how I got the ideas for this battlefield while I was working on the Fuin battlefield. I wonder if the Kumo ninjas will step into this building. At the same time, another clone went to the underground. Just like Konoha, Kumogakure's Anbu headquarters was just under their Kage's building. They had emptied the base since the seals had spread through it as well. However, Fujin's clone had no interest in the Anbu ninjas. Instead, he moved towards some storage rooms, removed the seals on them, and opened them. A wide smile appeared on his face. Had Hiruzen seen that smile, he'd definitely recall a few unpleasant memories. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedilsarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Nathan, Scar, ITGT12, The Last Guardian Cooling Cloud, David, Light PvP, EKI, and Timothy for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 688, The Most Generous Village. Chapter 694 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. After opening the storage room underneath the Raikage building, a wide smile appeared on Fujin's clone's face. Had Hiruzen seen that smile, he'd shiver and recall a few unpleasant memories. It was the smile Fujin had whenever he extorted elemental crystals from him. In front of the clone's eyes was a storage room filled with lightning crystals. In a matter of seconds, the entire room became empty as all the crystals went into the storage scrolls Fujin's main body had arranged. Of course, it wasn't the only storage room. There were 4 more storage rooms. 2 of them were filled with lightning crystals, just like the one which the clone had just plundered. The last 2 had the remaining 4 elemental crystals. Fujin's clone emptied all 5 storage rooms. He calculated that he had taken 369 lightning crystals, 822 fire crystals, 764 water crystals, 700 wind crystals, and 484 earth crystals. It was a massive loot. Fujin never expected Kumogakure and I to be so generous. Fujin's clone thought, I have to admit, the people in Kumo are undoubtedly the most generous folks. As soon as I arrived, all of them obediently left the building and let me take whatever I wanted in any quantity. Even Konoha has never been so generous towards me. Jokes aside, these shouldn't be all elemental crystals Kumo has. A should still have quite a few stored in storage scrolls, while other factions in Kumo should have some too. Regardless, this will be a big loss. According to my calculations, these should be over half of the elemental crystals Kumo has. I wish I could see A's reaction when he realizes that these storage rooms are empty. Heh. Meanwhile, his remaining clones were going through the remaining scrolls, looking for any techniques available in the building. They also came across several trap scrolls, but it wasn't too difficult for Fujin's clones to identify the traps before they opened the scrolls. In the end, not even a single trap was triggered. The elite Junin and the communication ninja ran through the burning forest and reached Darui's group. Both were shocked to see the injuries on everyone's bodies. Darui looked at them and asked, "Why are you here?" The elite Junin quickly replied, "There is an issue in the village. Mabui wants to talk with you immediately." The other ninja quickly handed the chakra transmission communication device to Darui. He put it on and asked, "Mabui, can you hear me?" His eyes widened and his pupils dilated as he heard Mabui's question. "Darui, do you know any ninja who wears a long black cloak and a demon mask?" He asked in disbelief. "How did you know?" Mabui replied, "So you know who he is? Quickly give me all the information regarding him. We're in a mess." Darui quickly said, "Hold up, Mabui. Please tell me how you know about him. What's the situation in the village?" Mabui answered, "He showed up a few minutes ago and has taken over the Raikage building. Somehow, he managed to place thousands of seals on the buildings under our noses, and is keeping all of us out. He said that a blonde girl with you told him that Raikage-sama could kill him, and has given us 4 hours to summon him. Otherwise, he threatened to destroy our village." To say Darui was shocked was an understatement. He couldn't understand how Fujin could make a move against their village so quickly, as it had only been a few minutes since their fight ended. All the ninjas around him noticed his expression and promptly inquired what was happening. Darui barely managed to reply. "Akuro, he has attacked our village and has occupied the Raikage building." The eyes of C, Samui, Yugito, and Jin widened in shock. All of them were stunned. Jin was the one to recover his thoughts quickest and said, "The place he reverse summoned to must be closer to our village." "No! The village is protected by a barrier. It means that he had a way to reverse summon himself inside the village. He must have an accomplice inside the village. Everyone nodded. Mabui shouted in frustration, "Stop discussing among yourself and tell us who this lunatic is. We're planning to make a move against him soon." Darui immediately shouted back, "No, wait. Don't act rashly." He quickly informed Mabui about their encounter with Fujin and reported everything that had happened. As she heard, Mabui's eyes kept widening, and her expression kept becoming grimmer. It was noticed by everyone around her. She muttered in disbelief. "He took on the entire army by himself, killed dozens of our ninjas, and injured all 5 of you before coming here within a few minutes?" Mabui had a hard time believing what she heard. However, she knew Darui wouldn't joke at such a critical time. The ones around her were equally shocked. The one who had the ugliest expression was none other than Inazuma. Due to his experience, he could see the larger picture and immediately understood how terrible the situation was for them. Darui said, "We'll make our way back to the village immediately. Even though we're injured, Yugito, C, Samui, and I can still fight. We can reach the village within 3 hours, faster if we travel on 2 tails and then fight him." Even though he said those words, Darui didn't have much confidence. Their wounds would worsen if left untreated. He couldn't be sure how much fighting capabilities he'd have after such a long trip. The only one who might be able to fight was Yugito. However, he had seen how terrible the enemy's battle tactics were. He knew that hundreds, possibly thousands, of Kumo ninjas could end up losing their lives if he repeated the same tactics inside the village. As for the civilian casualty, he didn't even dare to estimate it. Mabui replied, "No, take care of your wounds first. I'll contact Raikage-sama and check where he has reached." Darui replied, "All right, keep me updated." Mabui quickly contacted Ai's group and asked for the chakra transmission communication device to be given to A. She quickly informed him about the events related to Akuro. A's expression was a sight to see. When he left the village to hunt Fujin down, he never imagined that the village would become such a mess. Despite his stubborn nature, he couldn't help but regret his decision to go after Fujin, even after knowing that it could be a trap. He said, "Even though Darui said that his chakra reserves must have fallen low and that he retreated, Akuro must have confidence in himself to openly attack us. Be careful and don't do anything hastily. I'll make my way to the village within 4 hours. Tell Darui to stay put. With those injuries, he'll just be in the way." Mabui sighed in relief and replied, "All right, Raikage-sama." Seeing that I had stopped speaking and his grim face, B asked, "What do you mean return within 4 hours? We're at least 10 hours from the village if we continue moving at this speed." A lightning cloak suddenly appeared around A as he said, "The village is a mess. I'm heading ahead. B, come with me. The rest of you follow our original plan. Inspect the 5 bases, but be careful and don't trigger any traps. You've already heard from Jin how well hidden the traps are. So, take every precaution and give your safety the highest priority." The 6 Kumo elite Junins nodded. A red chakra cloak appeared around B as he and A left the others behind. B said seriously, "Brother, you can't sustain your chakra long enough to run all the way to the village in this manner. What is happening in the village?" A replied, "Don't worry, I'm well aware. I'll slow down at times to conserve my chakra." As for the village, A informed him about Akuro's actions. In the village, Mabui said, "Raikage-sama said that he'll return to the village within 4 hours. We'll be safe." Everyone around her sighed in relief. After hearing what he had done against Darui, none of them wanted to confront Akuro. Everything they heard about Akuro was bad news, be it his disgusting fighting tactic, his terrifying strength, or his jutsu leaving wounds that couldn't be healed. Needless to say, what horrified them the most was the possibility that Akuro might know the lightning chakra mode. They knew very well how overwhelming and mighty that technique was, and wanted nothing to do with him even if he was low on chakra. If they could stay outside for a few hours without fighting, they'd be glad. They just prayed that their enemy wouldn't suddenly change his mind and attack them before I returned. However, there was one exception. Inazuma said in a grim tone, "No, we can't wait for the 4th to return. We have to make a move." AN, If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on Google Pay, pilsarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Corky, Corey, Osman, and Zypharis for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 689, Devil's Playground. Chapter 695 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Inazuma said in a grim tone, "No, we can't wait for the fourth to return. We have to make a move." A look of surprise appeared on the council members around him. No one expected him to keep insisting on his original idea. Mabui said, "We don't have any rank S ninjas inside the village to take him on. If we try, a lot of our ninjas will lose their lives pointlessly. Not to mention, we could even irk him and change his mind about waiting for 4 hours." Inazuma shook his head and replied, "Death is better than living without any dignity. The morale of our ninjas will drop to rock bottom if we don't even show the will to fight against someone who has taken over our headquarters. Our enemies will be emboldened as well. Once the next great war breaks out, we'll suffer heavily due to this." Even though he said so, others weren't convinced. One of the council members said, "We've already lost a lot of ninjas. Don't forget that Darui's army suffered heavily against him. If we lose any more ninjas, this might become another incident like the one in the Land of Hot Water. We can't take responsibility for such losses." Mabui became even more depressed after hearing her words. The remaining council members were still unaware that everyone in 6 bases was missing, or that Darui's army had already suffered much damage due to the trap. Only she knew that this incident was already several times worse. Inazuma sighed and said, "As I said, there's no other choice. What do you think everyone will think if none of the over 10,000 ninjas in the village dared to make a move against someone who challenged and insulted our entire village? I will take responsibility for this. Once Akuro is dealt with, I'll accept the blame for any deaths until the fourth returns and resign from the council." Everyone's expression became solemn. Inazuma had been the oldest and longest-serving member on the Kumogakure Council. He also held the most influence after Ai, and was usually the one to tone down Ai's aggression. None of them expected him to make such a sacrifice. Inazuma turned his gaze towards the window where Fujin was standing earlier and said, "Besides, don't take everything at face value. Darui said that Akuro's chakra reserves might have dropped low. Perhaps these 4 hours are just for him to recover his chakra. I'm not sure where the fourth is, but if he's too far away and has to use the lightning chakra mode to return quickly to the village, then he'll be very exhausted by the time he returns. He might be at a disadvantage against a fully rested Akuro. If he falls or is seriously injured like Jin, then our village will be in grave danger. In addition, all our official documents are in the building as well. He may say that he's from an ancient era, but if that is a lie and he is from one of the other villages, then he will take this opportunity to get all our secrets. I don't need to tell you guys what the consequences would be if those secrets leaked." Everyone followed Inazuma's gaze with an ugly expression. In truth, they knew this in their hearts as well. However, none of them wanted to accept it as the cost would be too heavy. Since Inazuma took initiative and responsibility, no one could oppose him. Under Inazuma's orders, the Kumo ninjas immediately got into action, while Mabui informed Darui about Ai's orders. Inside the building, Fujin was inside the Raikage's office when a couple of clones teleported next to him. They handed him a couple of scrolls and dispelled themselves to transfer the memories to him. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he looked at the scrolls and thought, "Good. Everything in that scroll is copied in this one. And this scroll has all the elemental crystals. What a good loot. I can finally use lightning crystals to improve my lightning affinity a bit. The rest aren't particularly useful for me. However, it can be very useful for the Phantom Haven. That said, I can't give this as easily as money. After all, I can't steal these as easily as money." Fujin thought for a couple of minutes before deciding, "Even though these seem plenty, they'll run out in no time if everyone in Phantom Haven begins using them liberally. It wouldn't have much effect either. The best way of using them is to keep them with me and secretly give them to the ones who show exceptional talent. As of right now, only Karen and Ranmaru have displayed such talent. If I consider just the two of them, then these crystals will be more than enough, especially considering that neither needs to focus much on nature manipulation. Alright, I'll do this. If I eventually run low on them, I'll try to see if any other village is feeling generous. Fujin stored the scrolls and created 2 new shadow clones to join the rest. Fujin had a lot of plans regarding his Akuro identity. The reason why he created an aura of an ancient expert around Akuro was due to those plans. It would allow Fujin to break loose without worrying about the consequences of his actions. So even though he wanted the jutsus from Kumogakure, he didn't want to give up the aura he had created around Akuro. Hence, instead of just stealing the scrolls, his clones copied down all the important details into his scrolls and handed them to Fujin once they were done. All the original scrolls were placed back into their original spots, ensuring that Kumogakure wouldn't suspect that their techniques had been copied. This was also the reason why Fujin gave the impression that Akuro could use the lightning chakra mode. Darui and I wouldn't suspect him of having stolen this technique, since they'd believe that he already knew that technique. Half an hour passed as Fujin's clones continued working diligently while Fujin sat in the Raikage's office and recovered his chakra. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and he glanced outside the window. A smile appeared on his face as he thought, "Would you look at that? I guess they have some courage after all. It would have been disappointing otherwise." To lose the most important and iconic building in your village should have boiled the blood of several hot-headed fellows. A massive barrier had appeared outside the Raikage building and completely encased it. The strength of the barrier was the same as the one surrounding the village. Outside the barrier, Inazuma, Mabui, Nanako, and the council members stood with serious expressions. Nanako said, "The seals are quite remarkable. The first remarkable thing is that someone was able to keep these seals hidden on the building. Even if I assume that a high-level seal master or a grandmaster was a traitor, this is still very impressive. What is even more impressive is that the seals form an intricate network, complementing each other perfectly. It's almost like the battlefields the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans could construct, but this is far more sophisticated. Are you sure you still want to proceed? I have a bad feeling about this." Inazuma nodded and said, "I am. However, it depends on whether you can find any vulnerabilities in the seal network or not." "So, did you?" Nanako answered, "I'm not sure if it is a vulnerability, but I found 8 pathways into the building. Unlike the battlefields, which were completely closed off, this seems more like a lair to lure prey inside. I believe that he has traps inside to deal with the intruders." Inazuma frowned and asked, "What if we don't take the pathways and create a new opening?" Nanako answered, "As I said earlier, the seals are interconnected. Any attack will be distributed along the entire network. We could destroy it with enough attacks, but that would cause the building to collapse as well. In addition, there are several explosive seals in the seal network. They'll be triggered, and everything inside the building will be destroyed, except Akuro, of course. I doubt he'd be foolish enough to leave himself vulnerable." Inazuma immediately rejected that option. Ever since Kumogakure was established, there had never been an instance where the Raikage building had fallen. He didn't intend to be the one to do it. Not to mention, the loss of all the important documents would create a lot of work, and he knew that I would give that task to him since he'd take the responsibility. Inazuma sighed and said, "This is even more dangerous than I imagined. Summon the ninjas who can use elemental clones. Send 8 clones through each pathway. Nanako, you send a couple as well. Keep a close eye on the seals inside the building, and improve your understanding of this seal network. Mabui, instruct the censors to begin their task." Nanako and Mabui nodded. Within a few minutes, a few gaps opened up in the barrier as 64 clones entered inside. At the same time, several censors activated their chakra field, covering the entire village. Fujin realized Kumogakure's intentions, but didn't even pay any attention to it. Instead, a wide smile appeared behind his mask as he thought, "Good. Let me see how good my 3rd battlefield technique is. Welcome to the Devil's Playground." AN, If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPeaglePay. Patilservesh8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Tristan, Bernard, Ethan, Pablo, and Fun Yoga for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, TE, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 690, Flaws. Chapter 696 of Naruto, the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. As the 64 clones rushed into the 8 pathways, Mabui became tense. She thought if he is low on chakra, he could use the reverse summoning again. He must have someone inside the village helping him. Once he uses it, our sensors will find him and the one helping him. However, this will likely result in a heavy loss of civilian lives. All 64 clones entered the building while everyone outside the building paid close attention. Suddenly, their eyes widened. Nanako stuttered. This. How are we supposed to know what is happening inside? When Fujin decided to create the Fuin battlefield, his goal was to create a battlefield that would trap anyone who was already inside the battlefield and kill them before they could get or even ask for any reinforcements. However, while he was creating it, one of his shadow clones had a different idea. If the Fuin battlefield was similar to an invisible fort, his clone wanted to create a battlefield similar to a labyrinth. Instead of trapping the ones inside, it would be laid at a location the enemy wanted to attack or pass through. Entering inside it would be easy, however, that was when it would show its fangs. Fujin worked on this idea later and made it a reality. The end result was so devious that Fujin immediately named it the Devil's Playground. As soon as the clones entered the building, a barrier appeared on the entrances to the 8 paths. Neither the sensors nor the seal masters could sense what was happening inside. The only way they could still know what was inside was if the clones came outside. They waited patiently for over 10 minutes, but nothing happened. Finally, there was a change. However, the change left them dumbfounded. The barriers at the entrance of the 8 pathways disappeared. Everything seemed to be just the way it was 10 minutes ago. The only difference was that there were no signs of any clones. The Kumo ninjas exchanged glances, fear visible in their eyes. 64 elemental clones had just disappeared. All signs pointed out that all 64 clones had been wiped out. What scared them even more was that there weren't any signs of combat in the pathways. Inazuma sucked a cold breath and asked, "Nanako, did you notice anything? How could the clones be wiped out without any signs of combat?" A few drops of sweat rolled down Nanako's face. She answered, "I'm not sure. It is possible that he is hiding any such signs with his seals. No. That would mean that he eliminated everyone very quickly and had enough time to fix all 8 pathways. That would be difficult to do in just 10 minutes. I guess the fighting happened at a deeper place inside the building. Either that, or our clones are trapped somewhere. There is also a chance that he has some helpers. Maybe the one who reverse summoned him into our village wasn't the only one. That would explain a lot." Inazuma calmed down and said thoughtfully, "It is also possible that the seal formation has mechanisms to hurt clones just enough to dispel them quickly. Regardless," Inazuma sighed. Things looked very bad. However, he couldn't stop. Waiting obediently for A to return would be too big of a blow to Kumogakure's morale. That said, understanding how difficult the circumstances were, Inazuma decided to focus more on keeping the losses to a minimum. He lowered his goals and said, "Let's test out this seal formation more. Even if we are unable to crack it open, we can at least get forth some information regarding this." The Kumo ninjas immediately began experimenting. They sent 8 elemental clones, including Nanako's lightning clone, in a single passage and tried to communicate with them. Unfortunately, all their attempts ended in failure. Nanako's clone attacked the barrier from inside, but stopped immediately after confirming that the damage was being distributed along the entire formation and damaging the building's foundation. Outside the building, the Kumo ninjas kept a watchful eye. To their surprise, the barrier disappeared much more quickly this time. Nanako muttered, "The barrier disappeared in just 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Just like earlier, there are no signs of our clones or combat." Does it mean that how quickly the barrier opens depends on the number of pathways we enter into? Inazuma had the same thought. They continued testing the seal formation. Another hour passed. Only 2.5 hours were left from the 4 hours. Looking intently at the information written in front of her, Nanako said, "I see it now. If we take just 1 or 2 pathways, the barrier disappears in 2.5 minutes. If we take 3 or 4 pathways, it takes 5 minutes. Taking 5 or 6 pathways requires 7.5 minutes for the barrier to disappear, while 7 or 8 pathways take 10 minutes. However, irrespective of how much time it takes, our clones always disappear." Huh? Nanako's eyes widened. Everyone followed her gaze and looked at the stopwatch. It displayed 5 minutes and 4 seconds as the clock continued ticking. Mabui immediately asked, "Wait a minute, we only sent clones through 4 pathways this time. Why hasn't the barrier disappeared yet?" Everyone's minds quickly began analyzing. Slowly, nearly every Kumo ninja had the same thought. One of the council members muttered, "Is he slowing down?" "Yes, that must be it." Elder Inazuma was correct. Our enemy is low on chakra. He must be dealing with all the clones by himself. Even if he has allies, they might be getting exhausted too. If his chakra is low, he won't be able to fight Raikage-sama. Heck, we could defeat him ourselves. Do you think the clones defeated Akuro? No, that's impossible. Don't forget that he took on Darui and others by himself. Inazuma didn't join his colleagues, but he could feel some weight off his shoulders. He looked at Nanako and asked, "Nanako, what are your thoughts?" Nanako replied thoughtfully, "It is difficult to say what exactly is happening. However, it shows that there is an issue, either with Akuro, the seal formation, or his allies. We need to wait and see when the barrier opens up and what happens when it does. It'd be the best if one of our clones could return." Inazuma nodded. He had the same thought. They waited patiently as the stopwatch kept clicking. A couple of dozen kilometers from the border between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Frost, a Hyuga was standing with his back against a tree. He made a hand seal and activated his Byakugan to inspect his surroundings. However, he immediately deactivated his Byakugan. In the blink of an eye, his back was drenched in sweat and fear was visible on his face. He took a few deep breaths to compose himself, but the fear didn't reduce. He waited for a couple of minutes before opening a scroll and took out a chakra transmission communication device. In Konoha, Shikaku was sitting patiently in the communication room. Even Hiruzen's clone was present as Yamanaka Fumito sat with a large device around his head. Hiruzen's clone and Shikaku suddenly looked at him. A couple of minutes later, Yamanaka Fumito reported, "We have a report. Hyuga Hisao spotted the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee in the Land of Frost. Both are moving towards the Land of Lightning in a hurry. He said that he saw a lightning cloak on the 4th Raikage and 8 Tails chakra cloak on Killer Bee. No one else was spotted with them." Hiruzen's clone and Shikaku were surprised. Shikaku muttered, "I didn't expect them to hurry in such a rush. The situation inside the Land of Lightning must be very serious for them to leave their comrades behind." Hiruzen's clone sighed and said, "We had calculated for 8 more hours. However, if he continues moving using that technique, they'll reach Kumogakure within a couple of hours. It's time to end the operation." Shikaku sighed as well and muttered, "A shame. Then again, I suppose this is the best we'll get without having to pay a terrifying price." As he spoke, he grabbed a black tag and crushed it. Several thousand kilometers away, another black tag began burning. Shikaku placed his hand on Fumito's shoulder and said, "I'll talk with Fujin. You mark his location on the map and see whether he has any risk of running into the Raikage. Since Killer Bee is with him, even flying over them could be risky." Fumito nodded and looked at the map in front of him. Just then, he heard a voice. "Has the Raikage returned so quickly?" Shikaku replied, "It's not just the Raikage. Killer Bee is with him as well. Both are rushing back at full speed. They might reach Kumogakure in a couple of hours. It's time to abort." As Shikaku spoke, he and Hiruzen's clone looked at Fumito's hand as he grabbed a pencil and marked Fujin's location on the map. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarveshe at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Dissa, James, Luco, Arctic Raven. Crazy Monkey and Gabriel for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Abhinav, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 691, Wearing the Enemy Down. Chapter 697 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. And geez, nearly 750 chapters, and I still can't estimate how many words it'll take to reach a particular scene. I wanted to cover a particular scene in the latest chapter on Patreon, and thought it'd take around 1.7k to 2k words. So I decided to write a long chapter because I wanted to end with that scene. However, I ended up writing nearly 3k words. Anyway, enjoy a double release. In front of Fumito was a large map of the Land of Lightning. As soon as Fujin contacted him, he could trace his location. Shikaku observed carefully as he marked the area on the map. A look of surprise appeared on Shikaku and Hiruzen's clone's faces. Hiruzen's clone muttered, "He reached that far?" The location Fumito marked was the 7th base that Fujin was supposed to hit. Needless to say, the one talking with Shikaku was a shadow clone. Fujin had created him even before intercepting Darui's army and sent him towards the 7th base, along with the chakra transmission communication device. This ensured that Konoha couldn't associate his movements with Akuro's. Fujin's clone sighed and replied, "I see. Oh well, it doesn't matter much, I suppose." Shikaku asked, "What do you mean? And how many bases did you destroy?" Fujin's clone answered, "I destroyed the first 6 bases as per our plan. I just reached the 7th one a few minutes ago. However, it is empty. They have abandoned the base, and the ninjas here seem to have gone into hiding. They haven't left any traces behind for me to track. I guess the situation might be similar in the remaining 3 bases." Surprise flashed in Shikaku's eyes as he thought, "He destroyed 6 bases so quickly? This is excellent. However, Kumogakure acted very quickly. I didn't anticipate that they'd take this step on the very first day." Fujin's clone continued, "I left some traps in the bases I destroyed. Some of my tags burned around an hour ago, indicating that nearly all the traps in the 6th base were triggered." Kumogakure caught on quickly. Even if the Raikage didn't return, continuing this mission would be pointless. Shikaku replied, "That does seem to be the case. Regardless, you've done an excellent job. Return back to the village, but be careful. I'd recommend going around the Land of Lightning and flying over the seas. If you accidentally fly above the 2 of them and they notice you, they'll attack. In addition, dispose of all the bodies. If they have any means to track them, the bodies could lure Kumogakure to us." Fujin's clone replied, "All right, I'll take care of it." Shikaku replied, "Good. Meet us as soon as you return." Fujin's clone replied in affirmative before terminating the connection and putting the device back in the scroll. He thought, "I'll wait here until my main body is done. If Shikaku tries to contact me again for some reason, I'll just teleport some distance away to show that I'm on the move." Fujin's clone created a shadow clone and dispersed it to send the message back to Fujin. In Konoha, Hiruzen's clone asked, "How many did he get?" Shikaku answered, 6. The 7th base disbanded. Hiruzen's clone replied with a smile, "Good. This is more than what I hoped for. This will cripple Kumogakure for quite some time and buy us a sufficient amount of time." Shikaku nodded and added, "Fujin also left traps in the bases, so their losses might increase. Even if they don't, he has done an excellent job." Hiruzen's clone and Shikaku were relieved. The threat of Tsunagakure and Orochimaru had given the 2 of them several headaches and a few sleepless nights. While both were confident in coming out on top, what worried them was what would follow. If Konoha took heavy losses, both knew that Kumogakure would jump in and start a new war. If a wounded Konoha got occupied with Kumogakure, it would give Awagakure an opening, which would force Konoha into a 2-front war. Neither wanted to see Konoha falling in such a situation, as Konoha's losses would be catastrophic. Even if they survived, Konoha would become more vulnerable than they were after Minato's death. Thankfully, Fujin had implemented Hiruzen's idea and Shikaku's plan excellently. It bought them the time they needed to recover from any losses Konoha might suffer. While the 2 of them rejoiced, Fumito was shocked to his core. He had heard their exchange and glanced at the map. He realized, so Captain's real mission was to wipe those bases of Kumogakure out? The reason for luring the Raikage and the perfect Jinchuriki to the land of hot water was to ensure that Kumogakure didn't have any ninja strong enough to stop Captain. Still, Fumito swallowed his saliva as he wondered, did Captain wipe out 6 entire bases in a single day? That's more than 600 elite ninjas. This is crazy. In addition, he sounded completely fine. Despite such odds, this is just like the old times. Despite having seen the exploits of the spectral swordsman firsthand, Fumito still had a hard time digesting what he had heard. Hiruzen's clone and Shikaku noticed his expression. Even though several ninjas were involved in this plan, Fumito was only the 5th person to know what their real plan was. He snapped out of his thoughts when Hiruzen's clone called him Fumito. He looked at the clone and immediately said, "I understand, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen's clone nodded. The fact that he was the only one other than Inoichi to be given such an important task showed Hiruzen's trust in him. He would never speak a word about this to anyone. In Kumogakure, Mabui and the rest were fully concentrated. Just when the timer reached 20 minutes, the barrier disappeared. Once again, there were no signs of the clones or any combat. Even so, the morale of the Kumo ninjas increased. Nanako analyzed, it took 4 times as long. Even though everything is the same, this shows that there's an issue. He can't continue this way. This might be the best time to strike. Everyone looked at Inazuma. Inazuma thought for a while before saying, "We still need more information. Send another 8 clones through 1 pathway." His orders were immediately followed. This time, the barrier took 4 minutes to disappear. The Kumo ninjas frowned. Nanako said, "I had analyzed that it would either take the usual 2.5 minutes or 10 minutes since he slowed down. What does this mean?" One of the council members confidently replied, "He is panicking. He failed to eliminate the clones and fix the seals within 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but still hurried to show us that he isn't exhausted yet. Unfortunately for him, this just shows that he is getting desperate. It's time to go all out. Inazuma-san, we need to push into the building and eliminate him. Let us send 8 squads through each pathway to get the job done." Unlike others, Inazuma was still deep in thought. He shook his head and said, "Don't get overconfident. Our enemy is someone who could go up against an entire army led by Darui and Yugito. He isn't someone we can afford to underestimate. Not to mention, sending a large number of ninjas into the building will be too big of a loss." His words confused others. Nanako's eyes widened and she muttered, "The explosive seals." Inazuma nodded and said, "That's right. Even if he loses, he might be able to blow up the building. Even if we kill him, the ninjas we send inside will be gravely injured, if not dead." Everyone agreed. Sending ninjas into a building that could blow up was suicidal. However, not sending any was also not a good solution. The council member frowned and said, "But clones might not work, especially if he has the means to dispel our clones." Inazuma nodded and replied, "Of course. I have considered it. Send 2 Junins through every pathway. At least one of them in every pair has to be an expert at the water prison jutsu. If the building blows up, they'll try their best to survive. As for the main attack, it'll be carried out by clones. Order everyone who can to make elemental clones. Only the Anbu and elite Junins won't do so. We'll attack ceaselessly until the enemy is dead. Nanako, create 8 lightning clones and send 1 to every pathway along with them. It'll be your task to analyze the seals. Mabui, he could use reverse summoning to escape once he is about to lose. Order the sensors to be on a high alert. As soon as we sense his movements, the Anbu will hone in on his new location. Kill whoever is summoning him before attacking Akuro. If he doesn't have a way to reverse summon himself outside our village, then we'll kill him here too. We'll show what happens to the fools who dare to attack Kumogakure." His speech immediately raised the morale of the Kumogakure ninjas. They couldn't wait to see the death of the one who dared to humiliate their great village. The Kumogakure ninjas began preparing with full force. Within a few minutes, everyone was prepared. The barrier around the building opened up as 16 Junins and thousands of elemental clones entered. They divided into 8 groups and dived towards the Raikage building. Even though the Raikage building was quite huge, it wasn't large enough to house thousands of elemental clones. To complicate matters further, the pathways inside the Devil's Playground were quite narrow, since Fujin wanted to limit the movements of his enemies. As such, there was no way they could handle such huge numbers. Thousands of clones gathered at the entrance to the pathways, while around a dozen entered the building every second. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pedal Sarvesh at OKSBuy, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Kitty, Illas, Luis, Clover, Ben and Alan Duardo for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 692. Kumogakure's Massive Attack. Chapter 698 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Zero1995. You can thank him for the double release. Watching from outside, the morale of the Kumogakure ninjas soared ceaselessly. The sight of thousands of clones rushing into the building was just too powerful. It displayed Kumogakure's indomitable strength. Smiles appeared on the faces of the council members as well. Mabui muttered, "Incredible. Every time we entered with low numbers, a barrier appeared after everyone had entered. However, what can he do this time? The clones can continue rushing in for several minutes in this manner. That much time is enough for them to search through the entire building." Nanako replied, "He could still close the barriers and keep the clones out. We won't be able to attack unless we decide to destroy the building. Not to mention, my clones will need some time to analyze the seals." To her surprise, Inazuma said, "No, it is very unlikely for him to do that. Don't forget that he is attacking an entire hidden village by himself, and just a couple of hours ago, he looked down on us. His pride won't allow him to back down from a challenge. At least not until he is at a risk of dying. We should be able to take this building back. I just pray that he doesn't blow it up." As they entered, the Junins asked Nanako's clone, "Lady Nanako, how do we proceed ahead?" Unlike other elemental clones, who were there as sacrificial pawns, Nanako's clones were protected by the Junins. They knew that she was critical to take down the seal formation. Nanako's clone said, "There is no danger here. We'll continue moving forward. Let the clones rush in ahead. It'll let me observe the seals more carefully." Everyone followed her words and continued moving forward. As the clones rushed forward, they met the first obstacle. The path in front of them was blocked by a barrier. Nanako's clones immediately began analyzing the barriers. They wondered, "This is strange. Why would he keep barriers here? What difference would there be from just keeping the entrance closed? They immediately noticed an anomaly. Her clones realized, wait a minute, these barriers are different. Even though seals are complicated, I can crack them without resorting to brute force. Actually, even a seal master might be able to do so." Nanako's clones confirmed whether the entrances to the pathways were still open and ordered a message to be passed outside to inform her main body about their findings. As 8 clones rushed out, Nanako's clones began working on cracking the barrier open. For someone at her level, it wasn't difficult. All the clones neutralized the seals in half a minute, and the barriers blocking them disappeared. Before the Kumo ninjas could rejoice, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. One of the Junins muttered, "This path separates into 4 different paths. How did this guy even manage to make such a mess of the Raikage building and the Anbu headquarters? Which path do we take now?" Nanako's clones weren't sure either. After thinking for a bit, they said, "Send the clones ahead to inspect. He isn't closing the entrance to the pathways this time. We can take some time to inspect." Each of her clones stopped talking mid-sentence as their eyes widened in horror. Nanako's clones weren't the only ones shocked. Every clone and ninja inside the building saw a blue light with horror on their face. Before even a word could escape their mouths, all of them were engulfed by a massive lightning flood. It didn't matter who was in the way. Whether it was a clone or a real ninja, no one stood a chance. In the blink of an eye, the entire building was cleared up. Thousands of clones were still waiting outside the building when they saw the blue light as well. Due to the seals on the battlefield, no one outside could sense the massive jutsu. The lightning flooded out and engulfed all the clones waiting there. All of them, including the clones who had rushed out to pass the message, were dispelled before the lightning continued moving forward and hit the barrier raised by the Kumo ninjas. A horrified expression appeared on the face of every Kumogakure ninja as they could finally sense the horrifying jutsu. Hundreds of ninjas gulped nervously while several others dropped their weapons. The lightning continued bombarding the barrier for a few seconds before dispersing. In the Raikage's office, a helpless smile appeared on Fujin's face. He thought, I underestimated Kumogakure. Oh well, I should have anticipated this. After all, these are the same guys who made Hiruzen buckle. The light around the Vajra-shaped hilt in his right hand finally faded away. Fujin thought, there were only 16 ninjas among them. Everyone else was a clone. The losses are far less than I anticipated. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It's time to leave. I have already gone through all the important-looking scrolls here. Unfortunately, I didn't find the scroll containing the completed lightning chakra mode technique, nor did I find any traces of Kohaku no Johei. I didn't find any plans related to the chakra cannon either. I wonder whether it even exists. If it does, it could be a troublesome tool. Even though it can't kill me, it can change this world considerably. It could have a similar impact as the nuclear weapons from my previous world. Anyway, even in terms of jutsus, I didn't find anything exceptional. Though I found a few good lightning jutsus, I already knew about them from the memories I read. I suppose I should have expected this as well. Fujin was slightly disappointed. Even though he didn't have very high hopes, he expected to gain more from raiding Kumogakure's most important building. However, after the gains he made in the initial few minutes, he didn't gain anything important. While his clones did go through several important scrolls and gained a lot of information about Kumogakure, it wasn't something he was particularly interested in. He had already read the memories of dozens of Junins and could freely teleport inside Kumogakure. So, even though other villages, including Konoha, would be willing to risk several lives to get their hands on that information, it was almost useless for Fujin. Fujin shook his head and thought, I guess Kumo's generosity has its limits too. Oh well, even though this is the Raikage building, they won't leave things like that lying around. Getting the elemental crystals and the third Raikage's notes is quite good. Expecting anything more was unrealistic. He gazed outside the window once again as his lips curled up. He wondered, would they still dare to approach the building before A and B return? I wish I could wait and watch. Heh. Unfortunately, there's no point in waiting any longer. Fighting A and B with just my lightning release is just asking for a trashing. I'll target them at a more appropriate time. For now, I need to improve my lightning combat system and take it to the next level. Once I have some success in replicating the lightning chakra mode, I'll ask A to be my sparring partner. In addition, I also need to create a few hidden cards that aren't related to lightning. I need to get several new summons. Fujin disappeared from the building, leaving just 4 clones behind to clean up. Outside the building, silence engulfed the entire area. None of the 2,000 Kumo ninjas moved a muscle. The morale that Inazuma had built up vanished in the blink of an eye and was replaced with despair. Slowly, everyone gathered their wits. What was that? I have never seen such a strong lightning. How do we even fight this? We're lucky that Elder Inazuma ordered the barrier to be raised first. Otherwise, we'd be dead too. Where's Raikage-sama? What about the guys who entered the building? There's no way they would have survived. We just lost 16 Junins. Fuck. Why are the leaders so restless? Couldn't we just wait for Raikage-sama to show up? Where even is he when the village is in such trouble? Can Raikage-sama defeat that? Of course he can. Don't underestimate Raikage-sama. Several such discussions broke out. The entire force became a mess. Not only were they demoralized, but they also began blaming their leaders. Yet, not a single council member did anything to control them. After all, they were in an even bigger shock. Mabui's heart ached. The losses kept on piling. She muttered, "He hasn't gotten weak. He baited us." Nanako said, "Thankfully, we sent only a few ninjas. Otherwise, our losses would be catastrophic." One of the council members replied, "It is already catastrophic. What do we do now? Sending any more ninjas inside is suicidal. Not to mention, if we irk him and he reverse summons into the village, then such jutsus can kill thousands of people." Everyone looked at Inazuma, who looked to be deep in thought. As the one who gave the order, Inazuma was directly responsible for the deaths of 16 Junins. They wanted to hear from him, but he didn't say a word and looked lost in his thoughts. The council member called out, "Elder Inazuma?" Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 693, Speculations. Chapter 699 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Elder Inazuma? The call brought Inazuma out of his trance. He looked around to see everyone staring at him. He turned his gaze back to the building and asked, "Do you remember the reports we received from our spies in Konoha around a year ago?" Everyone was confused by his question. A few wondered, what do our spies in Konoha have to do with this? Why is he discussing that now? However, the eyes of a few ninjas widened. Mabui muttered, "Around a year ago, there were reports of a massive attack inside Konoha. The attack was so strong that several in Konoha feared that the Nine Tails had been set loose once again, and that attack was a lightning jutsu as well." Everyone's eyes widened. Inazuma nodded and said, "Yes. And from my calculations, that attack was made on the Root, a disgusting special force led by the Shinobi of Darkness. This attack makes me suspect that the one who attacked Root was none other than Akuro." Nanako questioned, "But why would he attack the Root and now attack us? What is his motivation?" Mabui asked, "Do you think Konoha is involved in this?" Mabui thought, "Konoha lured Raikage-sama away and targeted our military bases. If Akuro is also affiliated with Konoha, it would explain a lot of things. However, why would Konoha employ someone who attacked them?" Inazuma answered, "I can't be sure. Seeing his strength, there would have been a big fight if they found him. So there is a chance that they don't know anything about him. Or perhaps they reached a deal with him and are using him to humiliate and weaken us. There's no way to tell for sure unless we can capture him." Everyone thought carefully about Inazuma's words. However, one guy lost his cool and shouted, "What does that have to do with the current situation? We just lost 16 Junins. What should we be doing now? If he can bypass the barrier and attack with that jutsu again, our losses would be incomprehensible." Inazuma didn't lose his cool and calmly replied, "Considering who our opponent is, our losses are still quite small, because I had the foresight to erect this barrier and send only a few ninjas inside." Everyone around cursed internally at Inazuma's damage control attempt. Before anyone could explode again, Inazuma continued, "The fact that he resorted to such an attack shows that he didn't have any other way to deal with our attack. An attack of this scale would have also eaten into his chakra reserves considerably. However, you're right. It is too risky to continue attacking. We don't know how many times he can use that attack. Even if he can use it just once more, the losses we suffer would be unacceptable. As demoralizing as it may be, we have no other choice but to wait for Lord Fourth. We can just take solace in the fact that we forced him to consume so much of his chakra." Everyone around nodded. Being unable to do anything when the most important building was taken over by an enemy was too insulting. However, there was nothing they could do but wait. Of course, there were a few who sneered internally. After decades of advising two Raikage, Inazuma had made an error and they didn't intend to let him off easily. Unfortunately, none of them knew how big the issue had truly gotten. While others were feeling helpless, Inazuma said another shocking thing. "There is another odd thing. According to Darui, Akuro claimed that he was from an ancient era. I have never heard of anyone living for centuries, but there is a jutsu that can summon dead people back to life. It's the Edo Tensei Jutsu, which was created by the second Hokage. However, the ones revived by that technique don't have the combat strength they had when they were alive. So it is possible that Konoha was experimenting to remove that weakness of the jutsu, and something went wrong, causing him to attack Konoha after being revived. Perhaps Akuro broke free from their control and is now roaming free. Or they managed to get him under control and are using him now. Regardless, if he is an Edo Tensei summon, it could explain why he was unfazed even after getting hit by Yugito, and how he can keep using jutsus with such high chakra requirements." Despite being in the council for several years, all of them were shocked by Inazuma's speculation. At the same time, they felt fear towards Konoha. If Konoha could revive rank S ninjas and send them on suicide missions, how could any village resist them? Needless to say, the one who felt the most fear was Mabui. She wondered, could Konoha have sent revived ninjas to attack the bases? Only that could explain how so many bases were neutralized in so little time. However, if they could do that, why didn't they trap Raikage-sama? Since Konoha successfully lured him there, why didn't they use revived ninjas to eliminate Raikage-sama and B? That would be far more advantageous to them than eliminating our bases and destroying the Raikage building. As she analyzed, Mabui's fear decreased, and she glanced at Inazuma while thinking, his analysis is wrong. Or rather, if he's right about Akuro being an Edo tensei, then Akuro is no longer under Konoha's control. Otherwise, our losses would be far more severe. Others didn't have the same information that Mabui had and felt that Inazuma's speculations were true. Nanako muttered, if that is right, then we can't kill Akuro, we'll have to seal him. Inazuma nodded and said yes. However, that'll be the least of our concerns. I truly hope that I am just overthinking this. Otherwise, the world will be a mess. Even if all of us unite against Konoha, we wouldn't stand a chance. Everyone had solemn expressions and hoped the same. While the Kumogakure ninjas waited, Fujin returned to the base he had created in the Land of Frost. He had already collected the scroll containing the chakra transmission communication device before returning here. Fujin continued analyzing, I need a few new summons so that I can use summons with Akuro and Shiden identities. Luckily, I know just the ones that would suit me perfectly. Unfortunately. A frown appeared on Fujin's face as he changed back to his original appearance. He thought, even though those monsters in the ocean would be perfect, I'm not sure if I can tame them. Defeating or even killing them shouldn't be much of an issue for me. However, I'm not sure if that'll be enough to make them accept a contract. After all, they have lived for a long time and might prefer death instead of being forced. Talking could help, but I'm not sure if any of them will be open to a discussion. Fujin chuckled. It was a weird problem to have. He decided, leave it, I can't control that. After Orochimaru is dealt with, I'll make a trip to that ocean. Considering the number of monsters, I can afford to experiment. Even if I end up killing a few, it won't be a loss. That said, perhaps I should also sign a contract with another summoning clan. Ryu said that I can't sign a contract with a clan that knows how to harness nature energy, but others are fair game. I can pass that contract to Phantom Haven members and raise their strength by ensuring that everyone has a summon. Alternatively, I could just make them raise animal companions like the Inuzuka clan, though that might be a bit complicated. It'll need a lot of resources, and I'll need to steal information from the clans who have companions. As he was thinking, Fujin destroyed the underground base along with all the corpses. He only kept Dodai's corpse with him as he found his abilities interesting and felt that he might be useful if Fujin got his hands on the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Fujin teleported to the nearest Flying Thunder God mark and wondered, I still have around half a day before I should be back in the village. What do I do in the meantime? Several ideas flashed in his mind. The first was visiting Phantom Haven Society, but he dropped it since it hadn't been a long time since his previous visit. After thinking for a bit, a mischievous smile appeared on Fujin's face as he decided, since I'm here, I might as well mark the entire Land of Frost and the Land of Hot Water. A couple of hours later, A and B could finally see Kumogakure. Both their breathing was rough. A muttered, just in time. Next chapter, Walking into the Trap. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddlesarvish8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, G21, Niroksh, Taylor, Michael, and Janins for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 694, Walking into the Trap. Chapter 700 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The two strongest Kumo ninjas had arrived just a few minutes before the 4-hour deadline was reached. As soon as the Kumo ninjas saw them, their morale soared. They opened the barrier to let them in, and both rushed straight towards the Raikage building. "What is the status here?" I asked loudly, even before others could register that he was there. They quickly looked in that direction and saw I standing right between them. A second later, B appeared as well. Their expressions bloomed, and a huge pressure was relieved from their shoulders. Everyone had been on the edge due to how close they were to the 4-hour deadline. Before anyone could respond, A frowned and asked, "Why is everyone so gloomy? Tell me everything that has happened here since we last talked." Mabui quickly informed him about their attempts to test the seal formation, the massive lightning jutsu, and the deaths of 16 Junins. A's expression became gloomy. He said, "I can understand your thoughts, old man. However, don't risk everyone's lives again. Even if I'm low on chakra, I can handle my battles." Inazuma replied, "I'm sure you can, Lord Fourth. However, we gained some critical information." Inazuma informed him about the similarity with the attack en route and the possibility of Akuro being an Edo Tensei. Just like others, I was surprised as well. However, he quickly shook his head and said, "That's not possible. Don't underestimate Darui. He would have realized it if his opponent was not alive." Unlike Mabui, who thought rationally, A simply dismissed the idea due to his trust in a ninja's instincts. For him, Darui being unable to realize something so basic was too absurd. Inazuma frowned, but before he could say anything, I asked, "Nanako, have you cracked the seal formation?" Nanako answered, "Unfortunately no, Raikage-sama. None of my clones were able to send a message outside to inform me about the structure inside." A frowned and asked, "How confident are you of cracking it from the inside?" Nanako confidently replied, "I'm not sure about cracking the entire formation, but I can definitely make a path for you. However, there are hundreds of explosive seals in the formation. We need to be careful in case he decides to blow up the building." A thought for a bit and said, "Explosive seals won't have much effect on elite Junins. Let's head inside. I'll kill that bastard right here." Everyone nodded. Within a couple of minutes, A, B, Nanako, and 4 elite Junins entered the barrier and stepped into the pathway closest to the Raikage's office, since Akuro was seen in the window of the highest floor. After they entered, a frown appeared on Nanako's face. She wondered aloud, "Why hasn't the entrance to the pathway closed this time?" One of the elite Junins asked, "Do you think that it is because Raikage-sama is with us?" Akuro said that he wanted to fight Raikage-sama. Nanako replied, "I'm not sure. Wouldn't it be better if he closed the entrance so that no one would interfere in the battle?" A said, "It's difficult to know what people like him are thinking. Let's continue. Keep an eye on the seals." Nanako nodded as they moved ahead carefully. To Nanako's surprise, there were barely any foreign seals in the building. The ones present didn't hinder them in any way. She wondered, "What's happening? This is completely unlike what I observed from the outside. Was it an illusion to bluff us? However, why did it feel so real? A Grandmaster can't be fooled in this manner." To the surprise of the Kumo group, they walked all the way to Ai's office without a single obstruction. No seals attacked them, nor were there any enemies. The office was empty. B folded his hands and said, "This is strange, really strange, yo. Where's Akuro, the enemy, though? Why is the building so empty, hey? Do you think he ran away?" A frowned due to the situation as well as B's rapping. Due to the seriousness of the situation, he controlled his temper and asked, "What is the meaning of this? Didn't you say that there were thousands of seals inside the building? Why did nothing obstruct us? Where is Akuro? And where are the dead bodies of our Junins?" Nanako had a bad feeling. She answered unsurely, "I don't know. This feels too odd. I'm confident in what I saw, but this is almost entirely different. I don't understand how a seal formation could confuse me." A said, "Don't forget that he claimed to be from the ancient era. The way he uses seals might have been forgotten to time. Some of his seals might have been lost to time as well. Don't underestimate your enemy just because you're a Grandmaster." Nanako frowned, but didn't say anything. Even though A's words hurt her pride, the current circumstances could be seen as her failure. A instructed, "There are still several places in the building that can't be sensed. He might be hiding somewhere and planning a sneak attack. It'd suit his fighting style. We'll do a thorough search of the building." Everyone nodded and immediately got to work. Even though they hadn't seen the enemy, none of them dared to drop their guard. They continued looking for the culprit, unaware of the fact that he had not only left the land of lightning, but also the land of frost, and moved into the land of hot water. Fujin created a new set of shadow clones, and all immediately dispersed. He thought, the clones I left in the land of frost should be able to mark the entire country in a few hours. The land of hot water is much larger, though. Still, I should be done by morning. Even if I don't, my clones can continue working. Anyway, I wonder if he has told them about me yet. That meeting should be an interesting one. Fujin let out a chuckle. As he suspected, an interesting meeting was taking place thousands of kilometers away. In a dimly lit room, 4 figures stood silently. Outside the window, the scene was bleak. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the rain poured down endlessly, creating a somber atmosphere. Obito asked, "Zetsu, what is the purpose of this meeting?" Black Zetsu answered, "One of my clones saw an interesting sight in the land of lightning. It might be helpful for Akatsuki." Nagato, Konan, and Obito became interested in his words. Black Zetsu continued. A lone ninja confronted a Kumo army led by Darui and Yugito, the Jinchuriki of 2 tails. They fought for around 3/4 of an hour. White Zetsu continued. The end result was the death of 52 Kumogakure ninjas and serious injuries to the elite Junins from Kumogakure while he used reverse summoning to leave after injuring them. You guys should have seen him battle. He was unpredictable and relentless, like a force of nature. The trio were surprised. They knew the strength of Darui and Yugito. A ninja taking on the 2 of them, along with an entire army, was quite impressive. Konan asked, "Impressive. Who was he? And do you want to recruit him into the Akatsuki?" Black Zetsu answered, "He wore a mask, and I haven't ever seen anyone with his fighting style, so I'm not sure of his identity. We may need to interrogate some Kumogakure ninjas to gain more information about him. And yes, based on his strength, he'll be a good fit for the Akatsuki. However, we'll first need to find out more about him." Obito muttered, "Interesting. I'll look into him." Zetsu's clones were too good at hiding. Even though Fujin had once sensed and attacked Zetsu, he began taking precautions and improved his stealth by another level. Unfortunately, no matter how stealthy he and the white Zetsus were, they couldn't hide from Fujin's space-time sensing technique. Fujin, who wanted to create a reputation for his Akuro identity and needed sparring partners, was more than willing to put on a show. Of course, what amused him was the thought of Akatsuki trying to find the non-existent Akuro. White Zetsu said, "There are a few more interesting things happening in the land of lightning. A strong barrier is protecting the Illage hidden in the clouds. I can't breach the barrier, but something is happening inside it. The weather in that country is weird as well. Many of my clones were hit by hurricanes." The leaders of Akatsuki were confused by these events. Not understanding what they could mean, they ordered Zetsu to keep an eye on the land of lightning and find out more about the events there. In the Raikage building, Ai's group searched for an hour, but didn't even see Akuro's shadow. They did find the dead bodies of the 16 Junins, but that enraged them even further. Their bodies, along with the bodies of 4 Anbu, were stored in the storage room while all the elemental crystals were missing. When the group returned to the Raikage's office, Ai was fuming. This day was so terrible that it was comparable to the day he lost his father. He raised his right arm as he shouted, "Not only did he brazenly kill our ninjas, but that bastard also stole all our elemental crystals." His arm fell on his desk, obliterating it. However, at that very instant, the eyes of all Kumogakure ninjas widened. They instinctively raised their guard and grabbed their weapons. And I'll be a bit busy over the weekend as well. I shouldn't miss any chapters, but the chapters could be delayed, though hopefully not as much as today's. Have a fun weekend, guys. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/vilhexspace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Kano-D4S, Tom, Moonrabbit, Godphase, Pietro, and AR3S for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description.